please. Before we begin, join us in the Speakers Gallery today for a member statement. Our retired veterans, Captain LeBlanc, Chief Warrant Officer Tobin, Sergeant Clark, Master Corporal O'Reilly, Corporal Critch, and Officer Cadet Spurl. Welcome. Also in the Speakers Gallery for a ministerial statement, Assistant Commander Kell, Sergeant Lodge, Sergeant Major Baldwin, Constable Holliday, and Constable Bennett. Welcome. Joining us for a member statement in the Speakers Gallery, Sister Charlotte Fitzpatrick, Sister Patricia Marsh, Sister Betty Morrison, Sister Ruth Beresford, Sister Bridget Patterson, Sister Irene Neville, and Sister Monica Icky. Welcome this afternoon. In the public gallery, I'd like to welcome, in the Speakers Gallery, I'd like to welcome Thelma Williams and her family of the late Albert Williams. They are joining us this afternoon for a ministerial statement. Welcome. Also in the public gallery, Nadine Reed of South Dildo. She is here with her family members and will be recognized this afternoon in a member statement. Also joining us is Kelsey Fifield from Essentia Collegiate High School, and also Brenda King and her daughter Heather King joining us as guests this afternoon. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge our Paige Portia, who just completed her master's degree in political science from Memorial University today. Congratulations. Today, we'll hear statements by the honorable members for the districts of Labrador West, Lake Millville, Mount Pearl Southlands, Mount Pearl North, Placentia, St. Mary's, Virginia Waters, Pleasantville with leave, and also St. John's East Kittavity with leave. The Honorable, the member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge 17 individuals who I had the privilege of presenting a Confederation 75 anniversary medal to last week. These individuals are the backbone to our community, and many of them were pioneers who helped mold Labrador West into what you see today. Many of these individuals and pioneers are continuing to volunteer in various groups and charities and are all well known and respected within the community. I'd like to thank Daryl Breton, Noreen Corrine, Harold Clark, Mike Cole, Dr. Tom Costello, Ed Diego, Ed Delahunte, Junior Humphreys, Josephine Galton Rowe, Todd Kent, Dave Mercer, Gail Pike, Craig Porter, Peter Record, Thelma Ricketts, Jerry Rydick, and Sally Snow. Each of these individuals helped our communities in many ways, whether through sports, charities, coalitions, Relays for Life, MAD, or keeping our community healthy. They were exemplary role models for future generations in Labrador West. They've proven that they have shown us what volunteerism and community service can do for a community. I'd like to thank all honorable members and rise and congratulate these 17 recipients. And on their behalf of their constituents in Labrador West, I'd like to thank them, these individuals again, for everything they've done for us and continue to do for Labrador West. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lake Millville.
A Christmas tradition like no other, Speaker, is the annual Santa to the Coast event that occurs in Labrador each December. Soon after the Second World War, Canadian and later British forces stationed at the Goose Bay military base began to airdrop or land on skis to deliver parcels of toys and other goodies to coastal Labrador communities. With the development of airstrips in the 1970s, the Otter was able to land and distribute the gifts in person. For the last 25 years, the Rotary Club of Happy Valley Goose Bay has taken on this tradition in partnership with Air Labrador that now operates as Air Borealis. Many hundreds of loot bags are packed and loaded aboard the Twin Otter that delivers Santa Claus and eager elves to the excited children. I can tell you it is a thrill to serve as an elf on these adventures. We are as excited as the children when we land. This unique project has been recognized by Rotary International and profiled by many journalists over the years. I would like to invite our legislature to also recognize this spirit of Christmas and the long-standing partnership between the Goose Bay Rotary Club and Air Borealis. Thank you very much.
The Honourable the Member of Mount Pearl, Southlands.
Thank you, Speaker. Halloween is a time of the year that brings out the child in us all. It's a tradition in my family to drive around Mount Pearl and Southlands to see all the fantastic displays in our community. One of the most impressive displays each year is called A Haunting on Whitley. We always look forward to seeing the spooky delights they have concocted. From spine-chilling and gruesome to silly and fun, their decorations bring smiles to all passers-by. Chantel Keane and her husband Dave, who is a retired U.S. Army veteran, are the masters of this wonderful display. Chantel says that Dave enjoys decorating as his way of coping with the impact of many years of service. Their decorating has inspired the neighbors, as many of the other homes on Whitley Drive have followed suit and offer a brilliant display for Halloween. Not only do the Keanes provide a wonderful Halloween display, but they also have an outdoor food pantry and use this opportunity to collect donations and non-perishables to help those in need in our community. Honourable members, please join me in commending Chantel and Dave Keane for their wonderful community spirit and continued efforts to help others. Thank you.
The Honourable the Member of Mount Pearl North.
Speaker, on September the 25th, I had the opportunity to attend the official opening of Escalon Wellness Center Clinic in my district of Mount Pearl North. This clinic has quickly become a cornerstone of support and care, offering healthcare services to military veterans and members of the RCMP, all under one roof. Our veterans and RCMP members have served our country, standing on the front line to protect the safety, security, and freedom we often take for granted. When their active duty ends, many return with visual injuries, but also with invisible scars, post-traumatic stress disorder, chronic pain, and other mental health challenges. By bringing these services together, this clinic fosters a holistic approach to healing and wellness, and most important, offer our retired servicemen and women the care that they deserve. In a place they feel comfortable, all with the respect and expertise that understands their challenges. They provide a free space for these women and men to meet on a daily basis to offer support to each other through social activities such as music, games, and lots of education and self-supporting events. Speaker, I ask all members in this House of Assembly to join me to say thank you to the professional service in our community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Placentia St. Mary's.
Speaker, Nadine Reed resides in South Dildo, Trinity Bay. She enjoys volunteering with the Salvation Army Trinity Bay South Corps and recently began learning how to model. If you look at this young lady's social media, you'll see positive quotes of posts of inspiration. Nadine is a person living with an intellectual disability. Supported employment provides persons with intellectual disabilities opportunity to find meaningful and rewarding employment. The Department of Immigration, Population Growth and Skills funds 16 agencies to develop and maintain job opportunities. Through this program, Nadine has worked at the Needs Convenience Store and the Inside Scoop in South Dildo and at the Dildo Fresh Mart, and currently is employed at the Adora Boutique in Whitburn. October was Disability Employment Awareness Month, and Nadine did an awesome job as a strong advocate for supported employment through social media by sharing her valuable perspective on the importance of hiring individuals with disabilities. On November 2nd, I was pleased to present Nadine with a Confederation 75th Anniversary Medal for her volunteerism and contribution to community. Nadine was truly deserving of recognition for her role in advocating for persons with disabilities. Please join me as I congratulate Nadine Reed of South Dildo.
The Honorable Member Placentia Waters, Pleasantville, with leave. Does the member have leave? Leave is granted.
Thank you, Speaker. Along with my colleagues in House Assembly, I rise to offer sincere condolences to the friends and family of Mr. George Powell. While born in Ontario, George Powell was a son of this province. He joined the RCMP in 1952, serving throughout Newfoundland and Labrador, as well as Fredericton, Toronto, and Ottawa, before returning to St. John's in 1977. His final posting was Vancouver, where he retired in 1988 as Chief Superintendent. After a lifetime of serving our country with the RCMP, in his retirement, Mr. Powell returned to our province to be closer to family and to serve Newfoundland and Labrador again, this time as an active volunteer. From the RCMP Veterans Association to the Canadian Baptists of Atlantic Canada, from Festival 500, and even as a volunteer visitor at Her Majesty's Penitentiary, Mr. Powell certainly had a hand in a variety of community organizations and helped others whenever and wherever he could. I had the distinct pleasure of knowing him and working with him for many years. A funny, kind, generous man who made friends wherever he went. To his family and to those who knew him best, I offer my deepest condolences on your loss. Mr. Speaker, I ask all honourable members to join me in remembering retired Chief Superintendent George Powell.
The Honourable, the member of St. John's East, Kitivity with leave. Does the member have leave? Member, leave is granted.
Sir, with leave, Speaker, I am rising to recognize the Sisters of Mercy, who first trod upon our shores in 1842. The Sisters of Mercy have made valuable contributions to our province. St. Clair's Mercy Hospital is where they are best known for their work in healthcare. The Sisters established St. Patrick's Mercy Home in 1959, and they are well known for their work in education, having established Our Lady of Mercy and Holy Heart of Mary high schools in my district. 15 years after arriving and establishing their first convent, the 4-story granite building, which was to house the convent of Our Lady of Mercy, was built on Military Road in the district of St. John's East, Kitivity. However, with their population declining, the sisters gifted the convent to the Gathering Place in 2020 to be used for shelter and transitional housing. Quite so, the building is named Mercy House to honor their mission of compassion and charity. Since first arriving from Ireland, the Sisters of Mercy have spread across the island, into Labrador, and even into Montsefu, Peru. I ask my fellow members to join me in thanking the Sisters of Mercy for their valuable contributions to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. Thank you.
Statements by ministers. The Honourable, the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to pay tribute to the life of Mr. Albert Williams, a family friend, a dedicated and passionate, hardworking Newfoundlander and Labradorian. Most in here know him as the chair of the board of Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro, and in that role, he admirably, passionately served the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. However, his contributions to our beautiful province go far deeper. Born in his proud home of Grand Bank, Albert graduated from engineering program at Memorial University before starting his own firm. Through New Plan Engineering, he helped build the very roads and bridges that connect our communities to this day. Later, he moved on to serve as CEO of S&C Lavalin Atlantic Division. Now, retirement was not a word in Albert's dictionary, after leaving Lavalin, he quickly took on many other projects, and in 2022, he happily accepted the huge role of the Board of Chair at Hydro. Like many people from the Burin Peninsula, Albert indeed loved to be on the land, either on foot or on snowmobile, and if not the land, in his boat. In fact, he took part in one of the most grueling outdoor events in the world, the Cairns Quest snowmobile race in Labrador. Impressive indeed. More than anything, Albert was a family man who was happiest spending time with his wife Thelma, and he especially was proud of his children, Stephen, Jonathan, and his treasured grandchildren, Jesse, Sam, Allison, Alexa, and James. You would regularly find Albert at hockey rinks or sporting events, cheering on his family members on Saturdays or any evening of the week. Speaker, I ask all members to take a moment to remember the life and the service of an incredible Newfoundlander and Labradorian, Mr. Albert Williams.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the Premier for an advance copy of his statement. On behalf of the official opposition, I offer my sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Albert Williams. Albert's adventurous spirit and love for life were truly inspiring, and his dedication to his family, especially his joy in his grandchildren's activities, is a testament to the remarkable person he was. His contributions to Newfoundland and Labrador's energy sector, his leadership at Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro, and his entrepreneurial achievements have left an indelible mark on our community. Albert's legacy as a brilliant engineer and business leader, a dedicated volunteer, and a warm-hearted individual will long be remembered. During this difficult time, our thoughts and prayers are with his family and friends, including his wife Thelma, children Stephen and Jonathan, and grandchildren Jesse, Sam, Allison, Alexa, and James. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable, the Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Premier for an advance copy of his statement. Our caucus would like to send our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Albert Williams. His work on behalf of this province will be remembered for generations to come. Mr. Williams left a void that certainly will be difficult to fill. And as a fellow snowmobiler, I hope his trails are good, the snow is just right, and it's a large Labrador day.
Further statement by ministers. The Honourable, the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to celebrate 5 police officers who were honoured recently at the Atlantic Women in Law Enforcement Conference and by MAD Canada. RCMP Sergeant Cara Streeter was named the 2024 Atlantic Woman in Police Enforcement Officer of the Year. Based in Happy Valley Goose Bay Detachment, Sergeant Streeter has played a vital role in changing lives in the community by fostering positive police relationships with youth and Indigenous communities. Speaker, RCMP Sergeant Elizabeth Lodge was acknowledged for her positive impact on the community she serves with the Mentoring and Coaching Award. A member of the Serious Organized Crime Unit, Sergeant Lodge is currently mentoring law enforcement in the Kingdom of Jordan. RNC Constable Deidre Holliday and Evan Bennett, received the Team Endeavour Award for their immediate action and bravery that resulted in the youth life being saved. I acknowledge Constable Caleb Pellerin of the Deer Lake RCMP Detachment, a traffic investigator who was named MAD Canada's 2024 Police Officer of the Year. Speaker, our province is served by 2 outstanding police agencies. While I have this moment, I want to officially welcome Assistant Commissioner Pat Cal as the RCMP new commanding officer for Newfoundland and Labrador Division. We are in great hands for sure. I thank the outgoing Assistant Commissioner Jennifer Eber and wish her much success in her new path. Speaker, I ask all honourable members to join me in recognising Sergeant Streeter and Lodge, Constables Pellerin, Halliday and Bennett on their awards and for their efforts in keeping our province a safe place to live, work and raise a family.
The Honourable, the member for Harbour Main.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister for providing an advance copy of his statement. I join the Minister in recognizing the exceptional work of the 5 police officers honoured for their contributions to public safety. Their dedication to protecting communities and fostering positive relationships deserves our deepest gratitude. RCMP Sergeant Kara Streeter's work in Happy Valley Goose Bay highlights the importance of building strong connections between law enforcement and Indigenous communities. Her recognition as the 2024 Atlantic Women in Law Enforcement Officer of the Year is well deserved. Similarly, the achievements of RCMP Sergeant Elizabeth Lodge, RNC Constables Deidre Halliday and Evan Bennett, and Constable Caleb Pellerin demonstrate professionalism, bravery, and mentorship. These officers truly represent the best of our law enforcement. As we welcome Assistant Commissioner Pat Cal to his new role, I urge the government to prioritize addressing systemic changes in our justice system. While celebrating these officers, we must also acknowledge the rising rates of violent crime in all regions of our province and the critical need to support all police officers in the challenging work they do, ensuring they have the resources to uphold safety, fairness, and justice is essential. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable, the member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for an advance copy of his statement. Our caucus also congratulates Sergeant Streeter and Sergeant Lodge, Constables Pellerin, Halliday, and Bennett for all their incredible work and their well-deserved achievements. We also congratulate Assistant Commissioner Pat Cahill on his new role and thank Assistant Commissioner Ebert on her tireless work. Finally, we call upon government to make their jobs easier, putting in place more programs and initiatives to take impaired drivers off the road and make the streets safer for people. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to remind people at home that it's also their responsibility to call if anyone who is impaired, and also to make sure that you do the right thing in there, because this is the holiday season and that we all want less accidents and less incidents on our road. Thank you.
Are there any further statements by ministers? Oral questions. The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, media are reporting that the province is paying upwards of $11 million a year to Teledoc for services. I asked the Premier, can you confirm the actual cost and how long the contract's in place for?
The Honourable, the Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you, Speaker. And of course, those contracts will be operational with NLHS, but really so glad that we have Teledoc available. As we've said before, the plan is to roll out all the family care teams throughout the province, which is what Health Accord NL calls for. People want collaborative care for primary care in Newfoundland and Labrador, and that's what we're going to deliver. In fact, as I've said a few times in the House of Assembly during question period, I would have good news to report with regards to people connected to Patient Connect. And since we've been sitting in this House of Assembly, I think there's been an additional 6,000 patients who have been connected to Patient Connect. So again, I'll say Health Accord NL is a great plan, and the plan is working. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, I can only assume from that we don't know how much we're paying or how long the contract is. So again, a local physician, Dr. Powell, has spoken out about the enormous cost of Teledoc. Now, based on the story and the amount paid to Teledoc and the number of patient visits, I asked the Premier again, how much is each visit costing us?
The Honourable, the Minister of Health and Community Services.
Again, Speaker, as I said, we're so grateful that we have Teledoc. It was done through an open and transparent process, and of course, not only does it give us access to people who are on Patient Connect, but now everybody that is on that Patient Connect system, and I encourage people to register, will have access to primary health care in Newfoundland and Labrador, which is the most important thing. The member will know that it does cost money to provide health care in Newfoundland and Labrador, but the most important thing is that health care is being provided.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, there's 150,000 people, I think, or greater in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador who say they do not have access to a family doctor. That's the statistic we all know. The information I'm talking about has been put out by the Health Authority. They've talked about 19,000 visits. They've talked about, there's a talk of $11 million cost. Now, if you do the math, that's a pretty high cost per patient visit. I asked the Premier again, how much does a family physician get saved to see an actual person in their office? How much does that cost the system per visit?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to take a minute to talk about the feedback that NLHS has received with regards to Teledoc, and I think the numbers are, the satisfaction is like 80–85%. People are satisfied with Teledoc. And the people that will return and use it again is like 85 or 90%. So again, we are working on building these collaborative care teams so people will have access to primary care, not just access to family physicians, but the primary care that they need, whether that's in person or through Teledoc, which is available virtually. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, when the emergency rooms are closed, when you can't get access to a primary care physician, I guess people have no choice but to call the number. And that's unfortunate. At the same time, though, there are options. And I asked the Premier, why are seniors and people on low income being forced to pay out of pocket to see a nurse practitioner?
The Honourable, the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure that member does realize there are options as he occupied a leadership role within the healthcare system himself, Mr. Speaker. But when faced with challenging decisions, when faced with economic, financial versus patient-centered decisions, that member opposite did not have the courage, did not have the fortitude, did not have patients' best interest at heart, and he wanted to take out nurses and shut down clinics.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Premier or Speaker, any time the Premier wants to talk to me about the cuts to health care that this Liberal government made 10 years ago, more than happy to talk to him about it. But right now, I'd like to talk about those people who are being forced to pay to see a nurse practitioner. Last week, the president of the nurse practitioners spoke out and said, why does Teledoc come ahead of supporting the nurse practitioners on the ground? It's backwards.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you, Speaker. And I just have to address something that the member opposite said, I think a couple of questions ago, with regards to diversions. And diversions in emergency rooms are down over the past 2 years. And there's two reasons they're down. One is Teledoc. One is access to virtual care. The second reason is, despite what he's talking about in terms of budget cuts 10 years ago, under this Premier, the budget of healthcare has gone up every year since he's been here, Speaker. And that's why we're seeing things like increased access. That's why we're seeing things like no more diversion, Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable, the Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, we'll just keep trying. We will keep trying because we can do better, and we will do better. Speaker, a confidential briefing note received by my office has revealed shocking details of the internal medicine crises in this province. Speaker, at the Carbonear General Hospital, one doctor who hadn't slept in 48 hours was left supervising 45 patients. Speaker, the note describes, quote, unsafe conditions. I asked the Premier, do you agree?
The Honourable, the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take an opportunity to address the preamble once again. Not only was he CEO, a leader, he was VP before that.
Order, please.
How would we get here?
Order, please. I heard the question. I'd like to hear the response. The Honourable, the Premier.
Certainly we can do better than cutting nurses. Certainly we can do better than cutting clinics in Labrador. Certainly we can do better than pretending that iPads are going to be a solution to providing care in Labrador, Mr. Speaker. What I will say about the content of the question after addressing the preamble is that we have heard that situation, the minister has heard that situation, just like we've operated immediately to help address the internal medicine issues at St. Clair's. We take the internal medicine issues seriously no matter where they exist, and if there are workplace quality issues, then we're happy to address them, and we will address them.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, the note references St. Clair's is over capacity with patients waiting for admission. Central Health is described as the overflow at maximum capacity. Speaker, are we putting lives at risk in rural Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Honourable the Premier.
Certainly we are not, Mr. Speaker. We certainly value the hard-working women and men on the front line in rural Newfoundland and Labrador, as we do in the Metro region. One of the reasons that this government acknowledged that St. Clair's was not big enough, and we wanted to make sure that we had definitive action, and that's why the whole province needs another tertiary health care centre, a campus style that will serve the people of the province, Mr. Speaker. What's that? We will continue with the aggressive recruitment package that we have already introduced and is already paying dividends.
Order, please.
Just Newfoundland and Labrador Health Service.
Order, please. Mike's not on yet. The order. The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, the note urges the Newfoundland and Labrador Health Service and the Minister's Department to recognize the safety concerns from physicians who are, quote, intoxicated from sleep deprivation because they are overburdened with patient volume and call coverage. I ask the Premier, when are you going to fix this issue?
The Honourable the Minister for Labrador Affairs.
Speaker, you know that I have difficulty staying in my seat when the topic of rural nurses comes up and Labrador is mentioned. Not everybody in the House, it is important to look back. It's important to look back. Not...
Members ready? The Honourable Minister of Labrador Affairs.
Speaker, it's important for this House to know, and for the purpose of Hansard, that when we were dealing with the boondoggle left to us by the previous administration, and choices had to be made, Speaker, instead of looking in the back room to find efficiencies, he reached into the most vulnerable in Labrador. That was the decision of the CEO of Labrador Grenfell Health that was going to leave people living in isolated communities without a nurse. It is unthinkable, Speaker. Places where the weather comes in for days on end, you can't get a plane. I lived it, Speaker.
Time's expired. Minister, time's expired. I ask all members to please keep it down a little bit. It's very difficult to hear the questions. It's equally as hard to hear the answers. So ask all members to. I don't control the question. I don't control responses. The Honourable Minister, the Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, it's deflect, 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 deflect. So let's get on with it again. Let's ask another question out there right now for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. Western Newfoundland and Labrador is described at full capacity and 65 alternate level of care patients in the beds. Let me ask again, why aren't you utilizing the old Western Memorial Hospital for these alternate level of care patients?
The Honourable Minister for Labrador Affairs.
I had one more point to make, Speaker, that I haven't brought to the floor, because people bring new information to me all the time when I'm in Labrador. And recently, when I was in Labrador, I had a retired nurse say, I don't know what we'll ever do if that man becomes leader, because he would be cut. And when we went in a room and met with leadership in the room, what did he say? He threw all the nurses under the bus in that room.
Take your seat, please. Are members ready? If you want to waste more a question like this, I don't mind. You got 30 minutes. Minister, you got 25 more seconds.
The point being, and so there was a lot of cuts that was happening at the time, and when there was a meeting called with the leadership in southeastern Labrador, Speaker, and the leaders were asking why certain things happened, the member opposite looked at the nurses and said, why isn't this done? Basically threw them under the bus. And that's important, Speaker. When tough decisions have to be made, we have to own the tough decisions. I'm happy to be serving under a government where we are continue to increase the budget in health care.
The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. The alternate universe is alive and well across the way. I have no other words. I have no other words, Speaker. I can't say anything else. It's speechless. Last year, this government spent more than $100,000 on trips to Ireland. $100,000 to recruit physicians. Only one physician was recruited, Speaker. And so, Minister, I ask, where's that position today?
The Honorable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That recruitment initiative was not just about individual physicians, it was about students. And I'm happy to say that some have actually signed up for our return to service agreement for the family practice. What that means is they do their medical school in Ireland, and then they come here to do their family practice training in Newfoundland and Labrador for 2 years, and then they've signed a return to service to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador.
The Honorable the Opposition House Leader.
So it just confirms that that one doctor, we had that one doctor. What we're talking about there is aspiration. We don't know if they're ever going to come. This is what. Oh, they're here. They're not practicing, Premier. The doctor recruited was an internist who went to work at St. Clair's. Speaker, we've been told he lasted a week. 1 week. He's seen one patient, and then he quit. Can you confirm that, Minister?
1 week.
Well, Premier, fill your boots.
It does matter.
The Honorable the Minister of Health and Community Services.
Speaker.
Residents, explain the difference between residency and...
Speaker, as the Premier said, when residents come, when any resident starts the program, they're not physicians yet. They have to do the residency. They need to be qualified. You can't just take people off the streets and say, here, you be a doctor, you be a doctor. If that's how they're going to recruit doctors, if they're in government, no one's going to be left here, Premier. There's going to be any health care for anybody. With regards to internists, we've, as I said in the House a couple of times, there's been an alternate payment plan or a sessional plan put in place at St. Clair's here in St. John's, with a plan to then leverage that throughout the rest of the province. As I've said in the House again on numerous times, IMs are the most difficult practicing physicians in the country to recruit, and we are doing our best efforts to help them and work with them. We've talked to the CEO of NLHS this morning, actually, about this issue and about how to provide incentives for rural Newfoundland physicians to work. There are incentives that are larger for rural Newfoundland and Labrador than they are for the city, Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable the Opposition House Leader.
The government no plans. Here we go again. Speaker, this was a $100,000 junket the former minister went on to Ireland. He came back with one doctor, and the doctor seen one patient, then he quit. So I guess my question is, there were incentives involved, so are you going to pay back, have you got to pay back those incentives, Minister?
The Honorable the Minister of Health and
Speaker,
Community
I just wanted to add a point about IMs, is that we added seats at Memorial last year for IMs who are international graduates, and in fact, international graduates last year were mostly from, guess where? Ireland. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable the Opposition House Leader.
Yes, Speaker, but they're still not answering the question I'm asking. I think it's a very important question, because there was last year, the former minister was patting himself on the back on a big trip to Ireland and all the recruitment. We discovered there was one doctor, but that doctor was going to solve all the world's problems. We realized that was only smoke and mirrors, which you see a lot of with this government, this Premier. So, Speaker, we also understand several other internists at St. Clair's are on leave or have been resigning, citing workload and lack of support. Internists have previously written the former minister outlining many issues related to internal medicine in the province, highlighting the urgency to act. Why did the Liberal government, Premier and Minister, ignore this letter?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Speaker, as I said, there's incentives in place for IMs in rural Newfoundland and Labrador. Those incentives are higher for that part of the province than they are for the city. There's an additional sessional payment plan now in place for St. Clair's that will be a leverage to an alternate payment plan for IMs throughout the province. We've added seats to Memorial University for international graduates specifically for IMs. So he wants to know what the plan is. That is the plan. There are more people here now from Ireland that are working towards being IMs. The plan is working. We are recruiting, and we will retain these physicians.
The Honourable the Member Terranova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the plan is not working, Minister. Minister, you could have seen the problem with internal medicine specialists from a mile away. Over the past few weeks, several physicians have had to call multiple hospitals to transfer patients, and in some cases, they are being turned down because the receiving doctors are overworked. Minister, what is the plan to stabilize healthcare services in eastern rural Newfoundland and Labrador?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
I'll say it again, but it's in Hansard. It's in Hansard from last week. It's in Hansard from the week before. This government has added seats to Memorial University for international graduates, which includes specifically IM physicians. As I said, they're the hardest physician class to recruit in the country. The incentives for these physicians are higher in rural Newfoundland and Labrador, which is where that member wants people to go. Maybe he should pick up the phone and tell people about the incentives in his area, rather than just complain about the fact that there's none there. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Terranova.
Minister, I picked up the phone and told you about the problems in my area. Nothing is still happening. If patients from my district are lucky, they're sent to Carbonear. There they're going to be greeted by a doctor who's not slept in 48 hours. He has 4 ICU patients in their care and 41 inpatients. One exhausted physician for 45 patients. Again, Why is the minister allowing unsafe conditions in rural Newfoundland and Labrador?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Speaker, they keep asking the same question. I'm not going to change my answer. We are doing everything we can to recruit physicians to rural Newfoundland and Labrador. The way we've done that is to provide incentives for physicians to work in rural Newfoundland and Labrador. Those incentives are higher than for working in St. John's or urban areas of the province. We increase seats for international graduates who can then come to Newfoundland and Labrador as IMs, do the residency here, and work in these facilities. We have a sessional rate at St. Clair's, which will now leverage to a payment plan, an alternate payment plan for IMs throughout the province. That is the plan. I look forward to the question again, and I bet you the same answer is going to apply. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Terranova.
Minister, if we'd ever raised this from back in July, there would be no plan. For the past few weeks, we've been talking about inconsistent internal medicine coverage at GB Cross. Now, we know as of December the 16th, we'll have no doctors to admit medical patients at GB Cross in Claremont. Minister, why don't you tell me the plan for that?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
I know when I was practicing once, a judge said to me that, history is a good predictor of the future. That's very clear here. We know the question we got then, we know the question we're going to get afterwards. But Speaker, it has nothing to do with the fact that he wrote me this summer about this issue. I appreciated that he raised some concerns, but the plan about international graduates at MUN, that was in place before I became minister. These plans have existed since the Health Accord. This is a great plan. This is working. Some of the specifics related to IMs and rural physicians in Newfoundland and Labrador, I've outlined here maybe once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times, I think, now, Speaker. I can continue to do that, but Hansard's there for the record, and he can read that as much as he wants, because he's going to continue to ask it. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Terranova.
So the Minister of Health understands a hospital is to admit patients into the medical ward. What the question was had nothing to do with internal medicine. We have no hospitals in Claremont as of the 16th of December. What happens to inpatients? And I'll say there's over 30 inpatients. They're already admitted. Are they going to be shipped to overburdened St. Clair's, overburdened Carbonear? What are you going to do with them?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you, Speaker. And NLHS works constantly on making sure that appropriate care is provided throughout its facilities, throughout Newfoundland and Labrador. In the event that there's possible gaps or predicted diversions, then NLHS comes up with alternate plans for that. They make sure that the care is going to be provided. Unfortunately, sometimes a patient may have to go to another facility that's not quite as close to their hometown. That's a great thing that they're able to do that, but of course that doesn't mean we stop recruiting and retaining physicians so that those gaps don't happen in the future. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member of Harbour Main.
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure stated in this House of Assembly on November the 7th that he knows that Route 60 in the Harbour Main District is busy with a high volume of traffic. Yet he refuses to make a commitment to have Route 60 resurfaced from the roundabout in Holyrood to the bowling alley in Kelligrews. Can the minister finally make a commitment to resurface this deplorable road in next year's road plan?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember the member opposite asking about this a little while ago, and I think there was a petition, and I responded to it, and at that point in time I said yes. As a matter of fact, I was back and forth with a member of that area over the weekend by email who had written me to ask if it was going to be looked at in the coming year, and my answer to him was yes. We'll look at it.
The Honourable Member for Harbour Main.
Hopefully, Speaker, looking at it will mean that there's action. But again, on November the 7th in the House of Assembly, the minister also acknowledged that my office has been in contact with his office. As a matter of fact, Speaker, I currently have 16 open files with maintenance inquiries submitted to Transportation Infrastructure. Some of these files are months and even years outstanding. Will the minister give the people of the Harbour Main District assurances that these regular maintenance items, like ditching, brush cutting, culvert replacement, and pothole repair, will get addressed immediately?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The quick answer is yes. And in the very near future, we're going to be contacting members opposite as we get ready for a roads plan for 2025, and looking for input from them, as we will from all members of this Honourable House, to see what work will be spent, what work will be done, and what money will be spent in the coming year in our budget, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Harbour Main.
Speaker, these answers, these weak non-answers, further confirms why we need a change in government. I hear from my constituents, and they are telling me that the issue with transportation and infrastructure not getting regular maintenance items completed is because the department doesn't have the proper equipment to do the work. The equipment is either in for repairs or just too old to repair. Snow season will be here any day. I asked the minister, can you provide assurances that the people of the Harbour Main District and the province that these depots will be fully equipped and ready for this upcoming winter season?
The Honourable the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to address the preamble about a weak answer. If the answer yes is weak, I don't know what else I could say to the residents of Newfoundland and Labrador. We are going to look at it. We are going to look at all areas of the province. As I've stated before, there's 9,700 lane kilometers of road in this province. We have a dedicated staff. Right now we're operating, our capacity is about 80%. We are operating above that in terms of the equipment. We've bought new equipment to maintain the roads, for ice control, for snow removal throughout the coming year. And the answer, again, the opposite member may think it's weak, but the answer is yes, of course we will look at it. Safety is our top priority.
The Honourable the Member for Exploits.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the twinning of the Trans-Canada Highway between Bishops Falls and Grand Falls, Windsor was announced in May 2023. Yet only brush cutting has been completed to date. While brush cutting is needed, residents were promised a divided highway over the last year. There's no pavement. So when will the residents be able to drive on the long overdue divided highway?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, part of the process of building a highway is to clear part of the road in order to put the highway there, to do the geotechnical work that is required to do it. That work is underway. We awarded contracts. We doubled our brush cutting budget this year from $2 million to $4 million, and that had an additional $3 million for the twinning, which will take place in 2 locations, plus another area that will be done from Port aux Basques and the ferry to extend the passing lane off the ferry. So, Mr. Speaker, in the coming year, you will see more RFPs coming out, and you're going to see lots of construction and work happening.
The Honourable Member for Central West Bellevue.
Speaker, the Red Harbour River West Bridge is reduced to 1 lane, yet government has placed 80,000 pounds of concrete jersey dividers on the bridge. Why is 1 lane closed to weight restrictions when the bridge can handle 21 jersey dividers?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, our safety teams who work with the engineering firms, and I've discussed this with the member opposite prior to the House of Assembly being open, this is the safest option that they have recommended. And obviously, we are going to go with the safest option that's recommended. The road will remain open, the bridge, I should say, throughout the winter months, obviously, and work will be continuing to upgrade it as it's required.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the lack of accessible housing units and the inability of the province and the city to work together has real consequences for people. Rhonda Whalen receives income support but lives in St. John's housing. Since having one of her legs amputated a year ago, Rhonda suffered a stroke, is confined to a wheelchair, has been forced to live downstairs without access to the bathroom on the 2nd floor, is forced to use a commode and use the kitchen sink for personal bathing. I asked the minister, how much more indignity and trauma must Rhonda suffer before either the Department of Housing or CSSD and city officials work together to secure accessible housing for Rhonda?
The Honourable the Minister of Housing, Mental Health and Addictions.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to respond. It's a difficult situation that the member raised, and concerning the individual in his district. But we've had conversations with the city. We provided funding to the city, and they are going to make sure they got one of their units remodeled to support the individual in an accessible unit.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable the Leader of the Third Party.
Speaker, I spoke to Rhonda on Friday, and no such offer has been forthcoming or any indication. Her greatest distress is the fact that she's been separated from her granddaughter, who she's cared for since her mother died, and will not be able to spend Christmas with her. I asked the minister, what supports will he put in place so that Rhonda can be reunited with her granddaughter and be able to care for her and herself?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Mental Health and Addictions.
Speaker, again, thank you for the opportunity to respond. Again, a difficult situation, and certainly aware of that. As I said, I had conversations with the mayor. The individual is in a City of St. John's unit. We are trying to work with the city and are working with the city to make sure that the needs of the constituent can be addressed in as quick a period as possible. Will that be before Christmas? I can't obviously guarantee that, but the City of St. John's has a responsibility to respond, and they are responding. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the recent threats of tariffs by the United States, many businesses in Newfoundland and Labrador are worried, especially those involved in cross-border trade. I asked the Premier, what steps is government taking to help businesses navigate these challenges, and what strategies are going to be put in place to mitigate the impact if these tariffs come on our economy?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Of course, it's a concern of everybody in Newfoundland and Labrador. I have spoken with the member, but happy to tell the entire House that we did convey a group of stakeholders who would be impacted by potential tariffs. One of the feedback elements that came from that discussion was to have a potential contingency should the tariffs come into place. Right now, we're still looking at that, but we're very hopeful that there can be a diplomatic resolution and a common understanding that tariffs will only hurt both sides of the border. But I can tell you this, Mr. Speaker, and tell every Newfoundlander and Labradorian that we will stand up for the industries in Newfoundland and Labrador to ensure that they are appropriately represented.
The Honourable Member for Labrador West.
Speaker, given the challenges that the U.S. tariffs will impose, I asked the Minister responsible, what steps are being taken to help Newfoundland and Labrador business expand their trade opportunities to European markets? Are there any initiatives in place to help those access international markets and reduce our reliance on the U.S. market?
The Honourable the Minister of Industry, Energy and Technology.
Thank you, Speaker. Happy to stand up. My first question in the session. What I would say to the members, it's a very good question. Certainly being at the Manufacturers and Exporters Conference on Friday, hearing from mining companies, the reality is that it would be a significant impact on us. What I can say is that we are constantly looking at opportunities abroad. In fact, we had 28 different heads of state from around the world here in Newfoundland and Labrador to look at opportunities that we can help them with. The other thing I would say is we are consistently and constantly supporting local business to attend trade shows, to attend conferences throughout the world, and we'll continue to do that. So I would say to any business out there that may be impacted, reach out, give us a call. We'll certainly do our best to help. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Speaker, in answer to my question on November 13th, the Minister of Housing said the wait list for NLHC units has not grown. In an interview with VOCM today, the Minister admitted the wait list has grown and his department is struggling to meet demand. Will the Minister commit to giving the NLHC the money it needs to hire the workers to complete the renovations and repairs of NLHC units before the end of 2025?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Speaker. I suspect the Minister is playing with some words, or the member is playing with some words. Basically, our wait list is around 3,000, and it's on either side of that over the past couple of months. We are working very hard to address our repairs on our units. The budget has been increased, and we are turning those units over very quickly. In the past year, last year, we were over 300 units that were vacated. There were over 300 that were repaired and put back into the portfolio. This year, we are on the same track, and we are continuing to do that. The number of units now that are long-term and large repairs are down to 50, and we are trying to bring that to zero as quickly as possible. Thank you, Speaker.
Time for oral question has expired. Presenting reports by standing select committees. Tabling of documents. Notices of motions. The Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, I stand to give notice of the private member's resolution that we will debate on Wednesday, December 4th. So it's moved by the MHA for Stephenville Port-au-Port, second by the MHA for Bonavista. Whereas the Seniors Advocate has said that seniors in this province have the lowest income in Canada, and whereas the Seniors Advocate has stated that the cost of living for seniors has increased by 22%, and whereas the Seniors Advocate has outlined that despite the Newfoundland and Labrador seniors benefit being raised by 15%, In reality, the purchasing power of seniors has fallen behind by 7%. And whereas the most recent status update from the Seniors Advocate demonstrate that the recommendation to annually index the Newfoundland and Labrador seniors benefit has not been implemented. And whereas the Seniors Advocate compassionately and correctly states that 1/3 of seniors in Newfoundland and Labrador cannot afford necessities, with many cutting pills in half or not eating nutritious food. And whereas the Seniors Advocate has said that seniors are getting poorer annually while costs continue to rise, be it resolved that this honourable House urge the government to increase the Newfoundland and Labrador seniors benefit by 20% for a maximum benefit of $1,819 effective January 2024, and further commit to annual increases indexed to inflation. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. And that resolution is read in by the Leader of the Opposition will be our resolution for PMR Day Wednesday evening this week. Thank you.
Further notes and motions. The Honourable the Minister responsible for Labour.
Give notice that I will on tomorrow introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Fishing Industry Collective Bargaining Act Number 2, Bill Number 104.
Further notes and motions. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I give notice that I will on tomorrow introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the House of Assembly Accountability, Integrity and Administration Act Number 2, Bill Number 103.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I give notice that I will on tomorrow move the following resolution. Be it resolved by the House of Assembly as follows. Whereas Section 85 of the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act 2015 provides that the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner shall be filled by the Lieutenant Governor and Council on a resolution of the House of Assembly. Therefore, be it resolved that Kerry Hatfield be appointed as the Information and Privacy Commissioner effective December 5th, 2024.
Are there any further notes and motions? Answer to question which notice has been given. Petitions. The Honourable the Member for Bonavista.
Thank you, Speaker. For years, the communities of Route 235 had a memorandum of understanding with government that the snowplow would be strategically stationed in Kings Cove to respond to emergencies. With the absence of 24-hour snow clearing, this plow would be deployed in minutes for fire or medical 911 calls in order to provide assistance during bad weather. Otherwise, residents of the region can count on well over an hour for an emergency response. We, the undersigned, call upon the House of Assembly to urge the government of Newfoundland and Labrador to explore every option to have this plow restationed in Kings Cove. We've got a bill coming up in the House, Speaker, either today or tomorrow, entitled Public Safety Act, Bill 95. Public Safety Act, where we make sure we look after the public safety in Newfoundland and Labrador. This plow has been stationed in Kings Cove for well over 50 years because it makes good sense to be stationed there, that if there's an emergency call, they could respond. This government took it away last year. They removed that plow while the options existed to have it located in Kings Cove. So what happens now in Route 235 going up the Bonavista Bayside? The person will have to travel 22 kilometers before the ambulance leaves Bonavista to get to the depot. Once they get to the depot to get to the truck, they'll then have 22 kilometers to get to Kings Cove, where the fire emergency people would be coming from their depot. The ambulance would have to come behind and get from Bonavista to Kings Cove. So while we have response times in St. John's, which they're be commended for 15 minutes response times, there is no way in inclement weather that an emergency response vehicle could get to either of the communities in 235 during inclement weather. Whether you be in Tickle Cove, Opinal, Redcliffe, whether you be in Plate Cove East, Plate Cove West, Kings Cove, Keels, Dunterra, Knights Cove, Stock Cove, you can't expect an emergency vehicle during that inclement weather. And I would say the options for this memorandum of understanding that was in existence for over 50 years was in last year. It occurs this year, and I don't know, we fail to see why the government has not made it happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Transportation Infrastructure for a response.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for this, and I just want to mention that there is actually no depot in Kings Cove. The decision was made because the person who was using the plow there and operating and working for transportation and infrastructure actually lived in that community. That's why it's there. And so that's why the decision was made after this person retired.
The Honourable Member, Tops of Paradise.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've presented this petition many times as well. Whereas Route 60 through Topsail is a heavily populated area with physically active residents, and whereas residents and young children who walk to school daily are finding it very unsafe with the deplorable state of erosion along the shoulders of Route 60 through Topsail. Therefore, we petition the Honourable House of Assembly as follows. We, the undersigned, call upon the House of Assembly to urge the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador to find a more permanent solution and install curb and gutter to the areas affected by erosion. I've only been here a short time, really. It seems like a short time. It's probably approaching 6 years. But in those short 6 years, I've dealt with, well, four separate ministers of transportation and infrastructure. And of course, we have a new minister responsible now, and I'm hoping to have a discussion with him on this. But this section of road and curb is probably 1.5 kilometers to 2 kilometers. It comes down over Topsail Hill, around the bend, and out towards the school. And in heavy rainfall, the shoulder gets heavily eroded. The road is pitted with potholes that we do call the department on, and they do come out and repair the potholes. But the problem is a more permanent solution for this is what's required. Now, I understand the town of CBS and government have been having discussions on determining if CBS could take over the road. But it's like selling a car. If you're going to sell a car, you have it detailed first. And this road here it's in a mess. And really, government is still responsible for Route 60. I would expect government should be doing some more permanent repairs to this road and putting in curb and gutter where it's needed, because one side of this road is total gravel that gets eliminated, especially given our last month of rain that's gone. And I've come across individuals who have, well, one elderly lady broke her ankle walking the road there. So this has been a long time coming. I've, again, spoken with at least 4 separate ministers of transportation and infrastructure, and I would hope that with the current minister that there'll be some work forward to come up with a more permanent solution to this, because it is desperately needed on a road that is heavily traveled by both vehicles and pedestrians alike, as well as young school children. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure for response.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this. The member opposite is accurate in stating that our officials, including myself, have had conversations with the town of CBS about Route 60 specifically. As I mentioned during question period, I had an email exchange with a resident who was asking about that as well. And my response to the member opposite, yeah, I am the 4th, since he's been here, the 4th Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure. I'll take his word on that. But I will be looking at all roads in Newfoundland and Labrador. And again, I say this and I mean it, safety is a priority for our department, not just me, but for all the officials and the bureaucrats who work in transportation and infrastructure.
The Honourable Member Mount Pearl Southlands.
Thank you, Speaker. Background to this petition as follows. Over the last number of years, there appears to have been a noticeable increase in crime within the St. John's metro region. While much of it has been centred around break-ins into vehicles, sheds and residential dwellings, which many people attribute to individuals attempting to feed their drug addictions, there has also been several instances of violent crime. Within the city of Mount Pearl, there have been instances of teenagers being attacked on the trail system, and just recently there were 2 separate instances of adults being seriously assaulted by a group of out-of-control teens, allegedly including the use of weapons. What is even scarier about these latest incidents in Mount Pearl is that they appear to have been unprovoked, random acts of violence against unsuspecting law-abiding citizens. As a result of these incidents, many people in Mount Pearl no longer feel safe in their community. They're afraid to go for a walk on the city's beautiful walking trails and are in fear for the safety of their children and their elderly parents. While these latest incidents have had an impact on the people of Mount Pearl, it's recognized that many communities in the St. John's metro region are experiencing similar issues. It's also worth noting that while violent crime has been on the rise, policing levels have actually decreased over the past 2 years. Therefore, we petition the Honourable House of Assembly as follows: to urge the government to allocate funding for the provision of additional police resources within the St. John's metro region to help combat violent crime and associated public safety concerns. To further urge the government to work with their other provincial counterparts throughout the country to lobby the federal government for a review of the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and their associated sentencing guidelines to result in greater accountability for repeat and habitual offenders, as well as those who perpetrate violent crimes. Also, to urge the government to prioritize resources in dealing with some of the factors which can contribute to these criminal behaviours, such as poverty, housing, mental health and addictions, rehabilitation and reintegration, and appropriate resources in our school system. Mr. Speaker, I think we've all heard of the incidents that have occurred in Mount Pearl. It says here in the petition 2, there actually was 3. Another one came to light that happened a couple of weeks prior to that, an assault, a similar assault to the other 2 that happened at a business on Commonwealth Avenue. Certainly not something we're used to seeing in our community, as generally speaking, but they did happen. And as is indicated in the petition, people are very concerned. There is a lot of fear out there. I know it's not just happening in Mount Pearl. We've seen instances. We know drugs are on the rise, and we've seen violent incidents, certainly in St. John's and the whole region. People chopped up and put in a suitcase. We've had armed standoffs. There's been drive-by shootings in our community, something we've never seen before. And we just need to ensure we have the appropriate resources. So I say to the Minister of Justice, budgets is coming up. Time to look at more boots on the ground for the RNC in the metro region. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety for a response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his petition and the many people that have signed his petition. But let me first of all say thank you to the women and men in our great policing agencies that we have in our province, and in particular the RNC. In this particular case, I think that happened, and less than 48 hours later, those individuals were apprehended, charges laid, and working through the criminal justice system. And I do thank the honourable member for pleading a case that's already been pled, and we're working very hard on it. In the last 3 weeks alone, we've announced some $46 million in policing resources in this province. And those resources have not taken full effect yet. They are starting to. There is recruitment out there. There is people getting trained for out in those positions. But let's even rewind a little bit further than that. Over the last 3 years, we've put in additional $40 million with the RNC and the RCMP, those 2 police forces alone. That brings the total to the RCMP of about $95 million a year to provide policing in this province to about 80% of the geography, and then the remaining $75 million to the RNC that police about 20% of the geography in this province. Do I agree that their crime is on the rise? Absolutely, I agree with that. That's why we're making those investments now. We've made, in that $21 million, we've started another joint task force that will attack guns, drugs, and contraband. Those are 3 major things that perpetuate crime in this province. We're attacking those. We've got a joint task force with 5 RNC officers, 5 RCMP officers put in this area of the province, in the Avalon region where we know it's we put a leadership position in place for it.
Minister's time has expired. The Honourable member from Placentia West Bellevue.
Thank you, Speaker. The background to this petition is as follows. Whereas there have not been any improvements in Wi-Fi and cell service throughout the district of Placentia West Bellevue for 10 years, therefore we petition the Honourable House of Assembly as follows. We, the undersigned, call upon the House of Assembly to urge the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador to formulate a plan to improve Wi-Fi and cell service issues throughout the district of Placentia West Bellevue, affecting fire and emergency services, tourism, business, medical services, and personal use that does not meet today's standards and exceptions and expectations. Speaker, this is signed by people of the English Harbour East district, or town. And I was just there recently, last week for a meeting. And I actually, this is one of the towns that I think had been getting some improved cell service. But when we were down there, I wanted to bring in my assistant so that she could be part of the meeting. And there was that much difficulty trying to get her on the phone, just to have her on the speakerphone, that it kind of didn't really work out because it was very intermittent, the voices and stuff for her. So that's just in that area. And I mean, you know, when we look at, you know, English Harbour East is 32 kilometers off the Bjorn Peninsula Highway. Most of the towns in my district are off a branch, so therefore they're not necessarily close to cell towers, but we just don't have enough cell towers. I don't understand how we're trying to improve industry and we don't have that opportunity for them to be able to call from any remote areas or anything like that. But not only remote areas, but right in the middle of some towns. Like that, it's just unbelievable to me that we're so far behind on today's standards when it comes to that. The biggest one is that we just heard in question period about, you know, teledoc and medical services and stuff like that. That's okay if you have Wi-Fi and cell service. But, you know, when you're in a town like Little Harbour East or Fairhaven or, you know, I just said English Harbour East, Grand Lapierre, Terrenceville, all these towns deserve to be treated the same as any other town. They're in remote areas. They're in, you know, they need this cell service because, you know, not only for personal use, but then also, you know, the tourism industry is very reliant on Wi-Fi and cell service because we want people to enjoy the experience, no different with the amenities that they would have at home. So I really would implore the Minister of IET to have a look and let us know what the plan is for Placentia West Bellevue and furthermore for the whole province, because there's a lot of dead areas when it comes to Wi-Fi and cell service in the province. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Industry, Energy and Technology for response.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciate the petition from the member opposite. One of the biggest challenges we face, alongside many issues that are not are covered by one jurisdiction, is the fact that this is, as I've said many, many times before, it's federally regulated. It's not just a provincial purview issue. The other fact is that we are dealing with private industry. Now, we've taken a number of steps over the last number of years when it comes to making increased investment in cellular coverage or in Wi-Fi hotspots. One of the issues we have is that we had to continue to go to the private industry to talk about what they are doing, what they are bringing to the table. As it relates to Placentia West Bellevue, what I will say is that we have, over the last number of years, had partnership projects where we'll fund so much, the provider will fund so much, and the municipality can fund so much. I don't have a list as to whether any of the communities in Placentia West Bellevue actually applied to the program or not. These municipalities absolutely could apply. So what I can do is endeavor to go back to the department to get the list to see if they're there. But what I would say to the member is feel free to have communities reach out to discuss creative ways that we can increase service in these areas. It's not just always cellular coverage. Sometimes there are other ways that we can do this. So again, we're continuing to work on this. I will note it's frustrating. It's not just the bad thing is it's not just shared by that district. We have seen degradation in many other areas. So we'll continue to work with the federal government. We'll continue to work with the providers to ensure that we're not seeing a decrease in service. We all want an increase in service. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is a petition to introduce legislation recognizing housing as a human right. These are the reasons for the petition. Concerned citizens of Newfoundland and Labrador urge leaders to take action to address the issue of homelessness throughout the province. Growing numbers are ending up in for-profit emergency shelters, which are costing taxpayers millions of dollars out of desperation. In 2019, the Parliament of Canada passed the National Housing Strategy Act, which declared housing as a human right. More recently, the federal housing advocate Marie-Josée Houle stated in her report Upholding Dignity and Human Rights that the human right to adequate housing is an obligation affirmed in international human rights law, including in treaties that Canada has signed and ratified, as well as in human rights declarations and other applicable international norms and standards. and has called upon all levels of government to adopt a human rights approach to housing crisis. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call upon the House of Assembly to urge the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador to introduce legislation recognizing housing as a human right. Speaker, I also draw attention then to the St. John's Community Plan to End Homelessness, 2024 to 2028. And it talks about here again that, again, the Federal Housing Advocate's Office, that ensuring the right to housing means creating 4.4 million homes in Canada that are permanently affordable and accessible. If the three levels of government can't work together to ensure that an adequate supply of housing, the right to housing has not been realized. And I would say then that in this province, the right to housing has not been realized. And I draw the attention back to Rhonda Whalen about accessible housing. We started pushing for her situation almost a year ago to get that rectified. And still, Speaker, she's still in a unit that's inaccessible. She can't get out of it without the use of an inter-facility transport. She's separated from her granddaughter. She's basically forced to live with indignities. So it's great to be able to say that it's an unfortunate situation, but I think here that if we're going to recognize housing as a human right, then it's making sure that people like Ms. Whalen have the housing they need to meet their needs and that they can be together with their family. That's as simple as it comes. And to address it as quickly as possible, this has been an ongoing, there's got to be some way too, Speaker, that the city and the provincial government housing departments can work together to actually address some of these issues, because this has gone on for too long because they have not been able to work together. It's as simple as that. Address this situation. I think we have if I remember the one study, 4% of the housing is public housing is accessible. So at some point that's got to be increased. It's as simple as that. It's got to be increased. I understand there are repairs being made, but we have too many houses that are out of service and need renovations. But if we're going to address the issue, then maybe making sure that the houses as they're renovated, they are accessible. We had an opportunity with Livingston Street.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
The Honourable the Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, I just wanted to stand up and just correct the date on the PMR that I said earlier. It's effective January 2025. Thank you.
Orders of the day. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Off the order paper, order number 2.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Deputy Government House Leader, that an Act to amend the Lands Act number 2, Bill 68, be now read a third time.
It is moved and seconded that the said bill be now read a third time. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour? All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Lands Act number 2, Bill 68.
This bill has been now read a third time. Is ordered the bill do pass. Its title be on the order paper. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Off the order paper, order number 3.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister for Municipal and Provincial Affairs, that an act respecting licensed practical nurses, registered psychiatric nurses, and nurse practitioners, Bill 87, be now read a third time.
It is moved and seconded bill number 87 be now read a third time. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Okay. The Honourable Member for Humber Bay of Islands.
Mr. Speaker, this is concerning the nurses, and I'm talking about the nurse practitioners in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. There was questions asked today, and you could see how this is nonchalant for the government. And this is very concerning for me. It's extremely concerning. And I'll tell you why. We stand up here and we talk about the seniors in the province. Most of the people in this province, I know in Western Newfoundland, that are using nurse practitioners are seniors. And to be nonchalant when the Leader of the Opposition asks a question about allowing nurse practitioners to build the government so the money don't come out of their pockets, and the nonchalant attitude is disheartening. It's actually disheartening. And I sang out to the Premier, and I don't usually shout across the House, but I shouted out to the Premier of the province, because I listen to all the answers. I said to the Premiers, come out and tell those seniors to their face come out and tell them to their face. If you want to sit in your chair, if you want to sit in your chair and laugh and smile and talk about something else which don't affect the seniors when the leader of the opposition asked the questions about nurse practitioners, getting on talking about what he did in 2015 while those seniors are suffering, don't have a doctor, can't get an emergency because there's not enough room. I can tell you, it's frustrating. When the Premier of this province and nurse practitioners, it is relevant. This is about nurses. This it is. Come out and meet with them. Come out. I'll arrange the meeting. So when you got nurse practitioners in this province willing to supply a service, willing on the night times, in the weekends, because the need, and we got to ask a question to the Premier, and he talks about something in 2015, which wasn't even true. Because we're the ones who asked the Healthcare Corps to give us 3 options so we can make the decision. It wasn't even true what he was talking about. It wasn't even true. I was there. I was there. We asked for the 3 options. We asked for the options to bring in when we brought down the 2016, which wasn't a good budget, and I agree it wasn't. But we had to do what we had to do. So getting back to the nurse practitioners, why don't I don't care what the reasons are. The government has control. They can do it. They can make that decision. But when a serious question is asked about it and pass it off, and I can see the seniors in the face don't know if they can go because they can't afford it. They go get blood work. They got to go back for another one. And the nurse practitioners got to find some way to keep the door open, supply services because of lack of doctors. And they can't get into emergency. Trust me. Trust me. I know one person who wanted to go to the media, and he was escorted out of the hospital. The next day, they sent the nurse over to his house, and they told him and the person with him, we can't have a bed for you. You go in this room, you really want to, but they moved him out because someone more urgent needed. Then they told him, we'll get you escorted out. He actually told me that. He's a good friend of mine. So I say to the government, here we are passing this bill again in the 3rd reading, and we got seniors who are suffering. We got nurse practitioners who's apparently a part of the nurses union. And then we can make a change in this legislature and we're not doing it. We're actually not doing it. And when questions are being asked, it's nonchalant. I tell you, it's frustrating. It's actually frustrating. I always thought, and I spend a lot of time in this house. Whenever there's a problem, we try to find a solution to the problem. And when there's a health care, we all get together to find a solution for health care. And here's the opposition. I raised it many times. The member from Mount Pearl Southlands with me, he raised it many times on it. And we have an easy solution. And what do we get? Laughing. Nonchalant. Don't even want to answer the question. Talking about something that happened 10 years ago, which wasn't even the leader of the opposition's fault. We did it. And I want to say it, and I say it again. I make no more to do. If you're going to attack somebody, I got no problem on issues. But when you want to make something up to make that person look bad, I know how it feels. I know how people jump on it because of it. And it's not happening while I'm here. I will stand up for the truth. And the truth was, we asked all of them. We asked all the 4 agencies to give us options what to make cuts because we had to make the decision in 2016. And that was all a part of it. So I urge the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Health and Community Services, and the Premier, if you really feel that not answering the question and trying to respond by something that happened 10 years ago is not real, come out and I'll bring you to the seniors. What better way, Mr. Speaker, to get something about the nurse practitioners to see the real urgency of it than someone with the courage to sit down with the seniors in a room and let them tell their stories. Let them tell their stories, not mine. Let them tell their stories. Let them come up and say why they can't go back. Let them do it. Let them tell them why they can't go back and get the blood work. Why they can't get a follow-up? Because they can't afford it. We hear in this house numerous occasions about cost of living. We're doing stuff. Here's something we can do. And if someone says, well, and I don't know who it was last week, said, well, some union don't want them to do it. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I'm going to be writing, find out. Doing that today. There'll be a letter gone tomorrow to find out. Because if that is the problem, I don't know. I'm going to. So I could say it on the record that the Minister of Health and Community Services just told me that the reason why you won't, they said, who's they? The Nurses Union told you that they don't want to allow the billing is because they don't want to lose membership. Is that correct? Okay, well, can you just tell me?
They're opposed. Order, please.
They're opposed to it.
They're opposed to it. They're opposed to it. Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If the Nurses Union is opposed to allowing nurse practitioners to bill, so seniors, you want the first person who wants to stand up to go help the seniors? I'll do it. The member for Mount Pearl Southlands will take the lead. We will do it. There are times you got to make a tough decision. There are times. And I can tell you, I don't mind making a tough decision. 2016 was the toughest decision that we, as a Liberal government, made. Did we want to make it? No. Did the government at the time have to make it? Yes. But we made it. We made it. And I stand, and I was a part of it. I'll stand to be a part of it because of what the information we were in dire straits. And I will never, ever criticize anybody for that budget. There's a lot of to and fro, but we made the decision. So I say here now to the Minister of Health and Community Services, if we're standing by and a nurses union is opposed to allow nurse practitioners on the West Coast, I'll stand with you. And if there's a protest out there on those steps for nurses saying that, no, we don't want that, I'll go out and I'll address the nurses myself. And if there's a protest in Corner Brook, I'll be the first one sitting in, waiting for them to come into the protest. You know why? Seniors and the people who can't afford it need it. They actually need it. There's times the government got to make a decision that may be tough. This may be tough because you may have some backlash, but the benefits is going to outweigh it. There's just no way that anybody can explain to me why you don't let a senior not pay for health care. Why a senior can't go and get the second blood work because they can't afford it. But yet we turn around and say health care is free. It's not free. It's not free. And then there's a doctor's clinic in Corner Brook. And the seniors, a lot of people go to the walk-in clinic. They line up 6 o'clock in the morning. 6 o'clock in the morning, they line up, no matter what the weather, they got to be outside. They don't, if it's stormy, if it's raining, they got to wait to get in line. Then after they're lucky enough to say, yes, you're the first 50 to get in, they got to stay around until their name is called. And here we got an opportunity. We have an opportunity to change some of that. We have an opportunity to take off the load on the emergency department. And this government won't do it. This government won't do it. And then someone turns around and says, oh, well, we got this other methods to do it. You can't. Trust me, it's not working. Trust me, because I know the people. I know the people. I know the loads out in the emergency room. I know many people who got to go to the nurse practitioner speaker. I know a lot. I know. I get called every day. Remember?
We're going to pay $500 phone call to Teledoc instead.
And then you pay for a Teledoc instead. $500 a call. So I urge the government. I strongly urge the government on behalf of the people who can't afford it, the people who are less fortunate, the people who don't want to spend 2 hours out in the rain, snow, storm, get it changed. Get it changed. And I don't care who hears me from the nurses union. I don't care. If they have a protest, I'll be out on the steps talking to them. If they got one in Corner Brook, I'll even be in there sitting down waiting for it. Because I can tell you, when you got a senior waiting for his blood work and can't afford to go get it, I'll stand up to him. I will stand up to him. Because I think when you explain that to the rank and file, and I speak to the rank and file on a regular basis in Corner Brook, for personal reasons within family, I speak to them on the rank, and they tell me they don't know why it's not done. The rank and file is telling me that. The rank and file. I got text messages last night, 11 o'clock, about why isn't it done? From nurses. From nurses, because some of the people, they say, well, I can't give you blood work. I got to wait for my check to come in. From nurses last night at 11:05. I got text messages from nurses wanting it done because their patients, the ones that they see, they drug emergency. Well, what are you doing here? Well, I couldn't give you blood work. I'm hoping you can get it for me. That's a fact. It's actual a fact. Then they got to follow up the blood work. Has it changed? Okay? Did it change? Do I need my pills? Do I need the medication increased or decreased? Do I need any extra medication? So there's not just simple, go get a blood work, see you later, have a nice day. We all know that. Anybody in this room, whoever went for blood work, does a follow-up. We all know that. We all know that. And here we are again, taking this nonchalant, because when the question was asked today, now it actually disturbed me. It actually disturbed me. The attitude of nurse practitioners not be able to bill. I can tell you, not very often things in here disturb me, but today, that disturbed me. And it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. And then when you want to mock a leader of the party, and there's lots of opportunities that we can go to and from about something that never happened, and trying to put it on his shoulders about something happened in 2015, and avoid the issue of the people who need the nurse practitioners to be able to build government, it's saddening. And I can tell you, leader of the opposition can pick up for yourself. I know the man for 55 years. You can pick up for yourself. I know that. You can pick up for yourself. I got no problem with that. But when you want to attack him and then use the seniors on the West Coast and people underprivileged to attack him, to sit down and make a mockery of it, is just not right. So I'll take my seat and I'll say to the governor, I'll say to the Minister of Health and Community Services, if you want to make that decision, and if you want to worry about anybody coming protesting you or complaining to you, let me tell you, I'll have your back. I'll have your back. And I can tell you, when I see the seniors out in Corner Brook, when I see the seniors and other people who need it, I can tell you one thing right now. I'll take it to the hilt. I would do whatever I can to make sure they get proper health care. And if I just stand up to any group, I'll do it. Because that's what we're elected to do, to stand up for the people who are less fortunate. And it's sad. It's actually sad to constantly have an easy answer because someone don't want it, we're not going to do it. And it's just sad. I can honestly tell you, I don't get frustrated too much in here because I understand the to and fro. But when you're dealing with health care, when you're dealing with necessity, when you get people crying on the phone, you're sad. So I just wanted to have a few words on that bill, about the bill that came through about the nurses and nurse practitioners. And I urge the minister and I urge the premier, next time you're asked a question about nurse practitioners building the government, it's serious. It's real. You mightn't have it in around here. You mightn't have it in St. John's. You mightn't know the people. But I can tell you, I do. The member from Mount Pearl Southlands do. And I know there's members of the opposition. I know one in Steveville do a lot. I got calls on there. Out Clarnville way do. So this is a real issue. So don't make a mockery of it. If you make a mockery of it, you're making a mockery of the people who need it the most, the less vulnerable. And once you make a mockery of the less fortunate, you lose your way. You forget what we're here for. Trust me, you forget what we're here for. We're here for the people out there, not a bunch in here bawling and shouting. People wouldn't even pay attention to this. A lot of people mightn't even pay attention to what's going on in here. But the decisions that we make can affect the people that need it. So I'm asking the Liberal government, on behalf of the people, please find your way. Remember the oath you swore was to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador to make decisions that's going to be the best for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. And here's one simple way that we can help a lot of people less fortunate, a lot of seniors, take a lot of pressure off the emergency room, especially, I'm speaking on behalf of Corner Brook, out in Corner Brook, and we can do it with a stroke of the pen, and we're not doing it. And making a mockery of it, that's just adding insult to injury. And I say to the people of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, I'm asking the government, I'm asking the Liberal government, which I was a part of since I was 12 years old, find your way. Find a way to get this done. Because if you don't find a way to get this done, you're on that slippery slope where we're in here, and then we're losing what we're supposed to do with the oath that we swore to. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat now, and I hope that the government will look at this seriously. This is not politics for me. Not politics one bit. If I ran again tomorrow, I think I'll win. I think I'll win. I really think I would win. This is about seniors who need it. This is a decision you can make. Stroke of the pen. The money is there. Stroke of the pen. If there's one group against it, we could take them on. We could tell them why. We could explain it. We don't need to go arguing and fighting with them. We could explain why we're doing it. That's all. I don't mean that we got to go out and bash heads or go out and have a big rally and start saying it. We don't need to. Because I can tell you, the messages I got last night were from nurses. They were from nurses. And the person I called today is one of the people here, nurse practitioner, wants to with Camp Bill. The nurses from Cormac are asking me to contact them. So this idea that the nurses are against this, not the ones I know. So I'll take my seat, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just tell the people that I've been around this a long time. There are times when people lose their way. And I've seen it over my 30-something years of people losing their way, forgetting why we're here. This is one example. Liberals, the Liberal government, you're losing your way. Because there's a way to do this, to make lives better. You would save lives. You would take a lot of stress off people. You take it off the less vulnerable. And that's what we're here for. Please get back to the Liberal way to help the less vulnerable, to help the seniors. That was always the Liberal way. That was always the Liberal way. Is take the middle of the road, help the less vulnerable. Help the less vulnerable. That's what we were always built on, the Liberal Party. That is the ideas that I always had. That is the ideas that when Joey smiled when I was going around with his sign. So I say to the members opposite, don't take this as a political speech. Take this as a plea. Take this as a plea for mercy for the people that really need it, that we can do it. And I can tell you, the Liberal government, I can tell you that you will get more accolades. You will get more people supporting you by doing this here. But by doing this here, Mr. Speaker, people get more support. So this is not trying to bash the Liberal government. This is trying to say, here's what we can do to help out. So I'm asking you, please, for the final time, find your way in this policy. And I know there's a lot of ministers over there who know what I'm talking about, who've been through this. And I know the Minister of Seniors and Wellness. I know you want to do something for this. I know this. So Mr. Speaker, I know I hate to be shouted over, Mr. Speaker. It's such a serious issue. I really do.
Not your turn to talk.
I say to the member for Fortune Bay, Cape Hone, you're in the cabinet. You can get it done. You can stand up for it. So that's all. And I know you want to. And I know you want to. I know you want to.
Order, please.
Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying.
Order, please. Rest your chair, please.
Sorry, Speaker. And I know. So if each one of you take a stand. Take a stand. And I know the Minister of Senior and Wellness, and I know the member for Housing. You know how this affects seniors because you know it. And I know you're probably the most liberal, compassionate person. I know. You are. But this is something you can do. But you are. Seriously, you really are. I know you. I'm going back years. No. I'm going back years when I knew that member. And I know how compassionate he is. And I could go through a whole side over there. And I really feel deep down inside, the members opposite wants this done. So there has to be someone has to take that load and carry it in cabinet. Someone has to do that. Someone got to step up and say, no, we should do this. And it should be done. It really, really should be done. And then you got to take it seriously, though. But when there's a question asked to the opposition, to the government, and it's not even answered, it's a sad state when it's not even answered. If you want to stay up and stand up on your feet and say, here's the reasons why we can't do it, at least you're showing respect. But when you don't even respond to that question and fluff it off, it's lack of respect to the people who really need it. So I'll take my seat for the final time, and I say to the member for Fortune Bay, Capel-Hoon, you got a lot of you get the same thing done your way. Start the ball rolling. And I'm after speaking to 5 or 6 other members and explaining it too. And I know you will. I know you're concerned about people. I know that. I know it. You all are. But we need someone to take that and run with it and get it done, please. And I'll guarantee you right now, I give you my commitment. If there's any backlash from it, I'll be the first one out with you, standing with you. And you know I will. And you know I will, Speaker, because it's so serious for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, especially seniors, especially the less fortunate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take my seat.
The Honourable Member Mount Pearl Southlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not going to take as long as my honourable colleague did, but I do just want to point out the fact, and kind of reference it. My colleague, obviously, his concern is the West Coast and the seniors on the West Coast. I know he cares about all the seniors, but he's referencing the West Coast. And I just want to say...
Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. I ask the members, if you got conversation, please take them outside. Order, please. Member of Terranova and the Minister... No. Try it. Member of Mount Pearl Southlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the protection. So as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, I couldn't agree with him more, and he's referencing the...
Order, please. Order, please. I remind the Minister of Digital Government Service and the Opposition House Leader, please, if you want to take it outside, take the conversation outside. The member from Mount Pearl Southland has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to try again. I do agree with what my colleague is saying, but he is referencing the West Coast. I just want to say, just for the record here in the House Assembly, that this is a provincial issue and it impacts the entire province, including the East Coast. And I've got lots of constituents. I've had lots of people reach out to me. I'm sure all my members here on the Avalon Peninsula, the Northeast Avalon, I'm sure they've all gotten calls as well of people that do not have primary care. Despite what the government may have in place, a lot of them still do not have primary care. And calling 811 or Teledoc or whatever is just not cutting it for a lot of people. There is an opportunity, I believe, to utilize nurse practitioners in this role. We talked about for a number of years in this House of Assembly. As long as I can remember, we've been talking about everybody working to their skill set, how we had all these professionals that were not working to their scope of practice, and we needed to be able to expand their scope of practice. And we've now done that in some cases. Arguably, there might be areas we can expand it even more. But we have expanded scope of practice for nurses, for nurse practitioners, for pharmacists and so on. But it's pointless to be expanding the scope of practice if after we do so, we do not utilize these people to their full potential. So we do have nurse practitioners who are obviously able to fill in some of the gaps. I know they're not doctors, but they are able to fill in some of the gaps that currently exist for people that do not have a primary care provider. And it's actually happening. I'm not sure, I don't know of many, if any, nurse practitioners' offices necessarily in St. John's area, but I know on Cornerbrook in that area they do have clinics. But as my colleague says, they have to pay for that service. And there's just a lot of people, seniors in particular, but a lot of people who just cannot afford to pay, but they really have no choice. So now they're having to make those real tough choices. It's all bad enough. Now, it's all bad enough you got to choose between taking your pills and groceries so you can feed yourself. Now we're going to add in taking your pills, keeping the lights on, eating your groceries, and paying for a visit to the nurse practitioner's office for necessary services that they require. It's just not right. It's not what our system was founded on for them to do that. I see no difference, no difference. If I can go to a family doctor right now, and that family doctor could bill MCP, why can't a nurse practitioner do the same thing? Nobody has been able to give an answer, by the way. I haven't heard it. Maybe and I do try to listen, I really do. I have not heard a valid reason given yet as to why this cannot happen. Now, the only thing I just heard now, just shortly ago, was that the nurses' union. I find that hard to believe. I do. And I got no problem talking to the president of the nurse union either. I just find that difficult to believe. How is allowing a nurse practitioner to be able to have a clinic and bill MCP, how is that impacting any of the nurses? All the nurses that are working at the Health Science and St. Clair's Hospital and wherever, there's nobody taking their jobs? Like, who is being threatened by doing that? Why would they be against it? I assume they're still going to be part of the RNU and all that stuff anyway. So I can't understand why the nurses' union would have an issue with it. I really can't. It's not taking anybody's work. If anything, I could see maybe where the medical association potentially might say they got a problem with it because perhaps that means some of the quote-unquote easy patients or ones that don't require a lot of care that might go to a nurse practitioner, you're taking them away, they can come into my office and I can get paid for them. I haven't heard them come out and say that, but I could understand that, where you have, one provider saying, now they're going to start poaching my patients or whatever, and I'm losing patients because they're going over here. I haven't heard them say it, but I could understand how that could be an issue. But why would the nurses' union care? Why would the nurses' union care? I don't get it. It just doesn't make sense to me why they would even care. So I'm with my colleague here, and I've heard other members here in the official opposition raise this numerous times as well, and I'm sure there's members on that side as well who agree. What is the problem with allowing a nurse practitioner to bill MCP no different than a doctor is doing? What is the issue? It's not like it's not already happening. It's already happening. People are going to nurse practitioners. They're going to nurse practitioners' clinic. The only difference is they're going to pay for it out of their pocket. So, if anything, that's the true definition of privatization. Like, we're talking about privatization. I heard someone say, we don't want to privatize healthcare. That's what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing right now. When someone goes to a nurse practitioner's office and they got to pay out of pocket and they cannot get reimbursed from MCP, that is the ultimate definition of privatization. That's actually what's happening. It makes no sense to me why we would. That goes against the whole fundamentals of our healthcare system in this country. We are actually privatizing services where someone goes to see a nurse practitioner to get blood work done, or to get a prescription refilled, or because they got a cold or whatever they got, and they got to pay out of pocket. That's what we're allowing to happen. We are privatizing it. It doesn't make sense why we would not just simply say bill MCP the same way a doctor is billing MCP. So I know this has come up numerous times, probably going to come up again. I hope it comes up again. But at the end of the day, this is an easy fix. This is an easy fix for the government. And again, I just cannot fathom why the nurses' union, if that's what the minister is saying, I cannot fathom why they would have an issue with it. I really can't. But at the end of the day, the people of Newfoundland and Labrador didn't elect the NLMA, they didn't elect the nurses' union, they didn't elect any of those unions, none of them. They elected 40 people in here. Those are the ones who were elected to do what's best for the people of this province. And this is something that needs to happen. We cannot have seniors paying out of pocket or anybody for that matter, that can't afford it. We cannot have them paying out of pocket to get a prescription pill, to pay out of pocket to get their blood work done. That is the pure definition of privatization, something that this country was founded on. This country and our healthcare system is founded on the principle that it's not private, that it is public, that it is public pay. And right now, we're allowing privatization to occur as it relates to nurse practitioners, and people are suffering as a result. People are having to pay money they can't afford, and in some cases, just simply not getting the care they need because they can't afford, and we're letting it happen. And all we got to do with the stroke of a pen is allow nurse practitioners to bill MCP. I certainly encourage the government to do just that. Thank you.
Is that ready for question? Is it pleasure to adopt the motion? All those in favor? Aye. All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act respecting licensed practical nurses, registered psychiatric nurses, and nurse practitioners, Bill 87.
This bill has now been read a third time and is ordered the bill do pass as title be on the order paper. The Honorable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call from the order paper order number 4.
Is moved, the Honorable Government House Leader, sorry.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister for Municipal and Provincial Affairs, that an act to repeal the Financial Services Appeal Board Act and to amend various acts of the province to eliminate appeals to the Financial Services Appeal Board, Bill 96, be now read a third time.
It is moved and seconded that Bill number 96 be read a third time. It's a pleasure to adopt the motion. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act to repeal the Financial Services Appeal Board Act and to amend various acts of the province to eliminate appeals to the Financial Services Appeal Board, Bill 96.
This bill has been now read a third time. It's ordered that the bill do pass as title be on the order paper. The Honorable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call from the order paper order number 5.
The Honorable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Deputy Government House Leader, that an act to amend the Arts Council Act, Bill 98, be now read a third time.
It is moved and seconded that Bill number 98 be read a third time. It is a pleasure to adopt the motion. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Arts Council Act, Bill 98.
This bill has now been read a third time. Is ordered the bill do pass as title be on the order paper. The Honorable the Government House Leader.
Off the order paper, motion number 1.
The Honorable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice and Public Safety, that an act to amend the United Church of Canada Act, Bill 99, be now read a first time.
What's he saying?
It is moved and seconded that the Government House Leader shall have leave to introduce a bill, Bill number 99, and the said bill be now read the first time. It's a pleasure to adopt the motion. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried.
Bill, an act to amend the United Church of Canada Act, Bill 99.
This bill has now been read the first time, when she said bill be read a second time. Tomorrow, the Honorable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call from the order paper motion number 2.
The Honorable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Deputy Government House Leader, that an act to amend the Revenue Administration Act number 6, Bill 100, be now read a first time.
It is moved and seconded that the Government House Leader shall have leave to introduce Bill number 100, and that the said bill be now read a first time. It's a pleasure to adopt the motion. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Revenue Administration Act number 6, Bill 100.
This bill has now been read a first time. When should the said bill be read a second time? Tomorrow, the Honorable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call from the order paper motion number 3.
The Honorable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister responsible for Labour, that an act to amend the Labour Standards Act number 2, Bill 101, be now read a first time.
It is moved and seconded that the Government House Leader shall have leave to introduce a bill, the Labour Standards Act number 2, Bill number 101, and the said bill be now read the first time. It's a pleasure to adopt the motion. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Labor Standards Act number 2, Bill 101.
This bill has now been read the first time, which the said bill read a second time. Tomorrow, the Honorable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call from the order paper motion number 4.
The Honorable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice and Public Safety, for leave to that an act respecting the establishment of the Law Enforcement Oversight Commission and the complaints process relating to law enforcement officers, Bill 102, be now read a first time.
It is moved and seconded that the Government House Leader shall have leave to introduce the bill, an act the establishment of the Law Enforcement Oversight Commission and the complaints process relating to law enforcement officers, Bill number 102, and that said bill be now read the first time. It's a pleasure to adopt the motion. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act respecting the establishment of the Law Enforcement Oversight Commission and the complaints process relating to law enforcement officers, Bill 102.
This bill has now been read a first time, which is said bill be read a second time. Tomorrow, the Honorable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call from the order paper motion number 6.
The Honorable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Deputy Government House Leader, that notwithstanding Standing Order 9, this House shall not adjourn at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 4th, but shall continue to sit for the conduct of government business, and if not earlier adjourned, the Speaker shall adjourn the House at midnight.
It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried. The Honorable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call from the order paper motion number 7.
The Honorable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Deputy Government House Leader, that pursuant to Standing Order 11-1, that the House not adjourn at 5:30 p.m. on Monday, December 2nd.
It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried. The Honorable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call from the order paper motion number 8.
The Honorable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Deputy Government House Leader, that pursuant to Standing Order 11-1, that the House not adjourn at 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, December 3rd.
It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried. The Honorable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call from the order paper order number 15.
The Honorable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice and Public Safety, that an act to amend the Family Violence Protection Act, Bill 97, be now read a second time.
The Honorable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise in this honourable House to introduce a bill to make important amendments to the Family Violence Protection Act. The proposed amendments will expand the criteria of applicants for emergency protection orders, also known as EPOs, which are important tools in the fight against family violence. EPOs are non-criminal court matters that a judge of the provincial court may grant in urgent situations to provide immediate protection when family violence has occurred. EPOs are temporary with a maximum duration of 90 days, but the duration varies on the case-by-case basis. Presently, only a person who resides with or has resided with the respondent in a conjugal relationship, whether within or outside marriage, or those who share a child, can apply for an EPO. Others experiencing familial violence or abuse are currently not able to avail of this option to file for an EPO. With proposed changes, any family member related by blood, marriage, or adoption, whether or not they live together, will be able to apply for an EPO. These changes expand protections to more vulnerable people, in particular, the seniors, who may be experiencing violence from other family members, such as adult children. Seniors are often reluctant to press criminal charges, against family members, and EPOs can offer an alternative way to address violence that they may be experiencing from family members. It is also proposed to add the additional category for those in care relationships to apply for an EPO if violence is present. This includes adding a definition of care relationship, which is circumstances between two persons, whether or not they have ever lived together, if one person is or was dependent on another person for assistance in their life activities because of disability, illness, or impairment. This is intended to help protect seniors and others in vulnerable positions when they receive care from non-family members and experience violence. Family violence itself is broadly defined in the Family Violence Protection Act and includes, but not limited to, assaults, threats, damage to property, physical confinement, sexual assault, conduct that would cause someone to fear for their safety, emotional or psychological abuse, financial abuse, and deprivation of food, clothing, medical attention, or other necessities of life. The circumstances for seniors and other family members experiencing violence will still need to align with the requirements for granting an EPO, including meeting the definition of family violence in order for the EPO to be issued. EPOs should be made without delay to ensure the immediate protection of the applicant who is at risk of harm, or whether property that is at risk of damage, Police may apply to the provincial court anytime, 24/7, for an EPO on behalf of an applicant. Lawyers may apply at provincial court by fax or in person during regular court hours. Victims of family violence can apply in person at provincial court during regular court hours. The additional criteria that is and the subject of these amendments were proposed by the NL Network for the Preservation or Prevention of Elder Abuse Steering Committee and the Seniors Advocate. And I thank them both for proposing these innovative approaches to enhancing protections for seniors. Speaker, I will also be amending the Act to include gender-neutral language. These changes demonstrate that the government's commitment to address violence and identify situations that can offer additional safety to those in vulnerable situations. Speaker, I encourage all members in this House to vote in favour of this important amendments to the Family Violence Protection Act. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Thank you, Minister. Now we'll recognize the Honourable, the member for Harbour, Maine.
Thank you, Speaker. And yes, I'm very pleased to speak on this amendment to Bill 97. Bill 97 is the Act to amend Family Violence Prevention Act. So we have heard from the Minister regarding the important amendments that are being proposed. And I can say straight off, from the beginning that those amendments are definitely something that we support and are welcome amendments to this legislation. I think it's important for us to look at the entire legislation, or at least to look at the background legislation, which is the Family Violence Protection Act, and the importance of this act in our society. And I think that it's also important to recognize that this amendment, these amendments that are being proposed in Bill 97 really directly go to a specific piece of what the Family Violence Prevention Act addresses, and that's emergency protection orders. So I think it's also important to just look at the type of family violence that we see in our society and what the emergency protection orders are in place to address. And when we look at family violence, for example, it is a broad definition, and there are many acts that are included in what we consider family violence, and there are many omissions that are included in the term or in the definition of family violence that are committed against an applicant or a child, for example. And when we look at, I'm not going to go through all of the family violence scenarios that have been defined in the Act, but it includes and encompasses many acts, whether it's physical abuse, with an intent to harm someone, that's a type of family violence. Whether it's, so that would be an assault that is intentional, and it's an intentional application of force, and it would cause the person to fear for their safety. So, that is one of the scenarios that we see. We also see intentional, reckless, or threatened acts or omission that cause bodily harm or damage to property. So that is also included in the definition of family violence. There are other things, for example, like an intentional, reckless, or threatened act or omission that causes reasonable fear of bodily harm or damage. So it doesn't actually have to be an act of assault. It can be that threat of assault, for example. Forcible confinement is another example. Any form of sexual violence or threat of sexual violence, that is also included in what we consider and what we know in the law to be family violence. And that could also include things like sharing intimate images without consent, any sexual activity without consent, child sexual abuse. Those are all things that are included in the definition of family violence. It's abuse, as we know, is not always physical. It could include coercive and controlling behavior, intimidation, humiliation that can cause psychological or emotional harm. So the scope is broad, Mr. Speaker. It could be also include, for example, repeatedly calling the person's place of work, checking the person's phone to take tabs, keep tabs on the person. It could be withholding applicants, the alleged victim's bank card, or sabotaging their income. So, it's a broad, my point is, it's a very broad definition of family violence. So when we look at specific emergency protection orders, which are really what the subject of this bill goes to, we look at the need for emergency protection orders to be put in place. And as we know, they're temporary measures. They're emergency measures. The maximum that an applicant can get for an emergency protection order is 90 days. And the judge considers that on a case-by-case basis. So when we look at this particular piece of legislation, Bill 97, we're looking at an expansion, as the minister has stated, an expansion of the scope of these emergency protection orders, so that they will now apply in specific blood relationships. And the minister has referenced that under this new legislation. A person who's related to the respondent by blood, marriage, or adoption, regardless if they live together or not, will now be protected, will now be encompassed, will be included in emergency protection orders. That is a good thing. And so we support that. And I'll have some questions of the minister specifically to flush out exactly the relationships of blood, marriage, and adoption, and how that will look for us, so that we better understand this new amendment. As well, there's a new provision with respect to a person who is or was in a care relationship with the respondent. And we've heard from the minister that there has been some consultation with the seniors advocate on that, as well as the Newfoundland and Labrador Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse, NLNPEA, who are a coalition of community and government partners dedicated to preventing elder abuse in Newfoundland and Labrador. So we are going to see exactly what the consultation involved there with respect to the seniors advocate and this important group who represent the Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse. So that is very good to see that those two amendments specifically will look at the expansion of emergency protection orders. Because why are emergency protection orders important? Why is it that the provincial government and the province has been involved in this? And I'm just going to give a little bit of background about that. Back in 2006, the Family Violence Protection Act came into law in Newfoundland and Labrador. And what did that act do? This is the underlying foundational act that these amendments are addressing. Well, that act provided for new justice system responses. And one of those responses was in the form of emergency protection orders to help victims of family violence, adult victims, and their children in emergency situations. So now we're going to see that expansion to include those in blood relationships and care relationships. So that is important. But what it does, the legislation in 2006, when this came into law, the legislation of the Family Violence Prevention Act, what it did is it filled the gap. It filled the gap in the justice process for victims, because it provided a broader range of more immediate responses. more immediate responses than what we see available through the criminal code. So it is important to note that the emergency protection orders are court orders that the provincial court can grant in urgent situations to provide immediate protection, when family violence has occurred. It's a short-term measure. Emergency protection orders are short-term emergency responses. And as I stated and the minister indicated, these orders go for 90 days. But this is important to have in place to provide further protection for individuals that have been the subject of family violence. The only other thing I want to point out, and when we look at emergency protection orders, they're very serious matters. You know, emergency protection orders have the ability and the power to impact a person's parenting rights. And that is a very serious implication. And it also, emergency protection orders, have the ability to impact a person's right to remain or to reside in their residence. So these are very important tools. These are very important measures. And we also need to recognize that the reason this is so important when we're talking about emergency protection orders, and specifically Bill 97, is that the courts have already recognized and acknowledged that there are cases where parties have attempted to use emergency protection orders for the purposes of perhaps terminating a parent's parental rights and or securing exclusive possession of a residence. And so that is a very important power, and it has to be ensured that it's not abused. And we have to ensure that when these things happen, they are going through the proper channels like emergency protection orders. And that goes to our judges, Speaker, that goes to our judges. It's very important that our judges who are involved in emergency protection orders, that, it's whatever judge is on call. For example, if they have an application for emergency protection order, that happens, we have to ensure that our judges have the adequate training in understanding all of the complexities of intimate partner violence. And that is why it is so important that when we have mandated training on intimate partner violence for our judiciary and for lawyers who, just basically to ensure that victims of intimate partner violence are not re-victimized within the court system and the court process. And we also have to ensure that a trauma-informed and evidence-based process is in place when it comes to the complexity of intimate partner violence, especially, Speaker, when children are involved. So that is one point that I think needs to be assessed when we're looking at these emergency protection orders. We also have to look at the fact that police officers, we have to also ensure that they have the proper and adequate training and, basically the trauma-informed understanding and support, so that when officers are trying to assist individuals who are seeking these emergency protection orders, that they are getting the proper support needed to help individuals go through this very intimidating process. It can be a very intimidating process. Individuals who are seeking to have emergency protection orders are in a state of stress. They probably have been involved and suffered from a background of a history of violence. And so it's a very, very difficult time. So we have to ensure that the people in the justice system, whether the judiciary, the lawyers, and the police officers that are involved in this process, are adequately trained so that any victims are not re-traumatized in the court process. So those are a couple of things I just wanted to provide background on, because it's important to look at really what this is, the foundation of this act, the Family Violence Prevention Act, what it's about. Now we see a couple of amendments coming. They're good amendments. And I support them. As I said, on behalf of the official opposition, we support them. And we look forward to asking the minister in committee various questions to completely, thoroughly understand what these amendments are that they are suggesting and proposing. So on that note, I thank you, Speaker. That concludes my comments.
Thank you very much. Thanks. The member now recognize the member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker, and I won't take too much time to repeat what the honourable member from Harbour Main has said. First of all, we do, like I said, we do support these amendments and these changes. They are needed. I believe that they were, these are stuff that came from the Newfoundland Labrador Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse Steering Committee. The Seniors Advocate has also talked about it, and they were these are some of the stuff that was flagged in the Senior Advocate's report of 2019. Talk about vulnerability and about being susceptible to violence due to dependence or other assistance and support. Unquestionably in the area of concern for seniors, where the legal reaches out to very vulnerable adults, including seniors. So, this is stuff that was pointed out in different reports throughout the last number of years, and we're glad to see that these are coming in. The amendments, fill the gaps in the existing legislation, which allows for people living in conjugal relationships with the alleged abuser or parents of children in an abusive relationship. The new legislation allows for any blood relative, marriage, or adoption to apply for an EPO, whether they currently reside with the person allegedly being abused or not. It also allows persons in care relationships to apply for an EPO. These would be people providing assistance to another because of a disability, illness, or impairment. And this would mostly apply to seniors as well as persons with physical or intellectual disabilities. So, these are things that we've, that's been pointed out time and time again in different pieces of reports or reporting from people, from people who advocate for seniors, advocate with people with disabilities, and advocate people with who advocate on behalf for, interpartial, I'm tongue-tied there now, Speaker, intimate partner violence, and these are things that, these EPOs are a very important piece of our legislation to help protect people. We understand, there's a maximum 90-day limit, but the 90 days is intended to give all parties and people to help come up with a long-term solution or a long-term plan to protect individuals from violence or other types of abuse. And we just look to all the cases in the last number of years with seniors being abused financially and emotionally and things like that as well. And these are things we want to make sure that there's enough legislation there to protect those individuals with things like an EPO. So with that, I don't want to belabor this too much, but we do support this, these changes. We think it's very important that we do as much as we can to protect vulnerable people in our community and those who try to stop those who try to take advantage of those vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you. Now recognize the member from Mount Pearl Southlands.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not going to take long, Speaker. I'll be supporting Bill 97. I think the details have been hashed out pretty good by certainly the minister and certainly the member of the official opposition, the critic. I guess at the end of the day, I think it's kind of sad, really, in a way, that you would need this kind of legislation to just think about it, to have to protect parents from their own children and protect vulnerable people from their own caregivers that may or may not be family members. But sadly, these types of things have happened in the past, and sadly they'll probably continue to happen to some degree, as much as we try to put measures in place to stamp out that kind of behavior. There's going to be, human nature is going to kick in. There's going to be bad people out there that are going to do bad things. This is just one tool, I guess, in that fight to try to protect the most vulnerable, whether they be seniors, whether they be persons with disabilities and so on, that are in care or they have a family member who is supposed to be providing them care, but in fact is potentially causing them harm and abuse and so on. So obviously I think every member of this House Assembly will unanimously support anything that we can do to protect the most vulnerable in our society. And as I say, this is just one little piece in that. And I look forward to Committee of the Whole, and I'm sure that the member from Harbour Main is going to have a whole list of questions, and hopefully she's going to get a whole bunch of good answers to put any concerns, allay any concerns anybody may have, and then we'll all be able to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable the member for Torngat Mountains.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just going to say a few brief words to this bill, Bill 97, with amendments to the Family Violence Protection Act. Like to expand access to the emergency protection orders. Like it's so important to make sure that our vulnerable people are protected, right? And there's gaps in the current legislation where people have slipped through the cracks. You know, across the province, especially in a lot of rural areas, we see where vulnerable people are. We look at children, we look at women, we look at our seniors, we look at people who don't have the wherewithal to look after themselves. So it's so important. And Speaker, the reason why I wanted to speak today was because during COVID, when COVID isolation rules came in, and people were isolated in their houses, in their apartments, and they didn't have the ability to go to work. They didn't have the ability to socialize. They didn't have the ability to even see family members. That's when the most vulnerable were at the greatest risk, Speaker, and that's something that we learned. And one of the things like we can look at now is basically this amendment will help bring protection and help to the vulnerable people, right? The isolation. Because a lot of people actually in family violence and domestic abuse, in intimate partner relationships where there's the threat of harm, the physical or mental harm, a lot of people seek refuge in public areas. And we can't forget what happened during COVID. What happened with COVID is we saw the most vulnerable being able to go and talk to family members. A lot of times that kept women from being beat because when they're in isolation, you don't have to hide the bruises. You don't have to hide the way you walk because you've been injured. You've been thrown around. The physical violence and the harm that comes to people when we don't have the means to protect people. And I say we don't have the means to protect people, Speaker, because in actual fact, what about us? What about us who love people, who care about people, and we see them being harmed? But this legislation will actually help loved ones protect the people who are very vulnerable. Because now with the expansion of the legislation, and I draw attention to where a person who is related to the respondent by blood, marriage,
Order,
or
please.
adoption, regardless if they live together or not, that will empower people to be able to help vulnerable people. Because at the end of the day, if you're a child, sometimes you don't want to speak out because you fear the consequence. Sometimes when you're in an abusive relationship with your partner, you are afraid to speak out. You're afraid to protect yourself because you fear that the harm that comes to you will be even greater than what you're living with. In actual fact, this is a big problem across the country. So one thing I do really appreciate with these amendments is it helps people who don't have the ability right now to protect. And I look over to ministers, former ministers with portfolios, and they know what we're talking about. The vulnerable, right? And my my colleague there from Harbour, Maine, she talked about the complexities associated with intimate partner violence and family violence. And anyone who works, deals with it, is an advocate, or as a family member, we know about those complexities. And this amendment empowers people to reach out and be able to protect our most vulnerable. And that's why I wanted to speak today, as Speaker. I do support this bill, and we over here support anything that will help the vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, if the Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety speaks now, he will close debate. The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety, sir.
I'll be very quick because I think we want to get to committee. I do want to say thank you to my colleague from Harbour Main, my colleague from Lab West, Mount Pearl Southlands, as well as Torringate Mountains for your good support for the bill, but also the support for those most vulnerable in our society, which is the reason we brought this in. You know, it's important that we find ways to, and I think there's going to be some good questions come from the critic on this with respect to training for crowns and from her statement. So I'll be well prepared to try to answer those questions for you. And with that, I'll take my seat and let us move through the process into committee.
Thank you. Is the House ready for the question? The motion is that Bill 97 be now read a second time. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt that motion? All those in favor? Against? Carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Family Violence Protection Act, Bill 97.
This bill has now been read a second time. When shall the bill be referred to a committee of the whole? Now, the Honourable the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this House to now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider Bill number 97, an act to amend the Family Violence Protection Act.
It is moved and seconded that I do now leave the chair so that Bill 97 can be reviewed in the Committee of the Whole. Is it the pleasure of this House to adopt the motion? All those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you.
Order, please. We are now considering Bill number 97, an act to amend the Family Violence Protection Act.
Clause 1.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you indicated, I believe, that the seniors advocate was involved in terms of consultation. And at the technical briefing, it was identified that the NLNPEA, Newfoundland Labrador Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse, were also consulted. What other specific stakeholders were involved in consultation?
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Static energy over here. Yes, the honourable member is correct. We did consult quite extensively with NL Network for Prevention of Elder Abuse Steering Committee, as well as the Seniors Advocate. I'll get a list of the other groups that and individuals that were consulted directly. I know those are the two main stakeholders, but I can give you a list of all those that would have been consulted when we're finished here today, or I'll even try to get it in our discussion here today.
Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, we'd like to know, for example, the Journey Project and other stakeholders, other, groups that, advocacy groups that exist in our province. What involvement, what input did they have with respect to this? In particular, with respect to, violence prevention groups as well. So if we could have that, that would be appreciated. And the other thing is, with respect to the consultation, Minister, how were they consulted? I'd like to know how the process played out in order to get them involved. For example, the Seniors Advocate and the NLPEA. What was the format of the consultation?
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
So Plean was consulted as well, which the Journey Project is a part of that organization as well. Just wanted to make sure, as I get the information, I'll put it out there for you. I know that those individuals had expressed concerns about this through various reports and/or direct information to the department. They were reached out to by the department. The committee actually came in to meet with my predecessor, the Minister of Justice, and officials at the time, and had follow-up conversations on a number of occasions. I don't know the exact number of occasions because it predates me, but when I do get that information, I'll be more than happy to share it with you, because it was a very fulsome conversation with those organizations. We wanted to make sure that we got this right, and I think we've hit the mark with the EPOs the way we're looking at right now. So, and I'm thank you for the questions that helps get some of that information out there.
So, just for clarification, the minister stated that the former Minister of Justice and Public Safety met with the committee. For clarification, what committee is that? Is that the Plean, the Journey Project, or was that the LNPEA committee? Just need clarification on who the former Minister of Justice met with.
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you. The network, as you highlighted earlier, would have been there, including Seniors Advocate as well, in person.
Thank you.
The member for Harbour Main.
So, with respect to the consultation, I'm just curious about the format of the consultation. Would they have been directly involved in the development of the amendments, or was it just a matter of providing general concerns about the people that they represent, whether they're seniors or whether Plean, with respect to the people that they are organized to support and help?
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They asked for the amendments very clearly, but the way you phrased the question, I don't think they can be directly involved, because the House does that, finalizes the bill, so they wouldn't see the bill. They would know what was coming when it comes to second reading today, but they would not know directly. But these amendments were what they asked for. We went with them. They had multiple meetings with the previous minister and staff to try to get to a point where the amendments to this bill would have been what they were looking for, without knowing that they were going to be put in the bill this way. So they brought them forward. We tried to, for lack of a better term, governized it to make it a piece of legislation that we have in front of us here today. So I'm very thankful to both the network as well as the Seniors Advocate for always being there to provide some really good insight, which allowed us to get to this point and hopefully hope have unanimous support in the House.
Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you. Yes, and I would understand that they would not be able to know what the actual amendments were. But so I think you've clarified that they were directly involved, however, in the development of the amendments as they eventually progressed through the process. And so again, just going back to the consultation, if we could be provided with the other stakeholders that were engaged, whether it be in person or online, what other stakeholders were involved, that would be appreciated.
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Absolutely. Like I said, Madam Chair, any of the stakeholders that would have been involved, whether it be online, email, or in person, we'll provide that information. But those are the key ones that I wanted to highlight today, because they represent a significant other portion of the vulnerable society that this would be supporting. whether that be PLEAN, whether that be the network, whether that be the seniors advocate. Those individuals represent the lion's share of the people that would be impacted by that, as well as our own, you know, Crown attorneys that would have been involved, that would know this kind of stuff. The people that supervise those individuals, the director levels, the management within the Department of Justice, they all have outreach to the key players that will be involved. And you highlighted a very good one. The Journey Project is something that's very, very important to us in the department as well. So, you know, those individuals would always be consulted with things that would be directly related to the type of work they're doing.
Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you. Just on the point of talking about, I'm going to get into further about the expansion with respect to care relationships and the expansion of the legislation with respect to care relationships. But on that specifically, I know that when it comes to seniors who are victims of violence, for example, in Canada, we know that there were about 128,000 senior victims of violence in Canada in 2019. That's according to the General Social Survey on Canadian Safety. And we also know, according to another survey, the Uniform Crime Reporting Survey, the rate of police-reported violence against seniors increased 22% between 2010 and 2020, with the largest increase observed in the past 5 years among senior men. Now, that is with respect to statistics for the nation and Canada as a whole. Were either the Seniors Advocate or the network able to provide any statistics or any information to you with respect to the incidence of seniors being victimized and victims of violence in Newfoundland and Labrador?
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not being directly involved in the initial meetings with those individuals, they provided great insight. They work very closely with those impacted, most vulnerable people that we're trying to get at here in this piece of legislation. So yes, we understand that there's growing numbers across this country. We know that the concerns that they raised, but we don't have the exact examples that you're requiring. I don't know if those statistics are collected. I know we're doing some good work on intimate partner violence now, but that work hasn't got, I guess, the historical data that's been collected as easily, and a lot of people didn't want to provide that information. So we're working to make sure that information is available to us for decision makers, and to ensure that we make policies that can try to combat those statistics.
Member for Harbour Main.
So yes, my question though wasn't with respect to intimate partner violence. It was more focused on elder abuse and the rates of seniors who are victims of violence in Newfoundland and Labrador. But nevertheless, if there's any data that was provided by either of the two groups to you in the development of these amendments, that would be appreciated if you could provide that. Thank you. So, moving on, what have jurisdictional scans revealed as to whether we align with legislation in other provinces with respect to these amendments?
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
I know any time we're doing any piece of legislation, we do talk to our colleagues across the country. I know that the previous minister, as well as myself, have been at FTPs, or federal, provincial, and territorial meetings where we do talk about legislation that is either working towards ratification or adoption in the House of Assembly and Royal Assent, or things that we're considering based on what the public are asking for. I don't have it readily available to me right now what every jurisdiction has with respect to this legislation. I know that some jurisdictions have similar legislation, some may not be as far as us, but the care relationship expansion is mirrored on legislation from other jurisdictions. I know that much, but I don't know exactly how many jurisdictions. I can get those numbers for you on which jurisdiction has which type of piece of the legislation. But I know we tend to try to pick the best of the best out there when we try to do legislation. So my understanding is that we're mirroring the care relationship expansion off other jurisdictions as well.
Member for Harbour Main.
So if that information could be provided, that would be appreciated as well. It is always important to look at other jurisdictions to see what they have implemented, to compare, to have proper context, to analyze. So I think it's important for us to be able to assess what other jurisdictions, what you learned from the jurisdictional scans as to whether this legislation aligns. That way we can look at it to see if it's better, if it's, needs improvement. So it's obviously very important for comparative purposes. With respect to getting into the new provision, the new amendment with respect to person related to the respondent by blood, marriage, or adoption, regardless if they live together. So I'm just curious about this particular provision with respect to the blood relationships. So that we can understand this better, can you define related by blood, like marriage or adoption? To what degree does it apply? Let's look at blood first. It's very broad, so I'd like to understand who falls in that definition of blood. For example, could someone apply on behalf of their cousin, or what extent of that blood relationship does this capture?
The Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Any direct family member that would be, for lack of a better term, direct family relation of the person that would be applying for the EPO, and those individuals can also help in that because they may see things that others can't, but it still has to go through it. And I think you made a good point earlier when you were speaking that it still has to go through the judicial process to make sure it's legitimate, make sure there's good grounds, make sure it meets the thresholds of what we're trying to accomplish. And I think if we wanted to, we can go through each individual one if you'd like, and then I can try to, if there's any additional information that comes from any staff that I have that are listening, I'll add it in as we go.
Okay, yeah, well, so, but just you indicated direct family relationship. Again, that's broad. That really doesn't, it's a very broad term, direct. What relation is that? Is that any relation, as long as it's blood? That's all that I'm asking here.
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yes, well, we wanted to expand it to include the more individuals. Right now, it was a real challenge. Whether you're blood or not, the definitions are going to clarify. Just will apply for the blood relatives, and it'll be done in the definitions like it is in the Act now. But the Act now doesn't directly allow individuals that are not living in the home and directly taken care of. This is a bit more of an expansion of the ability for individuals that would be a family member that has control over the finances, as an example, of the person that is being abused. Those individuals can be family members by adoption or, in this case, by blood. So what we're sort of saying is it doesn't really matter whether blood or adoption or relatives apply. It could be mother, stepmother, stepson that's taking care of you in that situation. Most of it is now related to blood. So I can try to get that a little bit more clearer than that, because I know it's a little bit more convoluted on that, because it is a very broad definition.
Okay. Member for Harbour Main.
Okay, thank you. With respect to marriage, so it's being expanded. A person related to the respondent by blood marriage can apply now for an EPO. So could that be someone? Could someone apply on behalf of a brother, say, for example, or sister-in-law? Like it says marriage, so can you just flush that out exactly what that means?
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do with this is trying to expand it so it catches the biggest and widest net of individuals that can apply for an EPO. We wanted to make sure that's expanded as much as we can. It mirrors many of the other pieces of legislation that would be across the jurisdictions that we talked about. It deals directly with the movement towards where the network as well as the seniors advocate want us to move based on what they're looking for the piece of legislation. But those are, we just didn't want to exclude individuals. We wanted to try to include as many as we could so it would best reflect the type of family dynamics and the type of changes that have occurred and who takes care of individuals as they age now. It's not always you know, children by blood. It could be stepchildren. It could be adopted children. It could be a variety of different outcomes. And we wanted to make sure there was an ability for you to apply for an EPO to protect yourself from them, but also to allow them help in the protection side of it.
So, okay, so that, so with respect to marriage, I would assume then, because you're widening the net, so it could, someone could apply on behalf of a brother or sister-in-law. For adoption, you've just mentioned, you know, an adopted child or perhaps adopted grandchild, someone who has who wants to apply for the emergency protection order on behalf of, say, their adopted grandchild. They would be able to do that as well, right? Is that correct?
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
So what we're saying is we're trying to, the way it's worded is to try to make sure it doesn't exclude step or adoption or non-blood. That's all we're trying to say in this one. It's not just blood relatives that can apply for it like the previous act had said, right? So we're expanding that to include individuals that are adopted, that are not necessarily blood relatives of the person that they're taking care of. So it's the way it's worded makes it maybe a little bit more convoluted as saying these are additions to. This is more dealing with the people that are not excluded, saying that we're trying to include more people, not exclude individuals that would be an adopted son of someone, as an example. That the previous act doesn't allow that in the case. So we want to try to make sure it's looking at the way families are today.
Member for Harbour Main.
So I understand that it's about not excluding people is what you're saying. So, for example, if there was a clergy member, I know it hasn't been identified in the amendments, but say a clergy member or a police officer, although they're not connected by blood or marriage or adoption, they would not be in a position then to, you know, to apply for an emergency protection order on behalf of the individual, even though the intent here is to try to expand and not exclude people. But I guess is that what you're saying?
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yeah, I think I've said in my initial comments earlier that the police, RNC or RCMP, can apply to judges based on who comes to them, what they see themselves, and I think you rightly said earlier that it's got to go through that jurisprudence that would be, if it's going in, it's got to be legitimate. It's got to be looked at by what can it be achieved based on the regulations as they exist now. Police can apply. I'm not sure about the clergy. I will check on the clergy from that perspective. That's a very good question. I will check on that, but I know the police can.
Member for Harbour Main.
Yes, so it is understood. I mean, we know that the process that once the gates are opening, or I guess once the application has been accepted, that is what we're talking about. Who has the standing really to make that application? That's the key. We understand that once you're in the door, for example, and your application has been accepted, but what this legislation appears to me to be is about, you know, getting in through those, through the gates, through the floodgates. So I understand that basically this is a very, and the amendments are about expanding. So we just want to understand the boundaries and who will or will not be able to apply, because That's the key, whether they can get through the door and make the application, whether it's on behalf of an elder person as well. So that's the final question that I have is with respect to the new amendment about the care relationship. So it expands the original legislation, and it expands it to include parties such as caregivers. So the care relationship broadens really the scope of who may seek EPOs. So with respect to that, that care relationship, I'm just clear, can you just expand a little bit more about that? I mean, I know that it's about broadening the scope, but again, can you just talk about that amendment specifically? Because I'd like to understand exactly what your intent is with respect to the care relationship. Like if you could just flesh that out a little bit more, that would be helpful.
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
No problem. Thank you. So it's about expanding the family members regardless of blood, as I said before. It's also expanding the definition beyond conjugal relationships, which was what was in the previous act. So we're expanding that so it takes in more. And adding in the care relationship, it's funny that you went right with the care relationship right after you talked about clergy, because they would factor in as a care relationship within the definition. So like they would be in that situation. So it's a good tie back to your previous question about clergy as in the care relationship definition. So I think we're trying to expand it so the net is as big as it possibly can be, understanding that you still have to have some relationship, a care relationship, whatever that looks like. It looks different today than it did 40 years ago or 30 years ago. So we want to make sure that's expanded, able to move as far as we can and as fast as we can to protect the individuals that could be suffering either many of the other issues that could happen, whether it's abuse or whether it's financial abuse or whether it's deprivation of food or anything like that. We want to make sure those seniors in particular, but others that are in vulnerable situations would not have to carry on with that, and we want to make sure that net is wide enough so that you can protect it against a lot of different scenarios. And that's what we're doing here today, based on, jurisdictional scan, but based on probably two of the best stakeholders you could possibly have to work with, which would be the Seniors Advocate as well as the network. I mean, they've done some really fantastic work. Pleen has done some great work, the Journey Project. So those are the major stakeholders that would have been involved in this, along with many other people that would have had touches with the Department of Justice over the last number of months in the development of this piece of legislation. I think it's going to hit and I'm glad that we've got some support across both sides of the House to try to deal with something that we want to try to nip in the bud as quick as we can.
Yes,
Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you, Chair. The other question I have is in regards to training. So I mentioned in my opening remarks about the training and the importance of having adequate training, especially when we're dealing with intimate partner violence, and the fact that that judges as well as police officers have to be trauma informed. They have to understand the complexities not only of intimate partner violence, but as well with respect to elder abuse. Because as we can see from the stats I provided earlier with respect to what's happening in the country, if that can be extrapolated to be occurring here in our province, then we've got a huge problem. And so I'm just wondering what kind of training is envisioned to support these new amendments to ensure that they are enforced properly as once this legislation is proclaimed.
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll steal a word from our honourable colleague from Mount Pearl Southlands. This is sad that you would have to put things in place for individuals to protect individuals from family members or care givers or whatnot. It's sad that we have to come to that, but we want to make sure that we're doing as much as we can. So there's two things I want to address that you said. The care relationship expanded is intended to protect seniors, whether they're being cared for by a family member, which is what used to happen a lot more often, than today, or other caregivers that are doing it today for the family that may or may not be around or whatnot. And I can't speak directly to the training side for judges, although I have spoke with the chief judge, and they do it. They're independent from us, as you know, but they do intimate partner violence training, but also training that would be give them an ability to understand this a little bit more. Within Crown School, which is, for lack of a better term, a colloquialism that we put in place, but a training session that our new Crowns go through, they would be looked at and in the guidelines with respect to, in their guideline documents, they would be doing some of that as well. And at every AGM, they would receive some training on this in gaps that have been identified or things that would be best practices that they could utilize. I know the RNC and the RCMP have dedicated intimate partner violence units, and that's not going to address all of this. It'll address some part of it, but they help with victims and provide oversight into the investigations of it. So I think they're trying to do, as this evolves over time, there's more training that will be coming. I know from a department standpoint, we're always looking at ways we can expand training for the individuals that are direct reports for us, whether that be, RNC officers that are coming in either new or existing, whether that be Crown sheriffs or corrections officers, that can all help in a process to do that. So I hope that answers your question. I know it's probably not as detailed as the training as you'd like, but I know there is courses that they do. I can get a list of those courses that they do or the classes that they take with respect to that, and I can definitely share that with you. No problem.
Member for Harbour Main.
And with respect to elder abuse and the increase in violence against elders, if there is any plan envisioned by your department to ensure that the professionals that will be involved and engaged when these applications are put forward, that the professionals, whether they be police officers or other professionals in the organization, in the process, whether they're judges, that they have the adequate training with respect to the complex issue of elder abuse. I'm just wondering if there's any plan envisioned to ensure training in that regard.
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yeah, there's a couple of really good takeaways on the training side with respect to elder abuse. I know that there's I won't say constant conversation, but a significant amount of conversation between all those groups that you highlighted earlier that would be looking at that. We'll delve into if there's any additional training from an elder abuse standpoint that they would be looking at. I know the RNC in particular and the RCMP have training units that are designed to help officers deal with a variety of different things, not just elder abuse, not just intimate partner violence, but a variety of issues that change on a, I won't say a daily basis, but change on a very short period of time, and they have to pivot their training to the best of their ability to best assess the community that they're representing or serving, right? So it's a very good point. I can't give you specific on the elder abuse training that would go on, but I will take that with back from here, and obviously, and if I can share information with you, I will.
Member for Harbour Main.
And the reason I ask, it's a very key point, because we know that when people are applying for these emergency protection orders, they need to have the adequate support in place, whether it's an officer who is going to be helping them write up the emergency protection orders. Those are not easy applications for a person to write up, and we need to ensure the same thing if there's someone acting on behalf or is in a care relationship, for example, with a senior, that they have the support there when there's an application for an EPO, so that, because that can be very complex, and it's and as I stated earlier, a very intimidating process. The person who's applying is in a state of stress. They may, or the persons that are applying on behalf of them, that there may be a history of well, obviously there would be a history of violence, otherwise they wouldn't be applying for the EPO. And it may be even an escalating process that they're involved in. So there may be many fears about their own safety that's happening. So we know that the Journey Project, for example, helps with the drafting of EPOs. They help individuals. That is in place, but I understand they get so many calls. And they need to have the adequate resources and staffing to be able to assist people who are in those vulnerable positions, who are in positions of, they're in danger and they're experiencing violence. So I just need to find out information as well with respect to the training and the resources that are going to be provided for people with respect to the seniors being victimized with seniors being victimized with violence.
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Well said. The department works closely with Seniors Advocate and the NL Network to find ways we can help prevent, limit, reduce elder abuse to make sure it doesn't continue. We work, as we said earlier, we work closely with the Journey Project and have regular collaboration. So we're plugged into the people that will provide that best in class situations and what we should be doing as a department from that standpoint. But they're also doing that with the RNC and with Crowns, and we share that information that we have with them. So there's going to be a consistent sharing of information, and thank you for highlighting that, the member for Harbour Main.
Member for Harbour Main.
That completes my questions, Chair. Thank you.
You are welcome. The member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple questions there for the minister. Just for clarification, would social workers within CSSD be able to apply or to do for the EPOs under this under the new definition of care relationship? Would that also apply to social workers working with families like that?
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yes.
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you. The Mass Casualty Commission recommendation number 12C called on governments to incorporate a definition of family violence that encompasses patterns of coercive and controlling behavior. While the current act does so far assess for the financial resources, why wasn't it considered for giving this the controlling and coercive behavior as a whole with this update to this act?
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said many times, and the honourable member raises some good points, legislation is our living document, so we move as we can. The document you mentioned earlier about the mass casualty report, we're still looking through those and making the changes as we can. You've seen one piece of legislation just last week or the week before that deal directly with one of the recommendations that were there, or a couple of them. There will be more recommendations that we'll see other pieces of legislation come through directly. We wanted to move on this one based on legislation may take a year and a half to come to fruition in this House based on where it's coming from. So we want to move on the quick things we can. That does not mean that there won't be points in this that will be updated over time. I remember when I was parliamentary secretary in Service NL, there was many changes that would have come 1 year, and the next year there was changes to that same legislation, and the year after that, and the same with the Highway Traffic Act. They seem to make changes like that. I know that we've seen a lot of legislation come in this sitting, but also in the previous ones, that are updates to existing legislation that may have, I won't say outlived its usefulness, but need to be updated to deal with today's breakdown of the family, as an example, or how the family looks and who takes care of who. So,
Member for Labrador West.
I thank the minister for the answer and appreciate that they are looking into the mass casualty recommendations. Just one last thing, and I guess the minister kind of touched on it there. Like the Seniors Advocate report from 2019 did have a lot of this in it, and now it's 2024, and I think he kind of touched on that, how the process worked and why it does take a little bit of time. I just want to elaborate the timeline on from the 2019 report to where this reached the House, today.
Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Yeah, I can't speak in specifics with respect to how long it's taken to get to there. I can speak from the time I've been here. We've moved a lot of pieces of legislation in a short period of time. And just to clarify on social workers, you asked a very broad question. Is that also, I didn't think you were asking about all social workers. I'm thinking if you're talking about a social worker that's working with a family, yeah, directly, yes. If they're in a care relationship, I wasn't clear. I said yes, and it is true, but they have to be within that care relationship, and they have to be authorized to do so. So they can, but they have to be authorized to do so. Most likely it's going to be a police officer or lawyer, as long as they got consent of the applicant. But it can be social workers, clergy, and a few other different types of individuals. But social workers have their own specific regulations they're governed by too, so.
Member for Lab, no, okay. Questions? No? Okay. Seeing no further speakers, shall the motion carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried.
Clauses 2 through 8 inclusive.
Shall clauses 2 through 8 inclusive carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and House of Assembly in legislative session convened as follows.
Shall the enacting clause carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Family Violence Protection Act, Bill 97.
Shall the title carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried. Shall I report? Shall I report? No. Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the committee rise and report Bill 97 carried without amendment.
Thank you. Shall I report the bill carried without amendment? All those in favor? All those against? Carried.
Order, please. The Honourable the Member Placentia St. Mary's, Chair of the Committee of the Whole.
Speaker, the Committee of the Whole have considered the matters to them referred and have directed me to report Bill number 97, an act to amend the Family Violence Protection Act, carried without amendment.
Chair of the Committee of the Whole, Chair of the Committee of the Whole reports that the committee have considered matters and referred and directed that Bill number 97 be carried without amendment. When should the report be received? When should the bill be read a third time? Tomorrow. The Honourable the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move, Speaker, I call from the order paper, pardon me. Bill number 85, second reading of an act to amend the Provincial Health Authority Act and the Fatalities Investigation Act. And that bill is seconded by the Minister responsible for Health and Community Services.
The Honourable the Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce Bill 85, an act to amend the Provincial Health Authority Act and the Fatalities Investigation Act. This bill is being introduced as a result of collaboration between the Department of Health, the Department of Justice and Public Safety, the Department of Children, Seniors and Social Development, Newfoundland and Labrador Health Services, and the Chief Medical Examiner. While this bill is about providing a process to address unclaimed remains, in doing so, we cannot lose sight of the individuals and the impact of the deliberations in this House that will have on the individuals, their families, and their friends. There are between 5,500 and 6,100 deaths per year in our province. While well over 99% of bodies are claimed each year, there is a small percentage that remain unclaimed. As this House is aware, across Canada, and including here in Newfoundland and Labrador, there has been an increase in the number of human remains that go unclaimed, and there is no consistent approach regarding identification and disposition of unclaimed remains across the country. Remains are unclaimed and stored by NLHS for a variety of reasons, which can include the health authority's inability to locate or identify a next of kin, families who may not want to claim the body for personal reasons, and families who may not be able to claim a body due to financial reasons. There are also unclaimed remains, which are the subject of an ongoing investigation by the Chief Medical Examiner. Under the Fatalities Investigations Act, the Chief Medical Examiner is responsible for determining the identity of a person, the date, time, and place of unexpected or unexplained fatalities. In association with this responsibility, the Chief Medical Examiner has the authority to dispose of bodies where they are unclaimed or unidentified after a period of 7 days from completion of the investigation. Currently, there is no express legislative provision addressing how NLHS is to deal with unclaimed remains. When the health authority has exhausted all options to find a person to take responsibility of a body, this can lead to unclaimed remains being stored for lengthy periods. In those cases, the public trustee can be appointed as executor of the unclaimed remains estate and have the authority to deal with the body after death, including determining the place and manner of burial. However, this process can create an additional step that may result in further time before the remains can be respectfully disposed of. This bill amends the Provincial Health Authority Act and the Fatalities Investigation Act by outlining a process to be followed by NLHS to ensure the timely, efficient, and most importantly, respectful disposition of unclaimed remains. Since NLHS is currently conducting the investigations to identify persons who may be willing to claim remains, this investigative function will remain with the Health Authority. The amendments provide that in carrying out the responsibility to oversee the disposition of unclaimed remains, NLHS shall determine whether a body is unclaimed, consult with the Chief Medical Examiner and follow any of the Chief Medical Examiner's recommendations, and arrange for the disposition of unclaimed remains. Consultations with the Chief Medical Examiner will allow for the provision of oversight to NLHS. The Chief Medical Examiner has knowledge in this area due to he's currently a male, existing jurisdiction over unclaimed remains under the Fatalities Investigation Act. The amendments to both the Provincial Health Authority Act and the Fatalities Investigation Act in this bill will facilitate this consultation. Where the process has been followed, NLHS will have the authority to dispose of the unclaimed remains. The amendments also provide that the Minister of Health may direct the owner or operator of a cemetery to provide interment rights for unclaimed bodies and to set the rate for these rights. This provision is being included as a safeguard to ensure that appropriate space can be found for the internment of unclaimed remains. The amendment will also provide that there is no cause of action against the Minister, Chief Medical Examiner, a medical examiner, an investigator, or an officer or employee of the Chief Medical Examiner's office personally for anything done or omitted in good faith in their performance or intended performance of their duties or exercises under the Fatalities Investigation Act. This provides protection for those who are performing their statutory duties or exercising their powers in good faith from being held liable in their personal capacity. The amendments in this bill will come into force on January 1st, 2025. This will allow for the development of associated regulations. The amendments to the Provincial Health Authority Act provide new regulation-making power to the Lieutenant Governor and Council to establish requirements in determining whether a body is an unclaimed remain and to set criteria to be met before disposing of the unclaimed remains. It is anticipated that the Provincial Health Authority regulations will be amended to provide that the determination as to whether a body is unclaimed shall last 14 days. Require NLHS to provide notice that a representative is being sought for a body, and require NLHS to attempt to contact any known relatives, friends, or person entitled to control disposition of the body. Of course, this does not mean remains will be disposed of after 14 days. If a person comes forward to claim the remains, NLHS will work with that person to ensure appropriate disposition, even if it falls outside the 14-day time frame. This government is committed to ensuring that a mechanism exists for the efficient and respectful disposition of all unclaimed remains in Newfoundland and Labrador. Speaker, this is an important issue. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians know that it is important not to forget those who have passed away. Bill 85 will allow NLHS to dispose of unclaimed remains in a respectful manner and avoid having to store remains for a long period of time when no one comes forward to claim them. This, in association with other actions taken by this government, including the increase in the enhanced funeral assistance benefit, will improve the timeliness of funeral arrangements and disposition of remains in our province. I am pleased to introduce this bill, and I ask all honourable members of this House to join me in supporting it. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Conception Bay South.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'm glad to get up and speak on this legislation. It's an issue that I guess I know I have spoken on many occasions. It's in the House Assembly, in the media, I guess in my own district. It was an issue. It's an issue, in my opinion, that is, I guess on one hand, I'm glad to see this legislation being brought in to deal with this terrible, terrible. It's one of the more embarrassing, I think, one of the more embarrassing situations as a province. I personally think one of the more embarrassing things over the years we faced. People can look at all the issues that face public, face the governments, face the people of this province and throughout. And, you know, some are not so good. But I have to say, my years in this legislature, and my years on this face of this earth for that matter, I think it was one of the more disturbing, is probably the best word. I could put a lot of other words there, but I think disturbing sums it up, I think, and most people would say the same. And you know, I'm glad to see, I'm glad to see this legislation come through, but I think it's important to speak of how we got here too, and we're finally here. But this stuff shouldn't happen again. But I always remember it was one of the moment that it hit me. I was at a supermarket up in my own district down there shopping one day. It was just after this story had broke. I think I was asking questions in the House Assembly to the former Minister of Health at the time. And it's a lady that I didn't know who this lady was. In the politics we run, lots of people that know us and we don't know them, that's fair. But it was an elderly lady, and she grabbed me by the arm when I walked by. For a second, I was thinking for a second I was took back. It was kind of funny, and not a funny issue, but it was a funny interaction why I met her. But she was tears in her eyes. I was shamed. She was, as a Newfoundlander and Labradorian. I don't even know if she lived in my district, but she was talking about as a person. To watch this, to hear this story unfold, the national news carrying it. We have so many good things in this province, and again, there's some not so good, that the national media probably should cover, the provincial media probably should cover, but to be covering this issue, this wasn't shining a bright light on anyone. Anyone in this legislature, this government, the people of this province, that we couldn't find a proper way, a dignified way to provide a burial to those people. They're John Does, Jane Does to us. They're nameless to me. I mean, I think it was one family I seen on the media one day. And I know I've stood in my space, and there was other people as well, and I was in the media, but I had been the health critic, Shadow Minister of Health. I guess it fell into me under my responsibility to speak publicly on it, and it was a story that I spoke a lot on. And every time I spoke about it, I felt an emptiness, but I felt a lot of sadness. I think I expressed that many, many times. I thought it was one of the most sad, more sad things in life. Everybody's life means something. No matter what you do, what you are, everybody's life means something. And along the way, whatever happened, we lost our way. Because for us as a province, to kind of dodge the issue for a bit, and we were not getting clear answers. It was a lot of challenges. And then, lo and behold, in between a break in the House, I think at the time, we turned on the news to find out there was extra freezers added to the basement health science centre. There's nobody in this legislature, in this province, felt good about that. There couldn't be. This was a remedy. We moved the problem. But we're still faced with a massive, massive problem. Again, it was an embarrassing problem. Part of those deceased was income support related. And I know government in June maybe announced increases, changes to the income support to deal with any people that were in this receipt of income support, the up amounts for the funeral homes. That was an issue to provide proper, dignified burials. And I attended the minister's news conference that day, and a fair point, that was a two-component problem. The other one is basically unclaimed people that no families know. They got nobody were claiming these people to give them a proper burial. And it was not income support related, so therefore they never fell under that umbrella. And I say it again, even down here, when I heard this legislation come forward, and I was glad it was a level of sadness, and it still is as I'm talking now, that we got to get up. We had this going on for who knows how long, better part of the last 7 or 8 months. It's gone on a long time before that. It's just come up that we finally hit the public airways in the last 7 or 8 months because the story, I think, broke by CBC at the time. They seen the freezers. I got a question. I guess I could probably in committee, but I'll just throw it out there since we're in second reading. What if, you got to be careful when he says what ifs. What if this story wasn't broken by CBC? What if they never picked up on these freezers? But you know, people are going into the hospital down there and they were seeing these ugly keep cool coolers. That's what they were. Freezers, keep cool right inside. I mean, I still can't get my head around that. Nobody knew what was in them. For a long time until the media picked up, nobody knew what was inside those coolers. Would we be here today, December the 2nd, bringing a piece of legislation to provide a proper burial to those people, had that story not broke? Or would we have taken up the parking spaces and the extra space in the underground parking garage? The people still have to walk by them in the daytime, go to into the Janeway. Or would we have solved it by doing that? It's a serious question, and I think I don't know. I'll probably hopefully get the committee, maybe the minister will answer it. I don't know if he can answer that. In fairness, he wasn't the minister of the day when that was that was former minister. But that's what needs to be asked. That's the question that needs to be asked. I mean, I try to be as frank and straightforward on all whenever I speak of stuff, because I mean that's what people ask. That's what people ask. You know, I mean, I'll go back to that lady. I mean, she was embarrassed. She was actually embarrassed to be in Newfoundland or Labrador. I think that was her comment. She was embarrassed. And she seen me because I was in the news that week and I was in the media about it. But you know, my only response back to her that day was, I'm with you. I feel the same shame. And we were opposition. We knew, like, we were not part of the decision. We reacted to a story that come out. We're in the opposition side. Our job is to challenge government, of course. But I felt embarrassed to be in this legislation, to be watching that on the news, that we can't find a way to deal with this properly. And yes, and I heard it was other situations, that they had a big situation in Ontario or elsewhere. I understand some of the societal. But just because they failed, that don't mean we got to accept failure as well. That's what it's like. You know, they failed, we're going to fail too. So it's already we fail. Everything's good if you fail. As long as someone else fails, we're good. I mean, God, Lord help us if that's the way we're going to try to deal with our issues. So, you know, as I stand there, and I on one end happy again that the legislation's forward, I can't, and I'm not going to belabor it all day, but I can't hold back on my disgust in how this situation was handled. This, in my opinion, was one of the most poorly handled situations government had in their lap. Poorly. It was disgraceful how this was handled. Add this information been forthright in the beginning, maybe people could make sense of this. There was prying information out. There was, you know, we're meeting with groups. There was no clear answers. I can go back into it. It was the most frustrating thing ever. It was, the minister of the day was talking in circles. I mean, that's not uncommon sometimes in this house, but talking in circles, and no one were getting any answers. People are frustrated on the street. They're asking why. We're seeing a piece of legislation now telling us why things couldn't be done then. Maybe, and I mean maybe, I still wouldn't have solved the problems. This shouldn't have got to there. That should have been clearly articulated back then. It was only previously, this past fall, there was some information on when our minister of CSSD came out during the summer and about the rates, and then there had to be some things with the trustee, I believe the current minister made reference of late summer. Then it started making sense. We were calling for a lot of these things. I think I stood out in the lobby one day and I said, legislature, to be honest, let's go and do it. If we need legislative change, let's go and do it now. That's 6 months ago. So it's all about communication. It's all about letting the public know. Instead of just letting stuff spiral and spiral and spiral. And who wins? Who wins in a situation like this? I tell you, the public are not winning, those families are not winning, and those people whose bodies are in them coolers, they're long gone. But everybody, and I'll tell you, everyone in this province, I don't care, in this country, in this world, deserves a dignified burial. I don't care where you come from or where you're to. Everybody deserves a dignified burial. And it's something that we spoke about, and I will never move off of. I don't care what happens in life. Unfortunately, everyone have issues, but everybody deserves to leave this world in a dignified manner, because everyone's life means something, Speaker. And I just got a couple of words I'll speak that my prepared note that I was going to say. There's not a lot to it, but I had to, and I could go on for a long time on that, but I won't. As the Minister has already said, the legislative amendments are to enable the Health Authority to address the unclaimed bodies which are located in the Health Science Centre. And like I said, there's been many news stories about the freezers in the parking lot of Health Science. And government has claimed that the bodies which were inside were indeed unclaimed. So now we're getting the legislation to fix that. And again, I hope this never happens again. So in the intent of the legislation, as the Minister said, I won't repeat that. But we got a lot of questions in committee, so I think I'd rather get to committee and ask some more pertinent questions. But other than this, other than say I'm glad it's here, but it's long overdue, and it's an embarrassment that we could have avoided. I'll wait for committee. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker, and I won't take up too much time here, but you know, the debate around the unclaimed bodies, it brought up two things, two gray areas really, in the sense that unclaimed areas existed in a legal gray area. The jurisdiction over remains to suspicious deaths, but there is no policy on how to deal with the with unclaimed bodies otherwise. And another one was it also brought up with the cost of living and families struggling to the ability to pay for a dignified funeral and burial costs. So, you know, these two things did rise up from those stories in March. So, you know, this is two things that we're addressing, you know, the legal gray area when it came to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. And, you know, it establishes that, you know, like, you know, it adds a definition of unclaimed. You know, it's like adds the ability for regulations on what the dignified, what to do with the remains afterwards. And it's a very, you know, it is a very complex issue. That how do you deal with it? And we never had the means to deal with it. Now we're hopefully now with these amendments, we'll be able to deal with the situation and give individuals a dignified, proper burial, and also, you know, that disposition of the remains and do it in a way that is respectful and the ability to do it in that, you know, and the bill does seem to be lean really heavy on the regulation side. So, you know, I do have a few questions on how the regulations are going to hold out and how you know, some of the limitations and stuff on how this is going to go. So I only have a few questions, and you know, it's clear that, you know, this is something that needs to be done. It's something that we have to clear up some of this legal gray area and to address a situation that I don't think anyone in this province really wanted, or anyone in this province really wants to continue down. We need to deal. This is something that we really need to deal with, and to make sure that, you know, people have the properly put to rest, and that the ability of we don't have these freezers and stuff by the Health Science Centre any longer than we actually have to. And so with that, I take my seat, and I do have some questions for committee for the Minister.
The Honourable Member Mount Pearl Southlands.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'll be supporting Bill 85. We'll get into all the details, of course, in committee of the whole. I think it's pretty straightforward what's being done here. I think the overall theme, and I listened to my colleague from Conception Bay South, and he is right in the sense that I remember when this broke in the media, that that was what I was hearing from people as well, up at the coffee shop, so to speak. You know, people would be saying, "My God, Paul, I can't believe that what's going on. That we've got human remains out in a trailer outside the Health Science and so on." And he's right. The word was embarrassment. I heard a lot of people say, "How embarrassing is it for us that would be what's happening?" In fairness to the minister, and of course it was a different minister, I think, at the time, who's no longer with us. But regardless of who the minister is, and I'm certainly not making excuses for the minister or the government in any way, but I do appreciate, I suppose, in a sense, sometimes I do sit back, and it's easy for us over here sometimes. We have a job to do, obviously, to bring up issues of public concern and you know, be critical when necessary. But I do look at that particular portfolio, Minister of Health, and I think you know, I sort of think about it and say, my God, if I was Minister of Health now, you're thinking about all those facilities right across the province, the issues with family doctors, the issues with emergency departments, all the, you know, mental health and addictions, and and you know, everything that's the nursing shortage and the doctor shortage and everything else. I know we have health authorities in place to try to manage that, but I did have to ask my question. I did have to ask myself the question, you know, is it reasonable, I suppose, for the minister to necessarily know every single minute detail that's happening in every facility throughout the province? And you know, I can see it being a challenge. I can see where perhaps the minister of the day, I got a feeling he probably didn't even know about it himself. I just got a feeling. I don't know. I can't say that, but I got a feeling that the minister of the day was probably just as surprised at the time to hear that those remains were being stored outside in a trailer as all of us were. I just got a feeling he probably was. Because, like I say, there's so much on the plate, and you absolutely know everything that's going on. But I will agree with my colleague from Conception Bay South in terms of the communication, and once the issue did come to light of what was going on, I think that's where the minister at that point in time had to find out. That's where you make the call to Dave Diamond, I think it would have been at the time, or whoever the head of the authority is. I need to see you in my office. I want to know what the heck is going on here. Why has this come to light? Why am I finding out about this now? Why is the government being embarrassed by this? And more importantly, why are the people that are involved, the remains, the families, why are they finding out about this now? What's happening? And at that point in time, I think there would have been a responsibility, certainly on the floor of this House Assembly, when we get into question period and questions get asked, and we see it so often, you know, where questions get asked but they don't really get answered. But that would have been the time to come clean and say, do you know what? One of the big reasons causing this is because we have outdated legislation that does not allow for the disposition, the timely disposition and respectful disposition of unclaimed remains. That would have been an answer. And it would have been fine with me. I would have accepted that. I would have accepted the fact, you know what, we got tons of legislation going through this House Assembly all the time. And things are always changing and always updating. And I think that any reasonable member, even if they're in the opposition, even if it is their role to be critical sometimes, I think anyone would accept the fact, you know what, there was outdated legislation, and that's the major cause to this problem. And here is our plan. We have officials working on it right now as we speak to draft legislation, to get it before the House Assembly as soon as possible so that we can deal with this issue. If we got a straightforward answer like that, I think everybody would have been, I think the story kind of would have went, I mean, we'd still be concerned obviously about it, but I think the story kind of would have went away, at least in the sense that we know what the problem is, the government has acknowledged the issue, they've acknowledged what needs to happen, and they're working on fixing it. And I think we could have lived with that. I think we could have lived with that. So I think sometimes that's where we fail ourselves in this House Assembly sometimes, in terms of being open and honest about the information. Stop, you know, instead of trying to talk circles around it and not giving answers, give the answers, give the facts, say what you're going to do about it, and then do it. And I think would make things a lot smoother. So I kind of think that's where my colleague from Conception Bay South is going with it. And I won't speak for him. He's more than capable of speaking for himself, as we all know. But I guess without dwelling on the past, the fact of the matter is that legislation is here now. So I'm not going to spend any time on beating up on anybody about why it wasn't done and so on. The fact of the matter is it's done now. We have legislation. I think we're all, I'm sure we're all pleased that we have this legislation and that we're going to be able to fix these issues going forward. The government has acknowledged, the government in previous legislation, the Minister of CSSD, I believe, is taking care or has taken care of the issue around families who can't afford, who do want to take the remains, but they can't afford to do so. So that side of it has been taken care of. And we thank the Minister for that. And now this side of it will be taken care of. And at the end of the day, God willing, there'll be no more tractor trailers, there'll be nobody out in parking garages, and there won't be a need. They're only because if this was being done properly, and with the legislation in place now as we move forward, if this is done properly, in theory, we shouldn't need much space because the remains shouldn't be there long enough anyway. We should only need a smaller space to accommodate them just for that 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever the case might be, and then that issue is taken care of. The reason why we got into this mess is that we had a problem and nobody bothered to fix it. Nobody bothered to fix it. And it was either a case of the health authority knew and didn't take action, or the health authority knew and told the Department of Health and they didn't take action. So it was one or the other. I'm not sure which one it was, and like I say, at the end of the day, it's being fixed now. So I'll support the legislation. Thank you.
The young member Torn Gap Mountains.
Thank you, Speaker. Just talking a little bit on Bill 85. I didn't plan to speak, but I think it's important to speak in the House of Assembly when you're talking about unclaimed bodies. There's a lot of good in this legislation because it addresses the issue of unclaimed bodies. And it was quite upsetting to everybody to hear about these unclaimed bodies at the health science being stored and how they were being stored. But one of the things that we tried to do over here, and I know my colleague from Conception Bay South raised the issue of why a lot of the bodies sometimes remain unclaimed. And the member from Conception Bay South talked about basically every life has value. Every life matters. That's what he was saying earlier. And so how do we end up with unclaimed bodies? Unfortunately, one of the things we run into is the cost. You know, as society has evolved, you know, we have funeral homes, we have people living far from where somebody passes away. Like a lot of times when people go to a hospital, in my district, that's the issue we always deal with. But a lot of times, bodies are not claimed because of cost, of money. And that's something that I think we need to address, that we need to look at. Not just, you know, like dealing with this issue of these unclaimed bodies, but future unclaimed bodies. And the member from Conception Bay South also talked about the issue of shame. Because every life matters. People are born into this world. They have relatives, they have friends, they have people who care about them. So how do you let a body lie unclaimed? And there's a lot of shame associated with that. And I think what we have to do is we have to tell the people in the province that there's no shame in not being able to afford to bury somebody. And in my district, we face that a lot. And I reached out to the Minister of CSSD at one point, and we were looking at maybe getting help. But it's all about those who are on income support. It's really, you know, that's a positive thing. But what about the families who are on low income? The people who are struggling to provide shelter for themselves, to feed themselves and their families, right? So, like, a lot of these decisions are very, very tough. But, like, for me, the reason why I'm speaking today is because back years ago, in Newfoundland and Labrador, we had a problem with TB. And a lot of people from northern Labrador went out for treatment, and they never came home. And we have a lot of people who died, and their bodies are somewhere, not in Labrador, and people don't even know where the bodies are. And I got to tell you, my mother does not know where her grandfather is buried. Somewhere in St. Anthony. My cousin actually has a job. Her job, she's been hired to Nunatsiavut. They made monies available for her to try and go to St. Anthony, because that's where most people went for treatment, to find out where our loved ones are buried. So this is an emotional issue. It's an emotional issue because even though we couldn't bring them home to bury them, didn't mean we didn't love them. So everybody who's over there in those reefers, in those sea cans, probably got somebody out there who loves them. And I got to tell you, that must be heartbreaking. Because when you can't bury somebody, you don't get that closure. But you want to know something? We put another burden on top of that, pain and suffering of not being able to bury your loved one. And that extra burden is shame. And the member from Conception Bay South raised that several times. He raised it in question period. He raised it, in debate. But at the end of the day, it's about human decency. And, one of the things is, we're a first world country. We got so much supports now. We got income support. We got family allowance. We got these different things, different things that help people. But for me, how society treats their dead is a measure of that society. And we just had to look what happened in Nain. Almost 2 years went by when a morgue wasn't working properly, and basically what was happening to the bodies that was in that room. To the point it actually went up to occupational health and safety. The clinic in Nain couldn't get the issue addressed. And there was excuse after excuse why the technician went in without any gas, the Freon or the coolers, whatever the coolant is called now. And I got to tell you, no refrigeration technician that knows anything about his job would actually have a cooling system that's blowing hot air without thinking that it's got to be the Freon or the cooling system. My brother worked in refrigeration. He was a refrigeration engineer. He used to go along to the fish plants. If somebody said, Tom, my freezer's not working, the first thing he would do is check the coolant. But they went up without the gas. And then months and months and months and months passed. And in actual fact, just recently it went to the media, right? And we went back through ATIP from when it went to media to when the last conversation about getting somebody up there was months, right? So if, as my colleague from Conception Bay South said, if CBC didn't break the story about the reefers over there with the dead bodies, would there have been a solution? Would there have been something done to help? I have to say the same thing for the morgue in Nain, Speaker. Because in ATIP, there was months, probably almost a 6-month period, where there was no real follow-up about doing anything that would prevent the decomposition of our loved ones, to the point where it went into occupational health and safety for the poor old nurses to go in that room. The smell was so bad, they would have to air it out, and even then they had to hold their nose. It was occupational health and safety complaint. So how is this province, how is the people, how is the health authority treating our loved ones? 6 months, and you know what was in ATIP? They were quoting me in CBC, being interviewed by CBC, saying that our people deserve to be treated with respect. Our loved ones who passed away deserve to be treated with respect, which is why I'm standing here today, because with those coolers, with those sea cans over there at the health sciences, people need to be treated with respect. And we are not really a first world country if we don't allow for people who have loved ones to be able to claim their bodies. But yet we let money stand in the way. And this has happened. And so what would happen if CBC hadn't broke the story? We are a society, and we are a government, and we are basically a parliament that rules by media. So what happens if I can't get media to pay attention to my problem? Is my problem not important? It goes back to the old saying that, like college students have stuck up in their room. If a tree falls in the forest, does it make a noise? If there's a serious issue, a healthcare issue, a moral issue, a dignity issue, a human rights issue, if this government doesn't see it in media, will they respond to it? Because I got to say, in my district, without the media, I tell you, we are not getting ahead. And that's a sad thing. That's really, really sad. How society treats its dead, is a reflection on them. And basically, here in province of Newfoundland and Labrador, we failed miserably, which is what my colleague from Conception Bay State was getting at. That's the heart of the matter, Speaker. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, the Minister of Health and Community Services speaks now. We'll close the debate. The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a bit of a loss here how long I want to speak for, but I think I will be very brief because I know there's questions coming in committee and it will get to all the relevant issues in the bill, I'm sure of. But of course, everybody here wants to see the respectful disposition of people who have passed away here in Newfoundland and Labrador, whether it's through family's choice or their own choice, or maybe someone who wasn't even able to make that choice before they passed away. No one here thinks that that isn't important. It's very, very important. So we do have this bill here today to address a situation, a very specific situation where an individual has been unclaimed. And for whatever reason that may be, and certainly when we develop the regulations, it will allow NLHS to make that determination of when an individual's body has been unclaimed. But it could be through all kinds of circumstances. Someone might have no one here. Someone might have family that, for whatever reason, aren't going to take responsibility for that individual. I could go on and on. It could be a financial reason as well, but certainly the Minister for CSSD has made every effort to increase the funding available for people to deal with that issue if they need to help with the cost of a burial. So this is an important bill. Certainly sounds like we have the support of the House, and I do look forward to questions in committee. Thank you, Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? The motion is that Bill number 85 be now read a second time. Is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour? All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Provincial Health Authority Act and the Fatalities Investigations Act, Bill 85.
This bill has now been read a second time. When should the said bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole? Now, the Honourable the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this House do now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider Bill number 85, an act to amend the Provincial Health Authority Act and the Fatalities Investigation Act. And that is seconded by the Minister responsible for Health and Community Services.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded. I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole to consider Bill number 85. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour? All those against? Motion carried.
You adjusted it already. Order, please. We are now reviewing Bill number 85, an act to amend the Provincial Health Authority Act and the Fatalities Investigation Act.
Bill, Clause 1.
Shall Clause 1 carry? The Honourable, the Member for Conception Bay South.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, will these regulations be published and available to the public?
The Honourable the Minister of Health and Community Services.
Yes, I think as I said, the act should come into force January 2025, and then once that's done, we'll work through the regulations, and yeah, they'll absolutely be public.
Member for Conception Bay South.
So I assume these regulations are already written and ready for public viewing if they're coming out in January, correct?
The Honourable the Minister.
No, I wouldn't assume that.
The Honourable the Member for Conception Bay South.
Yes, you know what, he's right. Nothing I assume anymore. When would we get to see those regulations?
The Honourable the Minister.
So I wasn't trying to be saucy, although it probably came across that way. But in all honesty, the regulations will be gazetted, as they always are. But we do anticipate, I think I did say it in my notes here, so I'll just say it again, that the regulations will include information related to the determination by the NLHS as to whether a body is unclaimed. We think that investigation will last 14 days. That seems to be standard across the country. Require NLHS to provide notice that a representative is being sought for a body. Obviously, it's important that NLHS makes every effort to find someone to deal with an unclaimed body, because potentially it could be claimed if they find the right individual. And in the regulations should require NLHS to contact specific individuals, including relatives, friends, or maybe persons that they know would have been relation or friend to the unclaimed person, or to the deceased person, I should say. So those are some of the things the regulations are going to look like.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, will this address the hundreds of deceased persons that are presently in funeral homes around the province?
The Honourable Minister.
So I'm a bit squeamish about talking about numbers here that this will deal with, because I don't want it to make it sound like these numbers, even they're not really big numbers, but it doesn't make them any less important. So I want to make that very clear. If we're talking about one individual that's unclaimed, that's one too many, and that's what the point of this bill is, to address that individual. But the numbers that right now, when we're talking about, for example, the health science morgue, I think is around 3 dozen. I'm going to use general numbers for privacy reasons, and not, as I said at the outset too, I don't want to cause anyone any discomfort of talking about people who have family members or friends who may be in one of the morgues operated by NLHS. And to be clear on that, there are people in the morgues, in these units that we're talking about, that are claimed. They just haven't yet been dealt with yet for one reason or the other. So when we're talking about what this bill will do with regards to that approximately 3 dozen individuals, we're looking at the ability for NLHS now to dispose of remains of about, I would say, fewer than 20% of that total.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Yes, so, Minister, just so I'm clear, you said about 3 dozen, that's in total, and you're saying 20% of those are responsibility of NLL services. So the other 80% are whose responsibility?
The Honourable the Minister.
So they will be the responsibility of the public trustee. So of those other ones, they are either with the public trustee, and the public trustee is working through the system, whether it be the court process or dealing with families or friends. And there will be about half a dozen that will be with the Chief Medical Examiner under the Fatalities Investigation Act. So that would be individuals who are unclaimed or unidentified, and then the Chief Medical Examiner, once they finish their investigation, will be able to dispose of it. So public trustee can deal with remains, Chief Medical Examiner can deal with remains, and there is a gap, and the purpose of the legislation is to plug that gap to allow NLHS to deal with those remains who either aren't going to the public trustee for whatever reason, or aren't going to the Chief Medical Examiner because they don't fall within that piece of legislation. If they're already at a funeral home, they're not the authority of the NLHS.
Member for Conception Bay South.
Will these people that the NLHS are responsible for, will they be identified when either cremated or buried? Will they be identified with any form of marker? But they're not going to remain, I would assume, that they wouldn't stay Jane or John Doe.
The Honourable the Minister.
Well, they might be. They might still be Jane or John Doe. Part of the issue is if you have unclaimed remains, they might be unidentified as well. You can be identified and unclaimed, or you can be unidentified and unclaimed. So in any event, if they are unidentified and unclaimed and the investigation is done and NLHS is unable to find anyone to obviously address the situation and can't find anyone to identify that person, then the regulations will allow, with oversight of the Chief Medical Examiner, to dispose of those remains. And that's why that oversight is there. If NLHS makes a recommendation on how to dispose of a Jane Doe or a John Doe, that there's oversight there to make sure it's done respectfully.
Member for Conception Bay South.
So just so I'm clear, if you know the identity of these deceased persons, they will be identified at a proper burial, correct?
The Honourable the Minister.
I think if they're unidentified or identified, there will be a proper. No, I know there will be a proper burial.
The member for Conception Bay South.
But my question is, I know I appreciate and respect the proper burial, something that I've asked for, as you know, you're well aware. But will the ones that you're aware of their identity, will they be marked so at a grave site?
The Honourable the Minister.
Yes, or if they're cremated, as part of the investigation, it might find out that that individual wanted to be cremated or their family wanted them to be cremated, but yes, they will be marked appropriately.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, did you consult with the Justice of Public Safety, and will the Office of the Public Trustee's role change as a result of this legislation?
The Honourable the Minister.
We did consult with the Department of Justice and Public Safety, and the Public Trustee's role is not changing in this legislation.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, will there be DNA kept from those, from any of those Jane and John Does or any of the remains? Was that something that this bill, or do we already have that ability to do so?
The Honourable Minister.
This specific bill doesn't have any provisions related to DNA.
The member for Conception Bay South.
But does the existing legislation, with the medical examiner's office, do they have that ability?
The Honourable Minister.
I can review, sorry, what piece of legislation did you ask about?
The member for Conception Bay South.
Under the medical examiner's
The Honourable Minister.
I can review that. I don't have that here in front of me, so I'm not, I can't answer that right now.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, did you consult with the Law Society, and if so, did they raise any concerns?
The Honourable Minister.
We did not consult with the Law Society.
Member for Conception Bay South.
So, am I right? You said the 20%. So the 20% of that 36, which is 6, 7. Are those bodies or deceased peoples? Are they in the coolers right now down in the El Science, or is it? Will they be dealt with? Is the 20% in those coolers that are presently at the El Science Center?
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, that's right.
Member for Conception Bay South.
So, but the bodies in the funeral homes across the province, which again we're assuming that there's 29 bodies unclaimed or what have you, they will not be. They still will not benefit by this legislation, correct?
The Honourable Minister.
Just hard to answer that question is that they will not benefit from it. It is not aimed at addressing any issues that may exist with funeral homes. It's aimed at addressing gaps that NLHS have with regards to bodies in their custody.
The Honourable member for Conception Bay South.
It's clear as mud. Under Clause 2, it says enables you, Minister, to direct the cemetery to provide intimate at a rate set by yourself. So is this enabling you to force private entities to enter unclaimed bodies? Like, how is that? Can you elaborate more on that statement, that part of the legislation?
The Honourable Minister.
I can. I'm just trying to find it. Sorry, do you have the section? I can't seem to find. I've read it. I know what you're talking about, but I can't seem to find it. Okay, sorry.
The Honourable Minister.
So when the regulations are developed, it will allow and give authority to NLHS to provide and pay for burial or cremation of an individual. Expectation is that NLHS will procure those services, but this is a bit of a I guess, backstop in the event that NLHS isn't able to do it, then the minister will direct that it is done.
The member for Conception Bay South.
But at what rate? Like, do you just go, like, how does that work? I mean, I'll get back to the other bodies.
The Honourable Minister.
So rates will be set in consultation with cemetery owners. It won't just be randomly set by the minister of the day. It will be done in consultation to make sure that they're paid the, lack of a better word, the proper going rate for those services at the time.
The member for Conception Bay South.
How will the funeral home be decided? Will it come from their last known address?
The Minister.
That, again, this is a bit of a backstop in the event that NLHS isn't able to find someone to procure those services, then the minister may not be left with any choice but to find an available site. And I would certainly hope that the minister of the day would consider where the individual lived or where they came from. But again, if it's an unidentified, unclaimed person, we may never know.
Member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, sorry, but I'm going back on an issue, but I got to get clear on my own mind. So the bodies that are the remains or the deceased persons, I don't know the proper terminology, I think deceased persons is barely better. They're sitting in those funeral homes now that we hear about, and I've spoken to some funeral home operators. What's the answer for those? If they're not so most of those are not Jane Does. So what is the answer for those if they don't fall under CSSD or NLHS, but they're still sitting in throughout the province, we're told, in other funeral homes? So what's the answer?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, this bill is about the bodies in what you have referred to as freezers, right? So I can only answer questions about that issue that's before me and the amendments that propose to deal with, as I said, a gap where there could be someone who's unidentified and where there's someone who's unclaimed and nobody has authority to address it. Somebody clearly had authority to address the issue if they have arrived, the remains have arrived at a funeral home.
The member for Conception Bay South.
So in a nutshell, no one really knows that answer. You're dealing with the NLHS, so we still got a gap in our system if we got bodies that are sitting in various funeral homes throughout the province and not after having a proper burial.
The Honourable Minister.
It's like, I'm sure the numbers, I should say the numbers, but I'm sure you can break out the numbers at funeral homes the same way I broke out the numbers here with regards to bodies and morgues in the province. I'm sure there's all kinds of reasons of why there are remains at funeral homes, whether it's cost, whether it's people aren't taking the responsibility. Maybe it's potentially could be working its way through the public trustee, but that is a separate issue for bodies that have been claimed and dealt with to get to the funeral home stage, as opposed to unidentified and unclaimed remains in the responsibility of the provincial government.
The member for Conception Bay South.
So I appreciate that, Minister. So I guess maybe this is not under your purview, but I think it should be duly noted we're on this topic. How do those people get a proper burial? And this may not be under your responsibility, but I think it should be brought out there in the House Assembly. We're debating legislation. How do we get those people a proper burial? Seems like we're after getting the CSSD with the income support piece. Now we're dealing with the NLHS's responsibility. How do we get those? So we're still there's a gap there. So what's the answer?
The Honourable Minister.
The issue we're dealing with today is unclaimed remains. They're not unclaimed if the remains have found their way to the funeral home. Now, why they're there and not going any further, I guess, is an issue separate from this bill.
The member for Conception Bay South.
I guess, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I'm still not getting my clear answer on it. I mean, I think there's the obvious there. I mean, those bodies are in those funeral homes, and you know, I'll just go on record saying that they deserve just as equal a dignified burial as whether you're with the income support or you're in the NLHS. So, Minister, you know, owner or operator of a cemetery, you may direct owner or operator of a cemetery to provide an intimate for unclaimed remains at a rate set by yourself. And but the funeral homes there's two separate entities. Funeral homes are private business where churches own the cemetery offices. So can you clarify? There's two different groups there, right? Because where the burial may happen, the funeral home has no ownership in that one. They're owned by church offices. So again, do you get the funeral home? You pick the funeral home to provide the burial. Are you leaving that to them to decide what prices? Because everything is at a fee, as we know. It's cost, but churches are operating most funerals, grave sites, where the funeral home looks after there's two groups involved.
Honourable the Minister.
An unclaimed remains at NLHS may not go to a funeral home, right? This is you seem to be mixing up two issues with regards to unclaimed individuals. That's the responsibility of NLHS, which I gave you the numbers on that right now. NLHS will then make every effort available through the regulations to try and identify the individual, to try and identify how that person wants to either be buried or cremated, where that person wants to be buried or cremated, how that grave site may be marked with regards to that individual's choices. If an individual has been taken to a funeral home or their remains have been cremated and they're at a funeral home, that is not the responsibility of NLHS. That is then shifted to somebody else.
The member for Conception Bay South.
So, Minister, just take one deceased person from the coolers, so to speak. I hate using that word a lot. How are they going to get from there to a gravesite? Who's going to do that?
The Honourable Minister.
So those services will be procured by NLHS. It's their responsibility. The same way if you were a trustee of an estate, it would be your responsibility to deal with that. NLHS would now have the responsibility to deal with those individuals.
Member for Conception Bay South.
So obviously, you're left to, they're going to procure a burial from one of the area funeral homes. So it will be a funeral home ultimately provide burial.
The Honorable the Minister.
I don't know the ins and outs of what funeral homes are doing, but yes, they will be buried and they will procure the appropriate services to do so, and NLHS will be responsible for doing that, the same way as any administrator or executor of an estate would have to do.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, that's the point. So I mean, we're going to get into a procurement of, but I mean, they're the only ones that got crematoriums. If you're looking at cremation, which seems to be the, I mean, you know, I hate to say it, but it is the more cost-effective ways. I mean, I think that's the norm now anyway. A lot of cremations. That's the only ones can do that as a funeral home. That's why I asked the question of, but yet they're going. So that's going to be all done under procurement. So they will have to deal then with these individual. Wherever the remains may end up, that'll be up to the funeral home under the procurement process to get that. Am I correct?
The Honorable the Minister.
Yes, that's correct.
Member for Conception Bay South.
The individual regions of the province remains in their own house will be able to use the local funeral home, or how will that happen? Because could be out in St. Anthony, I don't know, it could be anywhere in the morgues, other morgues outside this one. How will that happen in that region? Will that all be done by NLHS locally? If you're looking at procurement, so or will it be done locally to that region, to that hospital?
The Honorable the Minister.
So it is all done by NLHS. I guess I'm comparing them to an executor of an estate, and it will be. It'd be incumbent on them to consider all factors as part of their investigation to where this individual might want to be cremated and or interned. And if that is in St. Anthony as opposed to St. John's, that will be part of the NLHS's investigation. And this is why we added the oversight of the chief medical examiner to have a second set of eyes on it to say, you know, you didn't really look at this part of the province in this situation, maybe go back. I recommend you go back and look there rather than bury them in the other part of the province. So there's two sets of eyes that'll be on this, the initial investigation and the oversight by the chief medical examiner.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, did you consult with the Funeral Home Association?
The Honorable the Minister.
No, we did not.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Did you consult with the cemetery officers of the various churches that own and control the cemeteries?
The Honorable the Minister.
No, we did not. And again, you know, they are the system, the same way for any individual who has claim remains. An executive order administrator has to then go through that process. NLHS will now be just stepping into the shoes of an individual who has been unclaimed. So it doesn't change anything with regards to how the funeral homes operate or how cemeteries operate. They'll be fully paid for their services. We're not trying to do this for anything less than what they would be entitled to.
Member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, did you consult with the Department of CSSD?
The Honorable the Minister.
Yes, and just on the notes of consultation, we will obviously consult with any entity that charges for these services when we set the rates, because the rates will continue to change as we move forward in the future as well.
The member for Conception Bay South.
So this legislation essentially will have no impact on income support clients, correct?
The Honorable the Minister.
It doesn't change the rates available to people who seek funding for this through CSSD. No.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Can't you be an NLHS responsibility but still be in receipt of income support? I know I'm blurring the lines, but.
The Honorable the Minister.
This is only filling the gap of someone who is unclaimed. I mean, if they're unclaimed and they're unknown, they may not know. I wouldn't know if they're receiving income support. The individuals, for example, who are gone through the public trustee may very well be individuals who are on income support, and that's why they go to the public trustee. Right?
The member for Conception Bay South.
Yeah, but Minister, on that note, yes, but if I'm only going by, I can't go by the ones, obviously, if you don't know who they are, that's different. But there will be some you will be able to identify. Would do those divert back to responsibility of CSSD, or would they, how does that work?
The Honourable the Minister.
I mean, that, again, that is one of the reasons that funding was increased. So, because I think it hadn't been increased in a while, to make sure that individuals who can't afford it then have the ability to proceed with family members who are claimed and want to bury that individual. That's what the income support is there for.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Will the threshold be the same for payment, the same as income support for clients, or is there going to be two different tiered? So basically, you're going to get them to procure. So obviously, some of the burials may be more expensive than what, $4,500. I can't remember what the Minister of CSSD is. He may be able to answer that question, what that threshold is.
The Honourable the Minister of CSSD.
I can. Funeral assistance benefits, for example, an enhanced program, that's the new program that we brought forward over the summer, up to $5,000 per funeral. So it's up to $5,000 per funeral, up to $1,500 for additional expenses, and $1.25 per kilometer for transportation. So if there was, in the world of CSSD, that would mean that if a person was on a CSSD client and they lived in Gander, then we would pay for the transportation costs. Same as if they lived in Labrador, would be the same thing. Because we had a great conversation about that last year to make sure that happened. So we pay funeral homes directly for these services. So the funeral, CSSD would. So I would imagine it would be much the same process.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, under Clause 3 of the amendments which provide responsibility for disposal to the Health Authority, why is it chosen that the Health Authority who oversees disposal bodies yet must consult with Chief Medical Examiner? Why did not take that responsibility instead?
The Honourable the Minister.
So this is what I referred to earlier as the second set of eyes, the independent oversight, just to make sure that once NLHS has done its investigation under the regs and done its due diligence and made decisions on how to address or deal with unclaimed remains, then what we've added here is that we ask that they consult with the Chief Medical Examiner for any further recommendations that the Chief Medical Examiner may have. So it's just a level of oversight. To be honest, it wouldn't have necessary to be there to deal with the gap, but I personally felt that situations such as this, it's good to have a second set of eyes on it just to make sure that all investigations and protocols were followed. You only get one chance at this, really, so we want to get it right. Yeah.
The member for Conception Bay South.
What kind of time frames are associated with this, Minister, when this process between the authority, Health Authority, and the Chief Medical Examiner's Office, is there any anticipated timelines that this would take, or how fast or expedient this could happen?
The Honourable the Minister.
So we anticipate that the regs will say that the determination as to whether a body is unclaimed shall last 14 days. So that'll be, once it comes into custody of NLHS, they should take about 2 weeks to do their investigation and due diligence. And then once that is done and a recommendation is made to the Chief Medical Examiner, they'd report back very quickly, and then they could carry out the recommendations.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, did you do a jurisdictional scan? And if so, could you tell us the results?
The Honourable the Minister.
Yes, we did do a jurisdictional scan, and to be honest, there's no consistent approach across the country. It is different. One of the reasons it's different in other parts of the country is there are more municipalities that will be in charge of cemeteries, where we don't necessarily have that here. So just kind of tailored approach depending on how each province addresses this issue. But we did look across the country and felt that this was the most appropriate for homegrown solution, I guess.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Any idea how much this is expected to cost, Minister?
The Honourable the Minister.
I mean, we can do the math on about half dozen right now times 5,000, I think. Obviously, it's an ongoing thing, ongoing issue. This is not, this bill is not meant to just deal with the issue today. This bill will exist, obviously, in perpetuity to continue to deal with unclaimed remains as we go forward in the future.
The member for Conception Bay South.
But in fairness, though, Minister, under procurement, we're assuming because they got a set rate of 5,000 with income support, we don't know under procurement. I mean, it comes into the lowest bidder. That could be much higher. We may not be, but I mean, we can't prejudge that.
The Honourable the Minister.
No, no, we're not. I'm just giving an estimate based on some numbers that we talked about here today. And we will obviously have a better handle on it once the process starts rolling out and we start paying for cremations and burials. And I anticipate that the cost will go up as we go forward in the future.
Member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, is there any process to determine religion of the deceased individual that would obviously impact where the person was interred?
The Honourable the Minister.
So religion? Religion? Yeah. Regulations to where the NLHS will have to comply with the requirements prescribed in the regulations before arranging for the disposition of unclaimed remains. That's in section 20.12B. That will be part of the regulations, as I said, to make sure that an individual's religious backgrounds, if they and cultural background and/or cultural backgrounds, are respected when they deal with unclaimed remains.
The member for Conception Bay South.
This may be a rare occurrence, Minister, but what happens if there's a disagreement between members of the family or members that may know this individual about the process? Like, you know, how do you deal with those disagreements? I mean, that might seem far-fetched, but it's reality. We all know it, and we've already seen, I think, Simon play out in public a few months back with a family. So,
The Honourable the Minister.
You know what? I never practice family law because it's very difficult. I suggest area practice because you hear a lot of family grief and issues and squabbles, and family law lawyers get charged very high rates, to be honest with you, in this province to do the work that they do. So I can't answer that because if there's two family members who are in such an issue, it doesn't necessarily mean that the body is then unclaimed. It just means that individuals aren't willing to make a decision on how to deal with it or aren't willing to agree on a decision on how to deal with unclaimed remains. A lot of times that can end up in court and a judge will have to make a decision on who the executor or administrator is, and then that individual will have the ability to dispose of the remains, the claimed remains.
The member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, under the Fatalities Investigations Act under Clause 13, how is the 7-day period for disposition of remains arrived at?
The Honourable the Minister.
So this is not a new section. This is not an amendment. This is a historical number for 7 days with regards to the chief medical examiner once they complete their investigation. The only change to this section is really wording with regards to the chief medical examiner possessing the unidentified or unclaimed remains.
Member for Conception Bay South.
And what about the body that may be part of a criminal matter, subject to further examination by other experts or legal appeals?
The Honourable the Minister.
That would remain with the medical examiner under his or her authority.
The Honourable the Member for Conception Bay South.
Minister, under Clause 14, how will the so-called Jane Doe body be treated?
The Honourable the Minister.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question. How will the what?
The Member for CBS.
I said, how will the so-called Jane Doe bodies be treated?
The Honourable the Minister.
So that will have to be a recommendation by NLHS as they go through their due diligence and the regulations. And, you know, if it's Jane Doe and there's absolutely no information on him, on her, they'll be disposed of, as I said, in accordance with the regulations, which, you know, there's only so many ways to dispose of unclaimed remains. They'll either be cremated or buried at a cemetery.
The member for Conception Bay South.
No, I have no further questions, Minister.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of anyone? No? Okay, the member for St. John's Centre.
Just, thank you, Chair. With regards to the timeline, just overall, the timeline from, okay, when a body is not being claimed, I'm just wondering what is from the beginning to the end, like where we'd see a body being interred? Would it be like within a month, 2 months?
The Honourable the Minister.
As I said twice already, that the attempt in the regulations will be that investigation of an unclaimed body shall last 14 days. That's what we anticipate having in the regulations, and then of course it would follow the normal process once that investigation is done and the OCME signs off.
The member for St. John's Centre.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the minister and the giving the minister the authority to direct the cemetery owner to provide interment for unclaimed remains at a rate set by the minister, I'm assuming this wouldn't be arbitrary. Would this be in consultation with the cemetery owners, with the funeral homes as well?
The Honourable the Minister.
Yes, that's right. It will be in consultation and provide at appropriate rates as they provide that service to other members of the public.
The member for St. John's Centre.
As I understand it, I understand to be corrected that would this bypass the funeral homes, or is this, if I understand the legislation correctly, anyone can claim a body and they can pay to have the grave open and buried. They don't necessarily have to go through a funeral home. So is this anticipating that it wouldn't go through a funeral home as such if it was an unclaimed body, that it would be just buried?
The Honourable the Minister.
Again, just to reiterate that this is a backstop in the event that the NLHS is unable to procure appropriate cemetery to intern unclaimed remains.
Member for St. John's Centre.
Again, to clarify, so this doesn't necessarily would also anticipate the fact that the unclaimed remains wouldn't have to go through claimed by a funeral home, and they would take care of this. Would be just straight burial, is more or less is what I'm asking.
The Honourable the Minister.
Yes, that's what that section says.
Member for St. John's Centre.
And I understand regulations will be sometime in January or February?
The Honourable the Minister.
No, what I said was the amendments for this piece of legislation, should it pass today, will come into force January 1st, 2025, and that will allow us to develop the regulations at that point in time.
Member for St. John's Centre.
And how long would you anticipate that regulations would be before they will be in place? Because most of the bill leans heavily on regulations.
The Honourable the Minister.
I can't give a specific date. However, I did outline some of what we anticipate will be in the regulations. So obviously there's been some thought put into them. So I don't anticipate it'll be too much longer after January 1st, 2025.
The member for St. John's Centre.
And would that too much longer after be in the, let's say by the summer, or before the end of the, before the budget, before the end? I'm just trying to get a rough timeline.
The Honourable the Minister.
Yeah, I don't anticipate it'll be very long.
The member for St. John's Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. Chair, sorry. So it's not very long. So there's a good chance then by June, I guess, we would have regulations in place. Would that be a fair expectation?
The Honourable the Minister.
Yes.
Section 20.1 2B. Can the minister explain what the requirements will need to be complied with before the authority can arrange for the disposition of unclaimed remains?
The Honourable the Minister.
Sure. As I said, that some of the regulations we look to develop will include a determination as to whether a body is unclaimed, that investigation shall last 14 days, require NLHS to provide notice that a representative is being sought for a body, so give public notice about the unclaimed remains as an attempt to find an individual to maybe perhaps claim it or provide further information. And not only give that notice, but require NLHS to attempt to contact any known relatives, friends, or persons who may be entitled to control disposition of the remains. So, some basic due diligence there. Make sure that NLHS makes every effort to publicize the situation and makes every effort to find an individual to come forward to, as I said, not necessarily claim the remains, but provide information about the individual.
The member for St. John's Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. In Clause 3, Section 20.1 2D, can the Minister explain what means of disposition of the unclaimed remains will be permitted under this regulations and what means of disposal will be used? I believe the Minister said that it's very limited as to how, but I know that if a body has been frozen for a while, the options are really either a closed casket or a cremation. Would be the best. I'm just curious as to what would they be anticipating there.
The Honourable the Minister.
So cremation and burial or other method is appropriate in the circumstances. There may be some other cultural way to dispose of unclaimed remains that I'm not aware of right now. And that would be as part of the regulations to make sure that all those possible situations are investigated and recommended by the NLHS.
The member for St. John's Centre.
Would a donation to science or anything along those lines be permitted under this?
The Honourable the Minister.
That would be based on the recommendation of NLHS, and if they find an individual that they know that that's what they wanted the body to be, they want it done with their body, I don't see any reason why we couldn't include that in the regulations.
The member for St. John's Centre.
Thank you, Chair. Is there an anticipation of the cost per person, I guess, for unclaimed body to go through the process?
The Honourable the Minister.
The process in terms of the investigation is the question?
Investigation from the point, let's say, to where it's determined and the body is disposed of in a, respectful way.
The Honourable the Minister.
Well, the process of cremating and burying people here in Newfoundland and Labrador is a known cost. I'm sure it doesn't fluctuate much. I'm sure it may fluctuate between regions in the province, but it doesn't fluctuate much between funeral home and cemetery, so that is a known cost, at least at this point in time. As I said, I'm sure those numbers will continue to increase, as everything does as we go forward. With regards to the cost of investigation, I'm sure that'll vary as well, and that could depend on how far and wide the net needs to be cast to try and find an individual who has information about someone who's unclaimed. It might just be a phone call. You might find someone, a neighbor, for example, or the individual might be from a country outside of Canada where it might take a lot more effort to try and track someone down. So that cost obviously can vary greatly depending on the individual circumstances.
The member for St. John's Centre.
Much of the issue that why we've had a part of a problem in talking to funeral homes is that for many years they would argue that they had never been paid the full cost or compensated fairly for the cost of even a simple cremation. So I guess the question is there. And I take what the Minister says, that obviously things go up, there's inflation. In determining that amount, is this going to be part of a regular consultation with funeral homes, or if they strike an association of some sort to determine what those costs are, so that I guess we don't see a repeat of what we've seen for the last year or so, but more or less make sure that that there's consultation and a fair compensation for funeral homes. I take it on. I'm assuming it's going to be the funeral homes doing the cremation.
The Honourable the Minister.
This will be an open process, RFP if necessary, and when LHS deals with this issue.
The Honourable the Member for St. John's Centre.
So if it's put out for an RFP, would that be, then that would be one funeral home, well, depending on the region, I guess, one funeral home that will be selected to take care of all the cremations of all unclaimed bodies, such, or would be, because we have Barrett's, Carnell's, Calls in the metro area, but there's other, but I'm just wondering, that RFP, would they have the bids put in, and would one funeral home be selected?
The Honourable Minister.
You know, I don't know what this RFP will look like. They might very well do it by zones. They might very well do it on a one-by-one basis. The numbers are going to change over time. I don't think it's fair to say right now this is how everybody is going to be dealt with under this piece of legislation. The fact that we have regulations that need to give NLHS flexibility to do their investigation and to consult with the Chief Medical Examiner, I think just shows that everyone's situation is going to be different. Every investigation is going to be different. Some are going to be quick. Some are going to take a very long, or up to 14 days potentially. And how their remains are dealt with is going to be, a lot of them are going to be the same. Some are going to be burial. Some are going to be cremation. But where, when, and how it takes place certainly is going to depend and vary between persons.
No further questions. The member for Conception Bay South.
Yeah, Minister, upon some reflection, I know we asked for a few questions, but I got to go back, I guess, because based on the questions and the answers, to me, it's like we need another piece of legislation here, because we'll go back to income support recipients under the Ministers of CSSD. We increased the amounts to deal with those. That left 36 deceased persons in those unsightly coolers. You tell me there's 20% of those are the responsibility of the NLHS. So my quick math tells me we still have 29 bodies remaining in those coolers. So when this legislation passes, what happens to those 29 unclaimed remains in the coolers? If you're telling me it's only 20% from under your responsibility.
The Honourable the Minister.
So about 24 of them are the responsibility of the public trustee, so they will be dealt with through the public trustee. So just to be clear, what the public trustee does is they have authority over these remains. They have authority over the entire estate of this person. They will deal with that through the public trustee process, the same way any individual who may have an administrator or an executor of their estate will be dealt with. There are approximately another half dozen that are under the authority of the Chief Medical Examiner, who has authority to dispose of remains as well. The only gap we are filling is the purpose of this bill is to give NLHS authority where there's unclaimed remains that are not the responsibility of the public trustee, not the responsibility of OCME.
Any further questions? The member for Conception Bay South.
Yeah, and fair enough, Minister, but I guess the point of the matter is how come they're still there? If that's under the public trustee, I guess that comes to the root of the problem. So a lot of these remains have been there since this issue has played its ugly face in the public for too long a time. So why isn't this not dealt with, I guess what I'm saying? Because we're not solving the problem today, because obviously there's going to still be, when this legislation goes through and those procurements happen for those 20%, we still have 80%, so we still have a problem.
The Honourable the Minister.
No, I think he's making an incorrect assumption that the people that were in the freezers in the morgues last year when this was raised are the same people. It's not true. People move in and out. People are continuing to die in this province, and they move out of the morgues from NLHS through the public trustee process, through OCME's process, and more people die and come in. There are about half a dozen I know that are going out, I think this week, to Barrett's, for example. There are probably going to be more coming in. So it's not that we haven't solved the problem and the same 3 dozen are in freezers since the story came to light whenever it was last year, which you spoke about. There are always people going to continue to die in this province, and always people that we have to deal with through the system. Really, the number, my understanding, hasn't exponentially grown since the issue was raised. It's still hovering around the same number, and it is not the same people in the freezers that were there this time last year or whenever the issue was raised.
Member for Conception Bay South.
I guess, though, what begs to be asked here is how come we're still dealing with coolers? That remains to be a problem. Even if they were stored in a dignified manner in a morgue, which we haven't got a big enough space down there. The Chief Medical Examiner's office has been under review. A report come back a long time ago that, as a matter of fact, someone I know quite well actually told me that they've told, and someone that was involved in the funeral home business, told their daughter that when anything ever happens to them, don't order an autopsy because they don't want to be down in the medical examiner's office. They don't want their remains down in the medical examiner's office because they were going in every day and seeing it. Obviously, all we've changed now is we've put coolers there. So we need, you know, that's the tip of the iceberg, Minister, and I think we all realize that. The bigger issue is that we have to still provide proper, dignified, to deal with any remain. These coolers are still in operation. So if there may be people dying in the province, and I get all that, and there may be different bodies there, but I don't care when they came there, and if I want the response to that question is, the bodies are still there. So here we are today, you're going to take 7 out of it, and we're still going to be left with, I don't know, 29. If they come last month or 6 months ago or last week or last year, my question is, this day and age, do we have to have a cooler down in the parking garage at the hospital with bodies in? And unfortunately, what I'm being told today is, because we have a lack of facilities, here we are, we're going to be still faced with that same dilemma. So on one hand, you're kind of happy that some legislation going through, but I still think we have a problem because this issue will prolong itself until we get a proper overall, the full chief medical examiner's office and the morgue to deal with this full situation properly, because these coolers are not going up the more. It's not like this legislation changing that, so we still have a problem.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
I've listened intently to the debate here today, and the Minister of Health, as well as the Minister of CSSD and our office in Justice have worked very closely with this. Pieces are handled by each part. I do take a bit of exception from the MHA from CBS about saying that they wouldn't want to be with the Chief Medical Examiner's office. I don't think that's a fair assessment of the Chief Medical Officer's assessment. Well, you just said that an individual said, I wouldn't go to the Chief Medical Officer's office.
Order, please. Order, please.
So
the Minister.
all I can say is that the Chief Medical Officer in this province is working very, very hard and diligently to try to move processes as fast as they possibly can. Some could be held up with investigations, dealing with those processes, collecting evidence and things like that. Those are all issues that present themselves to individual cases. The idea that that the same individuals are sitting in the morgue at Health Science is absurd. The 36 people or 36 individuals that have been in that situation are being dealt with in varying degrees of success, and obviously there's time. If a public trustee is working at it, which happens to be in our office, they're working very hard to try to move those processes as fast as they can, but there is complex family issues that are being dealt with on individual cases. Some move very quickly. There is some that will move through an estate very, very quickly, but there are some people that contest estates and say that I want my dad or mom to go to this particular spot where I'm to. Well, my brother may not want that same option, and then they've got to try to determine that through the public trustee and through other means. This is what that process is trying to do. We're trying to deal with a situation that's occurred for some 6 individuals in the current situation that are in a gap space, that we're trying to fill that gap in the piece of legislation that we're working very hard to try to make that work. And the second set of eyes through the Chief Medical Examiner's office is important, we believe, to the situation to ensure the best integrity and to make sure that we're moving as fast as we can and looks at it from the best possible perspective. I hope that adds a little bit of clarity. If I misquoted you, it was not my intention. It was just what I heard was said that an individual wouldn't want to be an autopsy requested for that. That's not going to hold up a process based on what we got to go through that process.
Member for Conception Bay South.
Thank you, Chair. And you know, it's amazing sometimes, you know, you'll get into, I don't know, it's been an hour and a half probably that I suppose we've been going on. I mean, it's been it's respectful dialogue back and forth between myself and the Minister. Our role in committee is to ask questions, to try to figure out and get a good piece of legislation. Simple as that. And I mean, the Minister, I made reference earlier, it'd be nice to change the terminology from remains to deceased persons as a friendly type of, you know, it just sounds better. So I don't know where the Minister of Justice Public Safety gets these adversarial responses from and quotes me with saying, I said something. I repeat, because Minister may not have been listening. I think the Minister of Health heard me. I don't think the Minister of Justice Public Safety heard me. I was told, and I'll say it slow, because sometimes on the other side dictate it to us, they'll say it slow for us. I'm going to say it slow for the Minister of Justice Public Safety. I was told by a funeral home operator in my district that their father, who was very closely associated, said that when they pass away, please don't bring me and let me go to the medical examiner's office, because I go there on a daily basis and I see the way the office is understaffed, the spacing is bad. I don't want to be left down there. I never said that, Chair. MHF-CBS never said that. It was an individual, I'm quoting a saying, said that. I have no reason whatsoever to call that person a liar, and I'm not going to start right now. And it just brings emphasis to the situation of the magnitude of the problem we're dealing with. Whether they were there a week, I don't care how long they're there. My question comes back that when this legislation goes through, and if someone could tell me differently, I'm fine. Will we no longer need those coolers in the basement of the Health Science Center after this legislation goes through? If the answer to that is no, well, okay, we got a good piece of legislation. If the answer to that is yes, and we're still going to have 25 or 30 deceased persons, I think we still have a problem. Thank you.
Any further questions? The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. And maybe this is going to be the final word in committee. I hope so. Thank you for the support, raising awareness of this issue. Understand the members' issues with the freezers. But just to reiterate that there are renovations being done to the morgue at the Chief Medical Examiner's office or area. Office is a strange word to call morgue, but it is for him, I guess. But thank you.
The member for St. John's Centre.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the investigation, is it anticipated that more staff will be hired to do the investigations, to track down who owns the remains in order to meet the timeline? Just wondering, is there anticipated to have more staff to make sure that it's done expeditiously as possible?
The Honourable the Minister.
So they are currently doing investigations. So this doesn't change that. It just gives them the authority to address the situation if their investigations aren't fruitful.
Member for St. John's Centre.
So right now, if I'm hearing the Minister correctly, the investigation piece is not what's slowing this down at all?
The Honourable the Minister.
I'm not sure what part he's talking about when he says slowing it down.
The member for St. John's Centre.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. In terms of the whole idea is to be able to dispose of the bodies, what's I guess is the what this is trying to address. But the process of trying to track down, doing the investigation, trying to track down family and so on and so forth, that's not been the I guess the issue. As I understand it, the process, 14 days or so to track down, try to find out where the family is. It's not a case of manpower, but as to more or less what to do with the bodies once it's been determined that there's no family.
The Honourable the Minister.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, and I think that the prescriptive process set out in the regulations will allow NLHS staff who are currently doing the investigations to perhaps speed that up.
Member for St. John's Centre.
Question, I guess the question for the Minister of Children, Seniors and Social Development. If, as I understand it here, that the Minister has the authority to direct the cemetery owner to provide interment for unclaimed remains at a rate set by the Minister. So everything is done more or less to track down the family of this person. And let's say after that person has been interred, actually family does show up. Whatever reason is there, and their financial means are such that they really don't have the opportunity to have that, I guess, a funeral, a wake or so on and so forth. Is there funding for them if they choose to have, that they want to have that other aspect of a dignified farewell to their loved ones?
The Honourable the Minister of Children, Seniors and Social Development.
Yes, I think I may understand your question, but in the last 2 years we've done over 700 funerals now, and based upon the new rates, the cost of these funerals certainly has escalated. So we're looking at say $6,500 for that would include say additional expenses, right? $6,500, and then there's the cost of transportation costs that are in on that as well. For example, if it's 400 kilometers, you have to transport a body 400 kilometers, you got to double that. So that's another $1,000. So basically, we work. CSSD would work with the family through this whole process, because our bodies are identified, the remains are identified. So we know, and we're working direct. And there's no cost to the family. Once the funeral is done, we pay the funeral homes direct. So families, we make, you know, it's a bad time for these families, and we want to make sure that they have no financial burden at all.
Member for St. John's Center.
No, and I appreciate that. What I'm asking is, the body's been interred. Couldn't find the family. So that the body's been disposed of in a respectful manner and buried. And as far as the health authority is concerned, well, the body is still unclaimed. We don't know who. There's no one claimed the body. We don't know who the family is. But family members come by. Look, you know what? We're not expecting. We wouldn't mind having something made through the funeral home, hosting a sort of a wake. Is there like after the fact? After the fact. So they haven't gone through you, but now they're realizing, oh my God, that's Uncle John, who, you know, maybe they're on income support, they're financially strapped. I'm just curious as to what would be or other than saying, you know what, too late, you missed out, deadline's passed, he's in the ground, good, adios. I'm just trying to get an idea. That's not necessary to do with this act, but I'm just trying to think in terms of it's one thing to bury the person, another thing to have that farewell, if that makes sense.
The Minister of Children, Seniors, Social Development. Minister of Children, Seniors, and Social Development. Okay, the Minister of Health and Community Services.
Just make note at first that they are originally buried with, in a respectful way, and that's taken place. If somebody comes forward afterwards, obviously then, NLHS has done what it was supposed to do under the authority that it has. If there was funding, if maybe that funding would have been available had someone come forward, then maybe they can, I'm speaking on behalf of CSSD, sure we can look at some sort of process, but this bill doesn't deal with funding. This bill is just dealing with the authority of unclaimed remains.
The member for St. John's Center.
Chair. And I appreciate that. I'm in no way trying to suggest that the burial will be undignified. I'm assuming that it will be treated with all due respect. I guess if the person has died, is on, let's say, an income support recipient since it's determined by the income of the person, I'm just thinking if the family comes by after the fact, is there a way that, and this is not anticipated by the bill, but would this be something that after the fact, there's no funeral to be had because the person has been buried, but there's a grieving process that might require funding.
The Honourable the Minister of Children, Seniors, and Social Development.
If the person,
Order,
was on income support, or you don't necessarily have to be on income support. If we can determine that the deceased was a low income, or the family can't afford the funeral, but there's an application process that you go through. And once that application process is done, then we would cover the costs of full burial costs, which we would pay direct, and that would be the end of it as far as we're concerned. Now there could be cases that happens, but I'm not aware of any.
No further questions. Shall the motion carry? All those in favor? Against? Carried.
Clauses 2 through 21 inclusive.
Shall clauses 2 through 21 carry? All those in favor? Carried.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and House of Assembly in legislative session convened as follows.
Shall the enacting clause carry? All those in favor? Against? It's carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Provincial Health Authority Act and the Fatalities Investigations Act, Bill 85.
Shall the title carry? All those in favor? Against? The title's carried. Shall I report Bill 85 carried without amendment? All those in favor? Against? Carried. The Honourable the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the committee rise and report Bill 85 carried without amendment.
Do we have a seconder? It is moved that this committee do rise and report Bill 85 carried without amendment. Is the pleasure of the committee. I do need a seconder? No. I need a seconder, yes.
Speaker Rise.
Okay, the deputy government house leader.
Chair, seconded by the Minister responsible for Health and Community Services.
All right, let's recommence. So it has been moved and seconded that the committee do rise and report Bill 85 carried without amendment. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you.
Order, please. The honourable member for Lake Millville, chair of the committee of the whole.
Thank you, Speaker. The Committee of the Whole have considered the matters to refer to them and directed me to report that Bill 85, an act to amend the Provincial Health Authority Act and the Fatalities Investigations Act, has been carried through without amendment.
Chair of the committee of the whole reports that the committee have considered the matters and referred and directed that bill number 85 be carried without amendment. When shall the report be received? Now. When should the bill be read a third time? Tomorrow. The Honourable the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs, that this House do now stand in recess until 7 p.m.
No. This House do stand recess until 7 p.m. please. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Municipal and Provincial Affairs, that this House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider an act to amend the Public Safety Act, Bill 95.
It is moved and seconded that I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself in Committee of the Whole to consider said bill. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour? All those against? Motion carried.
Ready to roll. Order, please. We are now considering Bill number 95, an act to amend the Public Safety Act.
Clause 1.
Shall Clause 1 carry? The member for Fairyland.
Thank you, Chair. Just had a couple more questions after thinking about it on the weekend. One is, do you plan with the pay scale that we asked last week? I think you said 72,000. And in order to get people competitive to get into this market, do you have any plan to try to get that salary raised in order to get people to be able to do it with people that could be retiring from the system in a few years? Do you plan on raising the salary to try and get the competition or get people to come in and take those jobs?
Minister of Digital Government and Service NL.
Yes, we will, and we're currently going through the process of a market adjustment, and that will be determined in a short order. So yes, we are.
Member for Fairyland.
So in looking at that, if you hire somebody outside, and I thought about this again as well, you hire somebody outside and they come in to do an inspection on an elevator, and they come out and let's say the pulley is gone on it, okay? And they got to come back and part is $1,000, $2,000, I don't know what it is. I'm just using that as a number, as a part. So the person that's the inspector, if he's working for a company, he's getting paid to be able to sell parts and sell service to customer, you're the customer. So they're going to come back and say, okay, we need a part for this elevator, and it's $2,000. So that inspector is going to get paid commission based on that, plus the work he's doing. How are you going to check to see that he's not, how are you going to get a second opinion on that when we don't have enough inspectors to be able to cover it? That's the question. And I use that as a garage. If you went to a garage and they said, well, you need this, this, and this, well, they can take your car and go somewhere else and say, well, no, you don't need that. So I'm just trying to get a backup to what somebody who's going to get paid commission to sell parts, how would you be able to get a second opinion when you have job enough to try to get the inspections done?
Minister of Digital Government and Service NL.
Yeah, I'll attempt to answer that because there will be a second person referencing the chief inspector that will inspect that report that's coming, that will be submitted. And I guess if the chief inspector officer for the government of Newfoundland and Labrador determines that there would be a further inspection, then that would happen, or the inspector would write it off. Now I'm not sure in terms of the parts that you're referencing. I'm not clear on that in terms of this $1,000 part. So if you could clarify that, I would try to answer it better.
Member for Fairland.
Maybe you just answered it. If you got an inspector outside that's inspecting to say it needs parts, so your inspector is going to go verify that, okay, those parts are actually needed. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Member for Fairyland.
And it is a concern that if you're going to be using outside inspectors and don't fill these positions and give them the salary to bring people in, and that's a form of privatization, and that's not where we want to go with that, I don't think.
Minister of Digital Government and Service NL.
Yeah, let me make it clear. In terms of my conversation, and it's certainly not, I guess, my motive to bring in privatization. Believe me, it is certainly not. Because even though we're allowing the industry to be licensed to do these inspections, we're not removing ourselves from that, because it could be necessary, depending on what's being inspected, that a government inspector is going to oversee this, and if further inspection needs to happen by the government inspector, that will happen. It'll depend on the device and the necessity of it, right? So, but it's not, the privatization is certainly not where we're going.
Okay. Member for Terranova.
I guess I want to ask a question without raising any alarms, but this is the Public Safety Act, and all of its lifting equipment comes under ANSI 117.1. And clearly, any lifting inspections, elevator, escalator, any of that kind of stuff, if it's found to be not to standard, it's automatically shut down. If it's found to be expired, in most instances, it's automatically shut down. It's the individual's responsibility to do so. So now we have all these inspections throughout the province, including lots inside of government buildings. Has there been any conversation about shutting these devices down, not utilizing them until they're inspected?
Minister of Digital Government and Service now.
And just for the record, to be clear, I mean, a lot of the devices, like at your hospitals, your schools, are being inspected. So it's not that these that are evident out here in Confederation buildings, these are the ones that are backlogged that we want to get to, and this is the premise of going outside and licensing the industry to help us with that backlog, right? So, but if I can answer your question, no, we're not looking at shutting down. I mean, the oversight of that is somebody who, if they determine that it needs to be shut down, then I guess it will be shut down. But I mean, you know, you have your hospitals being inspected regularly, and long-term care homes, schools. So they determine the importance of what needs to be inspected as well. Not saying any elevator is not important, believe me. It's not what I'm saying, but they determine which ones. And as I've referenced, I mean, the hospitals and the schools, and these are definitely fall under the most important ones, right? So, and they are being inspected.
Member for Terranova.
I guess, Minister, my question is, so if you own a garage, as an example, and you're using the old pneumonic type car lift for changing tires, doing work underneath, because there's pits aren't allowed anymore, there's an inspection requirement on them, no different than it is for an elevator. And if it's not inspected and something were to happen, then that individual who owns that garage is in a whole lot of trouble. And if government can't provide that service, which is who obviously provides it, you know, I guess what's the recourse?
Minister of Digital Government and Service now.
Well, that's the whole attempt of trying to move to ensure that those do get inspected. I mean, you know, elevators are working. We're not necessarily shutting them down because they're not inspected on a regular basis or an annual basis, right? So, and work gets done even with these elevators out here. There's maintenance on them, right? It's just they're not annually inspected, and that's where the backlog is, right? So, and that's what we need to get to, and that's what we're trying to attempt to get here. But I you know, and it's going to get busier, right? I mean, it's you know, any building that's you know, and new buildings in terms of having installs of elevators. I mean, you know, they're brand new, but they still have to be inspected, right? Especially if it's in a hospital and stuff. So.
Member for Terranova.
Just one last question. So to your point about new buildings, old buildings with the Accessibility Act that we passed last year, you know, as accessibility becomes more of an issue, this is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger all the time. So I guess, you know, as the previous member asked about pay and trying to hire more people internally, but that number isn't going to be 3. I mean, we need to be aware of that. Yeah. So has government looked at what that number needs to be? And if that number is 10 or 8 or whatever it is, then should we not be looking at a way to bring in apprentices and even have a class here on how to do it and try and move that forward? Because it's going to grow, as you just, there's no question it's going to grow.
Yeah. Minister of Digital Government Service and
Yeah, no, it's, and I think, you know, it's been a long process even trying to get to where the, you know, we got 3 now. I mean, yes, it's enormous to realize that these 3 people are responsible for these inspections. Listen, I don't disagree with that. It's so, but I don't have a number to say if that magical number is number 8 or is 10 that would be suffice. And in terms of a process, to get someone in these positions at a certifiable, I guess, point to do the work, it can take between like up to 4 years, right? So that's a long time. And I repeat what staff is telling me in terms of these positions, they're difficult to recruit. Now, we all know in terms of the salary is a big piece here, right? So it is a conversation that we're having. There is a market adjustment now on these positions. Whether we need to go higher, you know, that is ongoing discussions as well, right? So, but we're hoping that hopefully this is done today and they can move on and hopefully deal with that backlog that's been there for too long. We recognize that and can certainly help the process with these 3 individuals that are doing a lot of work in the province on a lot of devices, and it's not a 2-hour process, right? So.
Member for Terranova.
One more last question, Minister. This legislation, I guess, was it brought forward by the questions that were asked in the House Assembly about elevators not being inspected, or was this being worked on for some time?
Minister of Digital Government and Service Sunel.
Yeah, no. The questions in this House didn't trigger the question that he asked initially didn't trigger this. This was in the making for a while. Yeah.
Member for Labrador. Sorry. Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. Most of my colleagues here have asked those questions I had, additional questions I had. So I only have one other question is, have you spoke with NAPE about bringing in private contractors in to do this work? Have they been notified and consulted about this before, prior to this legislation coming here?
Minister of Digital Government and Service Sunel.
Yes.
Member for Labrador West.
And what was their response to this work? Were they? What was your response from them on bringing in contractor work into doing this?
Minister of Digital Government and Service Sunel.
Let me make it clear. I didn't speak to them. Its staff spoke to them. We did have a conversation around that, and it's a question that I really asked myself. So, and we will be consulting with them again, obviously. And this process through the House brought it to light more in terms of when the words privatization is uttered. I get it. There's a concern, and but that's certainly not the motives here to privatize this at all. I'll say it again, and you know, we will certainly discuss that with Nate. But what I've been told by staff is that there weren't strong objections from the union on this. I think they see the overall picture of what we're trying to do here, because don't forget, 3 of their members are tasked with heavy task in terms of what they're doing. So this is about helping them as well to get at that backlog and to bring some sensibility, if I can use that word, to what their responsibilities, right, what they're doing here. So.
Member for Labrador, no? Okay. Seeing no further speakers, shall the motion carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried.
Clauses 2 through 21 inclusive.
Shall clauses 2 through 21 inclusive carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried.
Be it enacted by Lieutenant Governor and House of Assembly in legislative session convened as follows.
Shall the enacting clause carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Public Safety Act, Bill 95.
Shall the title carry? All those in favor? All those against? Carried. Shall I report the bill without amendment? All those in favor? All those against? Carried. Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the committee rise and report Bill 95 carried without amendment.
The motion is that the committee rise and report Bill 95 carried without amendment. All those in favor? Those against? Carried.
Order, please. The Honourable the Member from Placentia St. Mary's, Chair of the Committee of the Whole.
Speaker, the Committee of the Whole have considered the matters to them referred and have directed me to report Bill number 95, an act to amend the Public Safety Act, carried without amendment.
Chair of the Committee of the Whole reports that the committee had considered the matters referred and directed that Bill number 95 be carried without amendment. When shall the report be received? Now. When will the bill be read a third time? Tomorrow. The Honourable the Deputy Governor House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I call from the order paper number 14, second reading of Bill 93, an act to amend the Urban and Rural Planning Act 2000 and the City of St. John's Municipal Taxation Act, and seconded by the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
It is moved and seconded that Bill number 93, Urban and Rural Planning Act 2000 and the City of St. John's Taxation Act, be now read a second time. The Honourable the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. You may recall in a somewhat marathon Wednesday morning, we had 167 questions on the Town and Local Service District Act, which was at that stage and still is really essentially a new constitution for municipalities. This act was written in a very permissive way. It was a complete contrast to the Municipalities Act of 1999, which preceded it. And in actual fact, for those of you historians of legislation, the Municipalities Act 99 was in actual fact a redo of the 97 Act. And in that 3-year period between then and the onset of the Urban and Rural Planning Act in 2000, there was a change that we carried on with the Town and Local Service District Act. And essentially, that was to adopt, instead of a proscriptive attitude, a very much an enabling attitude. And whilst the Urban and Rural Planning Act is actually very permissive and gives a lot of power to municipalities should they choose to exercise it, it's become apparent with the housing debate over the last year, certainly that I've been in the portfolio. We have regular discussions both with the City of St. John's, other cities, municipalities in general, MNL as an umbrella organisation, and also our planning department, that there's some lack of clarity in the minds of planners outside of government, be they in private business or working for some municipalities, or alternatively, some of the electeds, and they move and they change, and that is the nature of things, about what it is that the ERPA, as we call it as an acronym, allows them to do in regard to housing. And obviously this House has been seized with the issue of housing, and as a result of those discussions, which I say go on a regular basis, and I shouldn't miss out PMA, the Professional Municipal Administrators Association, who we also chat with, it's become apparent that clarity was needed. And so the issues that we have identified there, we have brought forward in this bill to the House to clarify ERPA. Most of it is clarification. There are a couple of definitions which are new and really have come into the lexicon of planners only in the last 15 years or so, certainly since the mainstream language of ERPA was written. Because of that, there is also a need to talk about notification. We've done this with a whole variety of pieces of legislation. Did it when I was in health, did it in education, and we've already done it in the Town and Local Service Districts Act, which is around the fact that, there are no longer municipal or even regional newspapers in the province, and to rely on them as a source of informing the public is somewhat misguided. So this also addresses modern methods of notification. Because of the way the legislation is also written, whilst Town and Local Service Districts Act for this purpose really only affects municipalities in any great number, there is also legislation around the City of St. John's. And the City of St. John's specifically has its own Municipal Taxation Act. This is covered in Town and Local Service Districts Act, but we're in the process of, that's the next act on our list. We're in the process of rewriting this. And one of the comments was that while we were doing this, this would be another housing-orientated change lined up with Town and Local Service Districts Act, which we were going to put in a revision of the City of St. John's Act, and that we would take the opportunity to do this now. Just so no one's in any doubt, this is not the end of revisions to the Urban and Rural Planning Act. This is just an item in time of something that is topical, something that I think is needed, if only for clarity, because there is an interpretation among some of our planners and some of our council that these authorities already exist in the legislation. But because of the lack of clarity and because of an absolute need for no ambiguity, we feel as a department that this is kind of a proactive approach. So we have amendments to the Municipal Taxation Act for St. John's in line with the Town and Local Service Districts Act. It also, because Legislative Council are like that, points out that trial division shouldn't be there and it should be Supreme Court. It's the appropriate legislative body. And gender-neutral language is something which is important to all of us here. We even have a minister responsible for that. But every time we open an act to amend it, we use that opportunity to remove old and outdated language. So, into the weed a little bit. The two definitions we've introduced, well, there's three actually. The first is affordable housing. And we have defined that as housing that is determined to be affordable by a council or regional authority. And the reason we've chosen that is there is no point in me as minister or someone in government or someone in St. John's saying, this is market value. It might be in St. John's, but it certainly won't be in New West Valley or in Corner Brook or in Gander. So that has to be left to the bylaw making authority. The next definition is incentive or bonus zoning. This is in section 37.1 for those of you who are inclined that way, but it actually enables modifications to be made to development requirements in return for the developer doing something of benefit or an incentive to the community, whether it's putting in a playground, putting in a green space, or providing amenities to that area or satisfactory to the town and minister if it doesn't fulfill certain criteria. Inclusionary zoning is another piece that has been added as a specific definition, and that allows a variety of housing options within a development, which includes affordable housing. It includes multi-unit housing. It is in an attempt to make communities rather than simple developments. So those definitions are laid out in the Act. I will save some of the detail more properly for committee. I'm sure there will be questions. In terms of consultation, we've provided for the use of virtual public hearings and electronic or video conference to line up with technology now, particularly given some people's reluctance to maybe go out if they're not well, and yet there is a time when these consultations need to take place. It increases accessibility for people who have mobility issues, and basically it's in line with what a lot of us do in our own departments and in our own municipalities. It increases the accessibility of public notices. It, again, modernizes the legislation and it lines it up very nicely with the Town and Local Service District Act. The amendments to the City of St. John's Municipal Taxation Act, again, parallel those. It allows the city the authority to allow real property tax exemptions if it wants to use that for developers or landlords or owners to use it for affordable housing. And again, trial division piece, which is now the Supreme Court, and it incorporates gender-neutral language. The bottom line about this is a result of our discussions with the relevant groups. It is to provide clarity and certainty, and it really isn't, in that respect, very revolutionary. It simply tidies up some room for doubt and room for error. These were the things we identified as low-hanging fruit. We continue as a department to work with our planners and municipalities and their planners to see what's next in terms of if there are other things that will help deal with that interface, that authority for municipalities to progress on the housing front. I'm sure a lot of the questions that will probably come up in committee will be, this isn't really covered in this Act, this is something that lies somewhere else, because this is part of kind of a matrix of factors in developments and these kind of things. But I would commend this to the House. I don't propose to use my other 50 minutes and 16 seconds. I think we all have more profitable things to do. I'd be interested to hear comments from both sides of the House and also look forward to committee. So thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Grand Falls, Windsor-Buckins.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I thank the Minister's Department for bringing forth legislation again when it comes to municipalities, towns, LSDs. If anything we learned over the past few years is that there isn't a one-size-fits-all, and we need to make sure that we temper it as we go, whichever fits, once again, the towns, the LSDs, the cities, from one end of this province to the other. It's difficult to come up with legislation that fits for everybody, but I know that the Minister's Department and those who work in there definitely do a good job bringing it forward. The big piece of legislation we brought forward last year was a lot to get through. It was a huge document, of course, but there was a lot to it. And we did have a lot of questions at the time, and rightfully so, because we want the best for our municipalities moving forward as well. I know I want the best for mine. I'm sure everybody here wants the best for their municipalities, towns, and LSDs throughout the province. When it comes to housing, of course, it's the same thing. It's not one size fits all, and again, that's part of the reason for this legislation brought forward to this evening. Housing is huge. It's absolutely huge. We know that when we're building more houses, we know that our economy is good. We know that pretty much everything right across the face of the province, it's good. We're in good shape once we get building. Unfortunately, there's not enough units right now. And we have a housing crisis, and we've talked about it for the past couple of years. So any piece of legislation that's going to bring in new housing or new development, we welcome it. And to cut any of that red tape and to get down to the brass tacks and get this done so we can attract possibly more healthcare professionals. We can attract more tradespeople within the province. And this is, at the end of the day, that's exactly what we want to do. We want to grow our province in the right area. But, we also want to talk about the fundamental right to be housed as a Canadian, as a Newfoundlander and Labradorian, the fundamental right to be housed. So when we talk about affordability and its definitions, I agree with the Minister. One place in St. John's might be different than a place in Grand Falls, Windsor, or, out around Green Bay South. It's affordable housing. It can be a very subjective number if we're going to put it on it. And so it should be. We want to make sure that we get as many people into housing as we possibly can. And just referring to Bill 93, and I'll just go over the bill here myself from what we see of it. The discussion focuses on proposed amendments to the Urban and Rural Planning Act, highlighting the addition of definitions, clarifications, and modernization of processes related to housing regulations. This aim is to enhance clarity and enable municipalities to better address housing needs, particularly through affordable housing initiatives. And that's sort of what we just talked about now. And the initiatives are a big part of it as well, because we want new housing to be built here. And the more initiatives we have, the better they are. We want to make sure that the housing that we build, it is accessible as well for people, that might need those sort of supports. And we want to make sure that those are there. Continued dialogue with municipalities and stakeholders is emphasized to ensure the effectiveness of these amendments. I think I've said this before and I touched on it. When we talk about housing and bringing housing forward to Newfoundland and Labrador and coming up with housing ideas, the more people we have around that table, the better. When you talk about construction, people that are selling houses, anybody that might be at the table for getting housing in Newfoundland and Labrador is what we want. Real estate agents, construction people, people who need housing, people who are going to offer these initiatives. 3 levels of government, municipal, provincial, and federal, should be all at the table when we talk about a housing strategy moving forward for Newfoundland and Labrador. Because we want to make sure that that shouldn't be a worry about people. That shouldn't be a worry at all. And you know, I know that when somebody wants to come to Newfoundland and Labrador, and we talked about that doctor from Ireland earlier on, sort of thing. Of course, the first thing they're going to ask about is, well, what are the housing conditions like? What are the communities like? Are these communities going to benefit myself and my family? Are they appropriate for what we need looking forward? So when we talk about building up communities through housing and through, like the minister talked about, the playgrounds and what we have to offer within that realm, we want to make sure that it's attractive for people to come here. And anything that we can do to be a part of that, we are definitely on board. Some of the key amendments that we just spoke about, we're going to get a little further into. The addition of definitions for affordable housing, incentive or bonus, and zoning agreements, inclusionary zoning. These definitions were added for clarity and relevance to current housing discussions, and the minister touched on those a couple minutes ago. Of course, the zoning as well, the inclusionary zoning. It's going to be extremely important moving forward. The inclusionary zoning clarified that proposals for land use and zoning regulations can include inclusionary zoning. Municipal authorities can incorporate policies on affordable housing and incentive or bonus zoning agreements into their development plans. And to hand a bit more power to the municipalities, it's very important. And again, one size does not fit all. And just a quick shout out to all those who are involved with any LSDs, towns, municipalities. A lot of these people are doing it on a volunteer basis. And to give up your time away from your families and whatnot, it's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal. So anything that we can do from this level to help out our municipalities, well, by God, I'm on board for that, and I'm sure everybody else here as well. Regulatory authority. Councils can create regulations concerning inclusionary zoning where such proposals exist in development plans. Clarified that councils must use any funds received under Section 37 for parkland or public use. The incentive or bonus zoning agreements, that amendment. Councils can create regulations allowing for incentives or bonuses in exchange for affordable housing options or other community benefits. And that's just what we talked about. And the community benefits part of it is huge. It's huge. And it should be looked at as a full community, because the more on board, the better, and we just discussed that as well. Examples include density bonuses or reduced parking requirements for developers who provide accessible or climate-friendly housing. And of course, as we move into a greener environment or a greener tomorrow, that's very important to the next generation coming before us, and it should be important to all of us like it is. Public hearings. Municipal authorities can hold public hearings electronically promoting accessibility. And the minister touched on that a moment ago as well. We are moving into a new age of information and technology, and we need to embrace that if we're going to get squeeze everything we can out of it. Virtual hearings, a practice adopted during COVID-19, those will continue as well. Modernization of public notification. Municipalities are not limited to traditional newspapers for published notices. They can use various methods for public notification. And that's just the way it is nowadays, and that's where we're headed, so we might as well embrace it. City of St. John's Municipal Taxation Act definition of affordable housing has been added. That's good. Authority granted to exempt real property used for affordable housing from property taxes, facilitating the development of affordable housing. And of course, you know, with half the population of the province, I guess, here on the Avalon and in St. John's, I'm not sure what those numbers are up to right now, but you know, the capital city, there's only so much we're going to spread out. There's only so much we can go. We need to make sure that affordable housing is here for families that want to stay here. We don't want anybody leaving this province to go away for affordable housing elsewhere with higher paying jobs. We want to keep them right here at home. And that's exactly what we're going to do. There were a few notes, of course, from the briefing that we did have on inclusionary zoning. Clarification was sought on why explicit permission for inclusionary zoning was necessary, and the response we got was previous ambiguity led to confusion. The amendment aims to provide clarity and assurance to the municipalities. And again, the more we can help the municipalities with the clarification and the terminology moving forward and free it up a little bit to get those housing units in place, the better off we're all going to be. There are a few other things moving forward as well, and I do have quite a few questions actually for committee for the minister moving forward. But like I said, when it comes to housing here in the province, Whatever we can do from this level, from the federal level, to help these municipalities, the better off we're going to be, because at the end of the day, growing a strong, healthy population here in Newfoundland and Labrador cannot be done without that housing method. We need to make sure that that's there as well. So I'm going to take my seat now, but we will have some questions for committee, and I look forward to asking the minister those questions. Thank you.
The Honourable the Member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, just, we've seen talking about the bill about, the changes, but more or less, I guess, clarifications from Bill 93 and, and adding the definition of what affordable housing is to both acts, but the definition as, determined by the local council or region. So the definition will vary from place to place according to what area of the province you're in. So I guess this, I guess what the way this is wording is that the city of St. John's could have one definition that fits, I guess, their urban planning, while versus a rural area for their rural planning, and that would have could have probably a slightly different definition. So I guess you're given the ability for each region to define what is, I guess, affordable housing to them. The bill clarifies that towns make zoning regulations and policies around exclusionary zones that allow affordable housing and multi-unit housing development in areas that can be done in incentive or bonus agreements where towns can relax development regulations to allow developers to build affordable housing or multi-level units. In exchange for relaxation of regulations, towns can require developers to complete extra work or add extra amenities to the development area. And these are, I guess, things that I guess really in more urban planning areas and that, but also I guess giving everyone the ability to try to ease the, I guess, ease the idea of multi-unit dwellings. And it's interesting there that, coming from a place like Labrador West, was a completely engineered town. It was designed by an American with what they called the Garden City theory. And when they designed Labrador West, they had mixed development. I lived in a townhouse. Down the street was single detached homes. In the middle of town, they had all apartment buildings, and all the amenities were in different sections of the town. And in between each space was large lawned areas. And it was a theory by an American city planner called the Garden City theory about how, development planning. And it was interesting that when I grew up in Labrador West, and my dad's from there and all that, having an apartment building in the middle of town next to a bunch of single detached houses was completely normal. It was just how things were. And then when I used to go visit family around Gander and around the West Valley and all that, it'd be interesting not seeing any apartment buildings. And I always thought it was really weird. No apartment buildings around here. No rows of townhouses. So when grandfather would take us to Port Union and see all the row houses there, I go, oh, that's where they're all to. But it's just interesting the theories about zoning and planning, but also the development of a community and stuff like that. So growing up in a completely engineered town where almost everybody's house was the same, it was very different to go to different parts of this province. And now I guess seeing a lot of what we took for granted in Labrador West when it came to zoning and planning and how you design and build a community, I guess now I took that for granted, but now I guess a lot of other communities are picking at these ideas and about multi-unit buildings or row houses or things like that. And so this is very interesting that after all my the Lab West is around 1963, so almost about 63 years old now. The actual municipality of Labrador West or Labrador City, it's about 63 years old now. So it's something that we've had for a long time, and amenities and stuff like that we had when it came to multi-unit dwellings and things like that. So now this is actually kind of coming about for the rest of the province, and now they need some planning incentives and stuff about doing this in an affordable way. So I applaud that, and coming from a region where having growing up in a row house on a street next to an apartment building with all kinds of different mixed amenities and different mixed zoning, it's okay. It's okay. It makes a very, not very unique, but a very wholesome community. And I think embracing that kind of development is really important, and especially in making housing and the ability to find housing affordable much better. So this is good. This is good. We're going to move forward, and we're going to give a lot of incentive to communities by giving tax breaks, or giving municipalities the ability to give tax breaks and regulation breaks in the way to make this make communities able to build this housing and incentivize developing housing that is affordable, and and especially in a time now where we are having a very big housing crunch. The URPA, the legislation, towns, for, most from what the minister said and what we got here in the briefing, that most of the towns, a lot of the stuff the towns could do anyway. And it's making the ability to clarify some of the language around it, and obviously adding the definition of affordable housing. So, this is some good legislation, very clarifying what towns, municipalities, and the City of St. John's can do within the Planning Act and the Taxation Act here. So we would incentivize anything housing. And I'll go back to another thing, about incentivizing housing is like, the more tools we can give municipalities, the more ability and support that we can give them to encourage affordable housing development, to make sure that, that they can bring this in and not be, affordable on the outside, but when the rent bill comes to the people that are living thing, is it really affordable? This is where we really need to make sure that we are doing this correctly. We're making sure that it is truly affordable for individuals, and making sure that the municipalities have all the resources and everything at their fingertips to make sure it's done correctly. All the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and that this will truly be a benefit to their community. So any support or help or anything that these municipalities need, we need to make sure that government is listening and make sure that government is there, ready and available to help these municipalities with their housing crunch. It's not just one municipality, or it's right across the whole province now when it comes to housing. So small things like this is great, and we just keep encouraging government to do the right thing and make sure that municipalities are at the table, and any resources or anything that they need is available to them as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Seeing no other speakers, the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs speaks now. We'll close debate. The Honourable the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckens, and the member for Labrador West for their contributions to this discussion. I look forward to the questions. I don't think this is terribly controversial. Happy to deal with them in my own way, and look forward to comments from committee. Thank you.
Is the House ready for the question? The motion is that Bill number 93 be now read a second time. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Urban and Rural Planning Act 2000 and the City of St. John's Municipal Taxation Act, Bill 93.
This bill has now been read a second time. When shall the said bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole? Now, the Honourable the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister responsible for Municipal and Provincial Affairs, that this House to now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider Bill number 93.
It is moved and seconded. I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole to debate Bill number 93. It's a pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Motion carried.
Order, please. Committee of the Whole is now considering Bill 93, an act to amend the Urban and Rural Planning Act 2000 and the City of St. John's Municipal Taxation Act.
Clause 1.
Shall Clause 1 carry? The Honourable the Member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckens.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what mechanisms will be put into place to monitor the effectiveness of the new inclusionary zoning policies?
The Honourable the Minister, responsible for municipal affairs and provincial affairs.
Thank you. The member opposite raises an interesting question. This is something, and this amendment is trying to make sure it stays there well within the municipalities. I would suggest that those government-funded schemes that specifically look for inclusionary housing or inclusionary accommodation would have their own monitoring mechanisms put in place. But certainly I think there are offices within government whose responsibility it would be to look at that. Might not necessarily lie within municipal and provincial affairs. So I think the answer is they would be varied, and it would probably be contextual. But he raises an interesting point as to whether and who should be responsible for collating that data on a provincial basis.
Honourable Member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckens.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, how does the government plan to provide resources or training to municipalities to ensure they fully understand and can effectively implement the new definitions and ability to pursue and implement regulations around inclusionary zoning and incentive zoning agreements?
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you. We have a wonderful department within the Department of Municipal and Provincial Affairs called Municipal Support. They do training. This is the same crew that trained 3,000 councillors on the Code of Conduct Act in 11 months. This is the same crew that are well through electeds for the Town and Local Service District Act. This will be rolled in quite easily. We do circulars, we do videos, we are looking at asynchronous recording so that we can do these webinars and then put them on the website, and anybody at any stage who gets the urge to know about inclusionary zoning or affordable housing can reference a video presentation that we've done. So this is part of what we do. We are also aware that M&L do have two positions funded for housing workers to look at this on a provincial basis. So there are things there, and you know, if anybody at a municipal or a provincial level, or indeed anywhere, comes up with a way that we're not doing it, that we could do it better, let us know.
The member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckets.
Very effective, I'm sure. Thank you, Minister. Minister, beyond virtual public hearings, what strategies will be employed to help communities engage with residents who may have always used traditional methods, such as the telegram, that is not as easy as accessible?
The Honourable the Minister.
It doesn't preclude a municipality using a more traditional method if they know their population favours that. I think what it does is it enhances the tools that they have. They can use public notices in a way that they may not have done before. You know, it doesn't just have to be putting it up outside the town hall. You could do a variety of them. Facebook is still extremely useful for a particular demographic. It's very popular with grandparents keeping in touch with their grandkids, and it appeals to an older demographic who, at one stage, everyone would have said, oh, they'll not go anywhere near that. They always read newspapers and have letters. Well, courtesy of Canada Post, you can forget the letters at the moment.
The member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckets.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, how will the government help municipalities who do not have the staff to address potential conflicts or disagreements between municipalities and developers regarding the interpretation and implementation of incentive or bonus zoning agreements?
The Honourable the Minister.
That's an interesting topic. I mean, municipal support provides guidance to councils and municipalities. But they are their own organs, their own organism, and I think if they have difficulties, they should consider what tools they have. Certainly, I do know that M&L and us through M&L are trying to enhance the level of support. One of the concerns we have in general about municipalities relates to capacity, and what I mean by that is, you know, a small community may not actually have the full-time staff to deal with some of this. And we're working with them. We don't feel in the department it's our job to provide that directly, but we're certainly exploring ways with M&L and PMA where maybe we could enhance their access to it through other means.
Thank you. The Honourable member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckets.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you provide specifics on what oversight and support will be offered to municipalities regarding the new changes to Section 37?
The Honourable the Minister.
Section 37, if I remember correctly, is the one around the zoning. I just have to get my piece of paper here. Yes. It's noisy here. The guidance here would be part and parcel of the training that we referenced at the beginning. At the end of the day, if there is a dispute, then again, one of the things we've tried to do is to step back. We're not the paternalistic department that tells another layer of elected what to do. That view is outdated and probably inappropriate. Just as we get exercised here when the feds try and tell us what to do, municipalities certainly do the same. So with that comes the ability to regard themselves as agents of their own fortune. We're happy to provide guidance, but at the end of the day, a council is elected to make decisions, and if one of those decisions is to go to court for an interpretation, that's probably where they need to go.
The member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckins.
Thank you, Minister. I couldn't agree more. The less reliance that they have anywhere else, the better, and the more they have for themselves, the better as well. Minister, the word affordable housing means something different based on who you speak to. Where the live and municipality assessments completed each year? Where were the live and the municipality assessments completed each year? Were they?
The Honourable the Minister.
I think I might understand that. That relates to the Municipal Assessment Agency's activities. Yeah. They do that on a rolling cycle. They charge an initial fee for a property, and then they charge a subsequent fee, which I actually don't think has changed for a very long time. And to be fair to them, and just to give them a shout out, they've done a lot with using side scanning aerial drone photography and aerial photography to try and cut down on some of their expenses. That is done on a regular cycle. You will recall from the Town and Local Service Districts Act that there are, I think, 49 communities that will have to move on to municipal residential taxation who currently don't do it. There is a plan and a budget to go with that to allow the MAA to take on that extra work without passing it on directly to the municipalities in the first instance.
The member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckins.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, is there a plan for a point of contact to be shared with municipalities for this purpose? Yeah. Is there a point of contact to be shared between municipalities?
The Honourable the Minister.
We actually have point people in each district. We have a regional structure, and the regional directors and their staff are usually each have a group of municipalities who know them by name, and they have an established working relationship. And then it can get bumped up, as it were, the chain of command into the provincial director's office, and then through the ADM and DM to myself, if it's an issue of policy rather than operations. So that's a general purpose point of contact, and we have then access within government, should it be necessary, to point them to other agencies.
The member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckins.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, what measures will be taken for government to ensure that the affordable housing created under these new regulations remain affordable in the long term, rather than simply meeting short-term needs?
The Honourable the Minister.
I think if you look at some of the funding streams that have come in from federal and provincial, there are time limits on how long that property has to be labelled as affordable. And certainly from a provincial point of view, there are definitions as to what is actually affordable there from a financial point of view. I think if a municipality, particularly one of the bigger ones, gets into a local arrangement with a developer around, or a landlord around providing affordable housing, part of that development will be a contract of some kind to stipulate how long and what. And that, again, leaves it to the authority of those municipalities who wish to go down that route to exercise it unfettered without us interfering. But it does give them some levers and some examples.
Member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckins.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, how will these amendments affect current zoning regulations, amendments submitted to government by municipalities?
The Honourable the Minister.
It has nothing directly to do with zoning, except it is permissive in that if you've got housing, de facto it allows you to make it inclusionary housing. What happens within a zone like that is a municipal authority. Now, the whole issue of zoning and how you get zoning changes and zoning approval is not directly addressed in this. We do know there are, or have been seen to be challenges with doing that, where there is a link between the municipality and the provincial government. My department in the last 2 years has gone out of its way to make sure that anything that's labelled as housing is addressed promptly, and we are making steady progress in that direction. But in terms of the zoning process in terms of writing a zoning plan from scratch or significant amendments to it, there are a lot of interests that bounce across various departments in government, which do potentially make it a slow process. But, and it has been often where information is less than accurate or old or outdated, and it has to go back to make sure it's the most up to date. But I mean, not long ago, we had a 106-page document from the City of St. John's, my department, my staff, of which I'm very proud, turned it around in 5 days.
The member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckins.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, what steps are being taken to ensure that there is no conflict of confusion arising from the new definitions and allowances? Is the government providing guidance and examples to municipalities for this?
The Honourable the Minister.
We're certainly providing guidance. You know, examples come out of practical experience, and as those become available, then you can hold those up as exemplars, hopefully of what to do rather than what not to do.
Member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckins.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, will there be a formal mechanism for municipalities to provide feedback on the new proposed amendments prior and after implementation?
The Honourable the Minister.
We have had, this arose out of discussions with M&L and arose out of the discussions with the City of St. John's. I have undertaken to talk to them as soon as this document was released. Obviously, parliamentary privilege is what it is, and until the bill lands on our desk, it isn't public and they can't see it. And that's part of parliamentary privilege. They know that, and I explained that to them. You know, if they've got any suggestions, I mean, it literally is as simple as picking up a phone, and myself and the president of M&L and the president of PMA, we chat virtually or face-to-face on a fairly frequent basis. And so I don't see this as necessitating a formal process because, quite frankly, if they don't like it, I'll hear about it.
Member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckins.
Open door policy, Minister. Perfect. Minister, what data collection strategies will be employed to track the success of the proposed amendments in increasing the supply of affordable housing?
The Honourable the Minister.
Those projects that are funded through provincial funds will have a monitoring mechanism built in. I know those that go through the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund have to have an open and public reporting mechanism. So those are measures for that. Those that are, if you would like, solely done at the municipal level, and I think it would probably only affect the biggest municipalities, what we call 7-11, it's probably out of date now, but those 7 communities with populations greater than 11,000, those would be a matter, absent provincial or federal funding, for them to do themselves. Quite frankly, I think they're likely to fall into one of the other pots, so there will be either a federal or a provincial monitoring process. But if there isn't, it's up to the municipality to get one in place.
The member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckins.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, how will the government ensure that the needs and challenges of rural municipalities are adequately addressed in the implementation of these proposed amendments, particularly given that affordable housing issues can differ significantly from the urban areas?
The Honourable the Minister.
This legislation is meant to be clarifying. You could adopt a kind of more generous view and say it's enabling, but I mean, our argument is that we're simply clarifying what's already there. The issue I think the member opposite really refers to is what do you do about helping smaller municipalities apply for funding pots? There are positions with M&L now funded to do that. And also, how do you get money to do that? And that is often a discussion between municipalities and private enterprise with my colleague from housing here who has some bigger purse strings than I do.
The member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckins.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, how does government plan to deal with the red tape municipalities face when they submit land rezoning amendments to government and they take up to 6 months plus?
The Honourable the Minister.
Yeah, and in actual fact, I gave an example of which I'm very proud earlier on of how fast we can do it. By and large, our experience is that those that take time are taking time because of several factors, some of which may be more important in one application than another. And those factors in no particular order are that they're very complex. They may involve safety issues like flood risk mapping and fire risk assessments. They often span several departments, so there may be an issue with forestry, there may be an issue with water resources, and there may be an issue with environment and climate change, and we do have an interdepartmental land use committee which is set up to meet those. And then finally, some of the data that's supplied by the planners or the communities and their planners could be old or out of date and need to be updated. And we've actually had situations where, you know, one planner submitted a very complicated plan and he'd used the old map that was actually out of date. And, you know, one of the issues there is trying to deal with that in a kind of diplomatic way. But it does take time. And, you know, as I said earlier on, if it's got housing on it, we have as a department tried really hard to look at that really quickly. If you know of something that's taken 8 months and it's really bugging you, tell me about it and we'll do something.
The member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckets.
Will do, Minister. Thank you. Minister, given the government emphasis on affordable housing, why has the government not allocated dedicated funding or resources to municipalities to assist them in making the necessary regulatory changes in order to support the Affordable Housing Initiative?
The Honourable the Minister.
I think, to be fair to all round, some of this is clarification. There is a case to be made that some of these regulatory authorities already existed. For those municipalities outside the cities, then the Town and Local Service District Act was necessary to provide that final clarity. And that comes into force with regulations in 30 days, 29 days. But just to be clear, in actual fact, going back through the older legislation, we in the department could find actually no legislative impediment written into any of the legislation that I had oversight and responsibility for that prevented anybody doing affordable housing. So I think a lot of this has been around clarity and around education and making sure everybody's on the same page.
The member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckets.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, many towns, especially for smaller towns or rural areas and municipalities, do not have the staff to take on land zoning amendments to their town plans, which will be necessary to open up to additional housing.
The Honourable the Minister.
You raise an interesting point because, in actual fact, there are quite a few municipalities who may not actually have a municipal plan, which is problem number one. And I think one of the things that we are trying to do through MNL is to enable. Again, you know, you go back 30 years and there was a much more paternalistic approach where the big department told the smaller municipalities how and what. That's not appropriate. These are individuals put themselves forward, they're elected, they're voted on by their own municipality, and they should be able to exercise that level of authority. So we're open to any and all mechanisms, and this is a, excuse me, a regular topic with both MNL and PMA as to how we provide supports to do that. And in actual fact, sometimes it's obvious that those organisations would like to be more actively involved and would like to be the support for their members, and we're happy to try and help them do that.
Member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckets.
Last question for me, Minister. Minister, will government provide technical assistance or resources, such as guidelines or toolkits, to municipalities to help them navigate the complexities and ambiguity of the word affordable housing?
The Honourable the Minister.
I think it would be advantageous for perhaps not my department solely, but certainly in conjunction with housing. MNL had its own significant housing expertise at one stage. One of their staff members there had a doctorate in research in the subject and was very much engaged in data collection like that. So we don't have yet that written. I would be happy to collaborate with housing. I don't think it need necessarily be a particularly long paper to do that, but it's certainly another tool that we could put there for municipalities to use, and I don't have a problem with that.
The member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, yeah, and just to move further on the point there from the a member from Grand Falls, Windsor, Buckens, about the definition of, affordable housing. With the bit of the, I guess, ambiguity of it, is it possible, like I said, is there any worry that the municipalities might be setting themselves up to, potentially giving tax breaks or regulation breaks to a developer, and then realize that it might have been too ambiguous of the term of affordable housing, and it might actually have to get no real, I guess, local affordable housing in return for that project? Is there any guardrails or anything in place there that could possibly be to make sure that what is, I guess, what definition that they create truly meets the goal of what, I guess, everybody is trying to achieve?
The Honourable the Minister.
I think I'd probably just kind of recycle or repeat part of my answer before. One size doesn't fit all. So having a provincial zoned approach to what is affordable housing may actually be something of a challenge. There is kind of affordable housing capitalized, which carries the notion that somehow this is maintained or subsidized housing like the NLHC with rent stops. And then there is affordable housing, which means, can this young student nurse or this young married couple actually afford to live there? And I think it's down to the council to look at what their needs are for housing. They may not have a lot of people in the latter category. They may have a lot of people who are in, somewhat difficult financial straits. I think that's probably the best answer, because if I pick a number out of the ether, it's not going to work somewhere.
Member for Labrador West.
Yeah, and I understand the part of not picking a number out and the regional, I guess, discrepancies when it comes to that. But I'm just wondering if the department had any idea or anything that what to help with that definition to make sure councils don't get themselves in some kind of trap where they think they're getting something, but once it's done and said and done, it's not what they thought it was because of the ambiguity of just affordable housing, just the word affordable housing. I just want to make sure that there's, I guess, will there be some clarity or there's some work being done around that to make sure, that this does meet the actual need of what, I guess, the councils or any region is looking for.
The Honourable the Minister.
It's always nice to be able to provide clarity, but there's sometimes where you really can't guarantee it. What I have said in response to the member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckens, I think, is that, we would be happy to work with housing, who in turn have responsibility for NLHC, and we can certainly provide some examples of what other communities might regard as affordable housing and see if they want to use that as a ballpark or a yardstick. But at the end of the day, councils are elected to make decisions within their jurisdiction. This is one we have felt they should make because it's local and it's contextual.
The member for Topsail Paradise.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm on the same topic. I only have the one question. It's related actually to the last two questions that were asked, and I was listening to your response, Minister, on it. And when I looked at the definition of affordable housing, and I read the definition, it means housing that's determined to be affordable. I'm kind of still left gray, What's the definition of a green apple? It's an apple that's green, So that's how I look at this. I mean, are we talking about whether it's reasonably priced, whether it's inexpensive, whether it's at or below the market value for the area? That all comes to mind. And you did, you have answered this in bits and pieces. There's no doubt about it. But I'm going to give you a third opportunity to answer something similar. So when I look at that, because the ending part is by council or regional authority. So basically, here's the question. What is the expectation of a council or regional authority in determining affordability?
The Honourable the Minister.
How green is my apple? And it depends on the council. I mean, this is the challenge. At the end of the day, it's what a group of 5 or 7 reasonable individuals who've all persuaded their peers in the community that they are responsible individuals. They sit round a table and says, well, we're trying to deal with this group of individuals. how much do you think is affordable? Now, I mean, if you're spending more than 50% of your net income on housing, then technically you're housing insecure. Is that affordable? Is that reasonable? Or is that insecurity? We're letting them make that decision because they've been elected in that area to do that.
Good. Any further questions? Oh, the member for Bonavista. The member for Bonavista.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Two questions, if I may, on the act. We had a spirited debate on Crown lands, and we talked about Crown lands, and I think we probably promoted and moved, we'll say, the welfare of those people wondering which land they were on in the province. We found out that there are going to be certificates given out, and I think quite freely at times. One thing I go back to was one thing that we had discussed before when this bill in an initial presentation in the House was Section 158, and that was the one for the tax arrears for municipalities. And it was a current minister. There was a current minister on April the 16th in 2020 who informed municipalities that they're going to have to determine as to whether Crown lands would be diversified from their ownership on that land. If not, they would be part of it. So the only thing I would say, it is affecting areas in the district of Bonavista. Chris O'Day wrote a letter to the department, and he talked about the loss of tax arrears sales in Trinity and Port Rexton when the minister put his decree in and changed it that Crown lands now all of a sudden became an entity in these tax arrears sales. Now that we've got Crown lands behind us and the collaboration that we had when we talked about it, is this something that you would look at going forward to say that they can divest themselves of these tax arrears sales in municipalities like in Trinity and Port Rexton in my district?
The Honourable Minister.
I'm going to walk through this slowly because I'm not quite sure I've grasped what I'm being asked. If the member opposite is asking me if I have any ability to alter what Crown lands may or may not do, the answer is no. In terms of ownership, in terms of tax arrears, then that is an issue under the Act, as I understand it, that is taken out with the person who was down as the last occupier and taxpayer. They are the ones who are responsible for remitting those taxes. And if they don't, then there is a possibility at some point of putting a lien on that property. If it then turns out that they don't have any assets against which to put a lien, I think you're out of my depth now and certainly out of the jurisdiction of the Act, and I would suggest you spoke to a lawyer.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista. Anything further?
Just simplistically, I know you had mentioned you were going to collaborate with housing. I would think collaboration with Crown lands can easily say that they're going to divest themselves of these tax arrears sales, which are often abandoned properties that the municipalities are struggling to get some money back on for the money that's owing on them. They don't know, in a lot of cases, tracking down the last owners of the property. If we had to have a dependency on them to try to find out to make a claim to Crown land, it'll never happen. So I'm saying prior to 2020, it happened seamlessly. We've had a lot of property moved in our district, but only in 2020 did it change. All I'm saying is that if you collaborate with Crown lands, I think we can do a world of good for your department with municipalities to say that Crown lands have divested themselves from any ownership in that property and allowed the sales to go on through the courts and through the lawyers. The problem is nobody's going to buy the land because Crown land wants municipalities to determine that its Crown land doesn't have any stake in it, and that's problematic. That's all I was saying. Probably I can go on to my second question, or?
The Honourable the Minister.
Certainly, from the point of view of discussing anything with Crown Lands or any of the other departments in government, quite happy to do that. What makes sense, I would leave to those discussions to generate and how a process may or may not work. This is kind of wrong-footed me here a little bit because it's not actually this piece of legislation, so I was just a little bit... I had to catch up for a minute before I figured out where we were.
The Honourable the Member for Bonavista.
I thank you for the effort, Minister. I know that you may not have been, but I just throw it up for your consideration going forward and at least on the record. My last question was that this bill, this current bill is going to do away with poll taxes. So I have no...
The Honourable the Minister.
Are we talking about the Town and Local Service Districts Act, or are we in committee with the Urban and Rural Planning Act?
We are in committee with Bill 93, Rural Planning Act.
Okay, no, I mean, I'll do my best to answer if the chair feels it's appropriate for me to take questions on another bill.
The Member for Bonavista for some clarification, hopefully.
Thank you. My last opportunity, I'm sure, that we're going to do away with the poll tax, and we are going to implement property tax. So 4 municipalities in my district, let's just throw out Keels, Kings Cove, Georges Brook, Milton, Musgrave Town. They're no longer going to use the poll tax, they're going to use the property tax. When I spoke, when we were looking at the bill, when it was first presented in the House, I had mentioned $26 to $28 for an assessment. You corrected me at the time and said, well, the initial assessment was $86. And I don't know if you probably recall that. I would say that if I did a total of those 4 communities in my district with $86 per residential property being charged is going to bring about close to $80,000 out of those 4 communities for an initial assessment, which you referred a little earlier, though, that you are proud of your department. They're using the Google Earth to do a lot of their assessments or some other, right? The only thing I would ask for consideration, and knowing that the latest municipal agency financial statements would say that the restricted reserve funds that you would have in this Crown Corporation are $2.8 million. And the operating reserve fund, to be specific, is $1.3 million. But we're going to have these 4 communities in my district with $86 in order to find out what tax they're going to have to pay. I just throw that out for consideration, Minister, and I think this will be the last opportunity with any bill that will be close to that. So I just wanted to be on the record in presenting that to you.
For the Minister.
The 3 things in no particular order. The Municipal Assessment Agency is using side scanning photography, not Google Earth. It doesn't use satellite because it's inaccurate. It doesn't give you a 3D picture. Second thing is we have funding this year. Each of the communities that will be moving from poll tax to the real property tax, there's a 3-year window for them to move in. We're making sure that MAA are not, in the first instance, going to pass on huge increases to those municipalities that have to shift. But at some point, MAA does operate on a cost recovery basis. And it will be my understanding that unless we do something radical with MAA, that's the basis on which they will continue to operate. And that reserve fund, not the operating reserve of 1.2 million is a prudent maneuver in the case of issues with cash flow because it is an agency that should keep between 12 and 18 months of reserve operating money to hand as a reserve, and 1.2 million fits nicely within there at the lower end. And the final thing, that other reserve, the 2.8 million, that money is reserved and it's encumbered. It's not actually there for grabs. It's encumbered for future use in future years.
Thank you. The Honourable the Member for the beautiful district of Cape St. Francis.
Thank you, Chair. I always appreciate that. I have a couple of questions, Minister. With respect to the amendments for Bill 93, adding the definitions, how is that going to differ for a municipality that's currently using a subdivision agreement or a development agreement, as long as they're using their current development and zoning regs and they operate within those boundaries, how is this going to be different and benefit the municipalities?
The Honourable Minister.
It's permissive. If they aren't doing it and want to, they can. If they are doing it, they can continue. We don't mind.
Thank you.
The member for Cape St. Francis.
Thank you, Chair. An example from my district, Minister, a town submitted a zoning amendment in June of this year to allow land to be rezoned from public open space to residential for the purpose of a 5-lot subdivision. So the province didn't approve the rezoning until December. So this is not an isolated issue. So how can municipalities take the time to initiate affordable housing in their towns when it takes government that long to accept that development proposal? So I just want to be sure with respect to the timeline that if towns want to do their part, is there any way we can, with respect to this waiting 5 or 6 months with respect to an answer for the towns?
The Honourable Minister.
The short answer is we will do anything we can to shorten a process. We will not shortcut a process, but we will shorten it wherever we can. So I would encourage any town that is interested in moving with a rezoning application to start discussing that with our planners before they even put pen to paper. As I say, the challenges we've had with some of those being slower than others, and I mean, again, over June, quite frankly, we have shall we say we've got some capacity issues over the summer, like most departments. We have slower periods in the summer than we do the rest of the year. And similarly, so do towns. So when we go back to deal with clarity or potential inaccuracies or uncertainties, those processes are slower at that time of the year than they are at others. Not trying to make excuses, I'm just trying to simply explain the process. But again, my experience with these applications that take a long time is because they're complex. Is there a contour line issue? Is there a water line issue? Is there a watershed issue? Are you actually taking water from the next community, or are they going to end up with some problems with theirs? These are potentially challenging when you're moving from no use, open space, to a more formal use, particularly if it's high density, because of the requirements for water and sewer in certain areas. So again, I would encourage any community to get in touch with our planners when they start thinking about this, rather than just waiting and filling out an application and then finding there's challenges with it, because you can head them off at the pass.
The member for Cape St. Francis.
Thank you, Minister, for that. But just to be clear from my end, there was no changing with respect to this particular example from the town in my district. It was just that there was the length of time waiting to hear back from the department. So a quick question before I get my next one. The number of planners in your department, how many are there that's going to be, servicing municipalities across the province?
The Honourable Minister.
I will get that number for sure. I think it's 4, but I will check, because we do seem to have people who come and go from other departments as well.
Member for Cape St. Francis.
Thank you, Minister. And I'm not coming down on your staff. Just want to ask the question with respect. We always appreciate what the staff do in the departments. We are only as good as those around us. So that's, and you've heard me say that before. The last one, Minister, with respect to your public engagement, have you heard back from or met with any developers in any of the municipalities? And have they raised any concerns regarding the definition of affordable housing in various areas around the province? I know my colleague from Grand Falls, Windsor, Buckens touched on it earlier, but have you met with or discussed or had any concerns from developers within the municipalities?
The Honourable Minister.
No, I haven't met with developers, and no, obviously because of that, I haven't directly or indirectly received any concerns from them on the topic of affordable housing. This was done via consultations with kind of the community side of things.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair.
Any further speakers? The Honourable Member for St. John's Centre.
Thank you, Chair. And I understand this question has probably been asked a few times, but I just want to go back to affordable housing. I understand it's going to be determined by the council or the regional authority, and I that along those lines. But I'm trying to figure out why wouldn't be some collaboration between the province and the municipality to at least develop a framework around this? If we look at, I mean, I'm looking at what the CMH is, I think it's the affordable housing is deemed to be less 30% or less than 30% of gross income. What, and I've heard the Premier use how affordable housing and housing that is affordable. So I'm looking here for a definition. I understand the desire not to be prescriptive here. And you've got to reflect the different geographical regions and even the different municipalities. But why not lay a base work as to within this framework as opposed to leave it wide open? So you could have theoretically, I guess, hundreds of different definitions of affordable housing. I would assume they'd all come back to the chair to a basic definition, but why not collaborate on a basic framework if that's and at least so there's some consistency as well as flexibility.
The Honourable the Minister.
Well, I can do no better than repeat my previous answers, really, Chair. I mean, the fact is, affordable in Gander, affordable in Carmenville, 20 minutes away, and affordable in St. John's are three different figures you can pluck out of the ether. We have not adopted a paternalistic approach with municipalities. Those people who stand up in their communities, I actually think probably do a harder job as elected than we do in this House. They don't get away from it. They stand up there. They have the authority to make this decision because they have the responsibility to deal with the feedback. I don't want to put fetters or chains around them. 6, 5, 7 reasonable people, and I've said quite happy to talk to housing here and provide an educational kit or a guideline. But the facts of the case are, I mean, whilst yes, there are research and sociological definitions of what insecure housing is, I don't know how practical it is to use the 30% of gross, for example, as an indicator of what market value could be, because there's a difference between income and market value. And it depends on which side of the question you're looking at it from. So we can dance around this, and I think this is consistent with the spirit of the Town and Local Service District Act. It's consistent with the spirit of the ERPA as it was originally written as a permissive, enabling piece of legislation. And these folk, it's their level of government that we feel should make this decision. And we're happy to support them with it, but at the end of the day, it's their decision.
Member for St. John's Centre.
I understand that, but even here, it talks about, and this is the end homelessness plan, but like housing is still a collaboration or a partnership between the different levels of government. It's not just dependent on one government, on one level. So often I think it's been, the federal has the money, I guess, or the provincial party has the plan, but it's the city that has the problem. So here's where I'm looking, my concern, I guess. In that, if you look in the Plan to End Homelessness report, and this is something I run into, and I'm sure my colleagues run into it as well. Poverty is a key predictor, I guess, or on housing and so on and so forth. The poverty line for a single person in St. John's in 2023 was $26,500. Now, if you look at a single person, though, what they get from whether it's from social assistance, or in total about $12,000. So they're well under. I guess we're into not only affordable but need for deeply affordable housing. And I guess this is my concern as to a plan to address this. A couple with 2 children, the poverty line would be, would be much higher, but yet the total, what for social assistance, I guess, and child tax benefits and tax credits would be about $33,000. $33,000 is not enough to raise a family of 4. So my concern comes with, as to what is considered affordable, because it's going to come down to the people who are there. The other part of it, I guess, it comes down to if I'm applying for government subsidies for affordable housing, it comes down to as well as what the definition and how long should it remain affordable. As far as I'm concerned, if there's government funding for it, then it should be in perpetuity. And that it shouldn't be after 5 years or 10 years. It's the same thing, Chair, as this announcement for the backyard suite, which is a pretty decent idea in some ways, but there's nothing stopping the person, if they decide to build one of these backyard suites, get government funding from decide, well, I'm not going to live in the house anymore at this point, and I'm going to go up to my cabin or my cottage or whatever else and stay there and rent out the upstairs, downstairs, and the backyard suite. Nor is if I decide to sell the property that they're going to use it to make sure it's affordable. So what I'm looking for is some assurance that we're actually going to get affordable housing. That's where the concern comes from. And again, I don't necessarily think the 30 less than 30% is ideal either. But I was using it as an example as to maybe the concerns. Make sure that when we're actually addressing affordable housing, that people have the ability to stay in their own communities too, to thrive and live in that community. So that's where the concern comes from. I'm not adverse to letting councils or regional authorities make the decision, but I do think there's a collaboration piece here, since the funding often comes from as well provincial and/or federal levels as well. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Seeing no further speakers, shall the motion carry? All those in favor? Against? Motion is carried.
Clauses 2 through 31 inclusive.
Shall clauses 2 through 31 inclusive carry? All those in favor? Against? Carried.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and House of Assembly in legislative session convened as follows.
Shall the enacting clause carry? All those in favor? Against? Carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Urban and Rural Planning Act 2000 and the City of St. John's Municipal Taxation Act, Bill 93.
Shall the title carry? All those in favor? Against? The title is carried. Shall I report Bill 93, an act to amend the Urban and Rural Planning Act 2000 and the City of St. John's Municipal Taxation Act, carried without amendment? All those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. The Honorable, the Deputy Government House Leader. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a long day.
Yep.
And it's only Monday. I move that the committee rise and report Bill 93 carried without amendment.
Shall the committee rise and report Bill 93 carried without amendment? Is it the pleasure of this committee to support that motion? All those in favor? Hey. Against? Thank you. I'm out of here. Thank you.
Order, please. The Honorable, the member for Lake Millville, Chair of the Committee of the Whole.
Speaker, a little unorthodox response. I have 2 points to make. One is that our favorite Rosalie Belvin is watching in Red Bay, and she wanted us to say hello. So hello, Merry Christmas to Rosalie. And secondly, the Committee of the Whole directed me to report that Bill 93 has been carried forward without amendment. Thank you very much.
Chair of the Committee of the Whole reports that the committee have considered matters and referred and directed that Bill number 93 be carried without amendment. When shall the report be received? Now? When shall the bill be read a third time? Tomorrow? The Honorable, the Deputy Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Government House Leader, that this House do now adjourn.
It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried. This House do stand adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.